or the count. Magic of alchemy. Two also color comes for the on one tender or much shine on the planet. Now, scripture increase part of that. Well, I'm Dr. Sarah. Looking for the process. Full of development likely in full prime, solid, founding, so finding one by the quasi lies impact while the view that built for now on the solid on rough and takes a form of it almost shrine. Low power both sign at additional sometime relate E some shrine was E that was all on at fabric process equals that plus all in obviously second that are always trying on ion like all of the work out 25 but we were trying to add an object metal well and put it in the chronicle those final. However, some of the truth Babylon, some of the books over returned by the Cyrus the Great, person by the way, Bible, part of the plan, entire power. Lead from that, however, it the covenant path, rather from the heart, Bible, I, what is that? Should have for the first place where we're told that always are fully up. Oh yeah, that full on covenant will not find mention of it. So long I got another kind of close that we have flags on Babylon were destroyed March 1st. Old hot as worship ordered out of Mayan run. I expected that stuff out and worship Babylon melted down dark forest bombs hour of my God passion while honestly asking message you gods or power. I mean, imagine the last child when capital city torch atop all shrine of the national god to ashes. I suspect that an impression so it just did that Babylon one of the first time that a temple to have been defined from first well actually north for like France. Later Babylon when his treasury was by replacement ruler well first trade I tried to buy off after buy gold and Mark wasn't I suspect it wasn't probably on the floor that wasn't altered by diet by politics mission larger like but it was a legend for family but it's memorable I think I trust lost I remember living prior or structure called that battle by E. I were simple reality of horrible horror or thought legend what is aftermath of horror hope hope and about hope all of that would each last about 2.5 years time to hide and just 5% provide them I read at least 5 by the composition of package 5 nuts 500 structure element per times all the full fire as NAFTA inaugurated by Amaya. Later, collision has written that exact path or further were actually told that Amaya given away the bar but made so powerful ironic what is actually Amaya about this bar. Amaya's gone only by about a item over now for an action like on Jerusalem following Babylonian element service involved by further text captured by it by order of the earth or miraculous massive question the global vortex or outside declared by both growth on and trying to work pillars of heaven again. Also, there are several about artifacts of most righteous die but I'm trying to find us. I perform us house fire line or in all the stories. Rashi told stories about and that's one of the all around it. Just other like on the phrase and mark of and that brings on us or having harmonized from Maya time eight item way. I mean final they represent the possibility of logic on that line full appearance but it wasn't. In fact, as a grow time for a Solomon is age from the around earth all has that already comes by by bro. I Babylon doesn't have not much of a moment out the stone with all the lines.
What's up, big man?
Hello, how are you?
I'm well, thank God. How are you?
I am good. I'm in job,
Why are you on the phone at your job?
because it's free time.
Oh, okay.
So, did you watch it?
Big dog, I'm really busy. I did look though. I did look at it, and um, I have a question.
It's wrong.
I don't know if it's wrong. I'm just it looks good. I mean, do you like this job, by the way?
What?
Do you like this job?
No, I don't know.
Do you like
And
Do you like this job?
ah,
Well, they're giving you free time. That's good.
mhm.
Okay, I'm going to live podcast, and I'm going to your channel, and why didn't you use the yeah, dude, fuck up. I gave you all of the descriptions of what they needed to be.
Yes, but it's too much for the for
How many words can you have?
5,000. And you write almost like 10,000. Yeah, I got this.
Okay, I'm not so worried about that. The um the title is wrong. Like we put together, there are 100 titles for you. You just copy and paste them. It has a smiley face.
Yeah, I'm going to change it.
Yeah, I mean, like people don't know this is a live podcast special edition. They don't know I'm in it. They don't know that, like it's just kind of generic. I'm not saying it's bad, but um, and then uh, we did a thing like I'm looking um the doesn't it doesn't give a description. Like literally all you have to do is column 3, put it in ChatGPT, copy column 4, put it in ChatGPT, and you're gonna get a 5,000 character description. The description that I'm seeing that you put. Oh wait, hold on. I'm not. I'm not. You do have it. It's at the bottom. Um. Okay. So I would say you just have to change the title. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Let me. Your link tree. I'm just checking your link tree. Make sure it's right. Your link tree is good.
I need to update my link.
Yeah, your link tree. You have a lot more content, but it's not showing.
Yeah.
It's okay though. All you need to do is change the title and then update your link tree. And aside from that, it looks pretty good. Um,
Thank you.
let me. I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna go to that document that we created together, and I'm gonna make sure if I put something in from that document. If I put something in from that document, I just want to make sure that we get a similar answer. It doesn't have to be exactly the same, but we will. And I understand the one that I sent you, description that I sent you, is too long. That's why I said just go to the. That's why we made that document. But I understand you were like maybe it wasn't that clear. Um, let's see here. Timeline project. Okay. Open and um. Okay, so I take future timeline and I'm gonna put it the thing in and yeah, um that's basically um so um looking at it it's good. Just change the title and I think you'll be okay. No, it's in the timeline project. It's literally It's literally all you have to do is copy and paste it. And I think I made it 99 characters. If it's too long, for whatever reason, I mean, literally, it's like I think you can have 100 characters and it's 99. So it should be just copy and paste, and it's perfect. Does that make sense? I already did. Why don't you check your Twitter? Okay. How much more time do you have at work? Okay. Well, what are you doing? You're moving stuff?
I will gonna be have to post on Twitter, but if I change title on, is not going to change title on Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter's fine. Yeah, it will. It's an embedded link, so it should.
No, I tried.
Okay.
Times.
Okay, no big deal. Change it on YouTube and um
My on Twitter is it doesn't matter.
no, it doesn't. Change it on YouTube.
Okay. I am sorry for that.
Don't apologize. No big deal. You're okay. I'm not mad or anything, and you worked really hard on this, so you should be commended. Good job.
Should I go back to school?
No, you learn everything that you need.
I know, but I say price. Like things.
Yeah, you don't need it.
Right,
It's a waste of time. It's easy, but you don't need it. If this were 20 years ago and you didn't have everything on the internet, maybe. You don't need it now. If there's something that you want, go get a certification. Now you're saying, could I get a certification? Absolutely.
So I'm going to change it. That title.
Okay.
Today. I hope you will be happy with me and yeah.
Okay. I'm already happy.
But more happy, more.
Well, I'm not going to fly to get you and give you a hug, but I'm happy with you.
And sometimes I will like safe and it's you know what I mean.
Yeah, you're too old for that now. Now, if you want, go get a certification.
And we can study in my country, we can study to physics.
Yeah, you are. You should be making money. If you're in school, you're not making any money. These are prime years for you to be advancing in your career. You have to think, okay, if I get a career and I'm 22 years old, I'm going to be, and let's say you you'll advance. If you get skills and you get certifications by the time you're 50, let's say you had to stay in that job, you'll be 4 years ahead of where you were with a college degree. And many places, even in Europe, will just pay for you to go to college while you have a job. You just want to take the easy route. And I understand. It's like your parents will be off your back because they'll be like, well, he's getting a degree and you won't have to worry so much about work and stuff. But you're gonna, and what do you want a degree in? What? You want it in business? Get a certification. You want it in tech? Get a certification. Certifications are far cheaper and more advantageous in the workplace. I have degrees, and the place doesn't really care so long as I can do the job. And um, like the positions which I've had, you had to have a college degree, and I have one. But aside from that, that's all they cared about. After that, they want to make sure you have a college degree or equivalent experience. A lot of places say equivalent experience. And if they're willing to say equivalent experience, then you can easily get that, or you can easily get the job. You have equivalent experience. You're just being lazy, and that's okay. You recognize that going to school is the lazy way to do it. If you're like, Rabbi, I want to spend the amount of going to school, but I want to get a certification, absolutely. You can get certifications for like $50 American, and they will allow you to make huge amounts of money in the like for $50. If you went to the website, it's udemy.com. Udemy. You just go to udemy.com. They give free some free classes, but generally like you can take the best courses in the world, and then you just have to take the test. And once you take the test, you're certified.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so what I just said was go to a website, udemy.com, udemy.com, and find something that you want. Like the one that I always tell people to do is become a Salesforce manager. You make $120,000 and all you need is a certification, which means all you have to do is pass the test. They don't care about you having a degree. They don't care about anything. All you have to do is pass it. And it's not that hard. So what you do is you continue working so that you can pay for the certifications and pay for the tests. And then you take the test, and within a year or two, you're going to be making $120,000.
I have another question. So if I if I change title, let's just go with Google. So like you don't care that on Twitter is going to be that title.
I don't.
Okay.
What matters, and here's why. It tells your users who's in it, or it tells your viewers who's in it. It tells them that this is a special edition. It's a different kind of thing. And then the other stuff that you say is like futurology, technology. That's all in the description. They can get all that.
So I don't need can, I don't need to do it again, like the again that extra. Then
Well, you only have 100 subscribers anyway, and it's much longer than the normal one. This one again is for the future, so don't worry. Like, oh, only 5 people have watched it. It's an hour long. It's long, so many people are going to say, I don't have time to do that right now. But the people who will are the people who eventually search up something like they're going to be interested in like mapping of the oceans, and in the future episodes that we have, we will have something in the description that says future this is mapping of the ocean. They'll get into that and they'll be like, wow, this is really interesting. I wonder what else is in here. And they'll find the playlist, and then they'll just start at the top of the playlist and work their way down, and they'll keep it on for hours and hours. Like my playlist, watch playlists all day long, and I don't even pay attention to them. But guess what? That means I'm watching videos in their entirety. Sometimes I fall asleep during the videos. That means they're getting like 8 hours of video watch. That's really important for YouTube. And that's what, like, let me put it to you this way. The playlists are where it's at when you want people who are watching your content for long periods of time. Most people will just click on your video and be like, oh, okay, and they'll click on something else. But if you can get somebody who just sits there and watches a playlist, you're going to get hundreds of hours of views from people. But if you don't have the, if I were you, I'd have a lot of different playlists. I would have a UFC playlist. Okay, good. I would have a self improvement playlist. You could put our 4 videos under a playlist. Just whatever it is. The more playlists, the better, because then there's a much better chance that somebody's going to watch 4 or 5 of your videos as opposed to just one.
Yeah, I will is like okay, so
Okay.
I will go.
When you're
change the title and I will be back.
Absolutely. You want to do I don't know if you want to, but you want to do another episode later today?
Yeah, I will text you, okay?
No, you won't. Tell me.
Okay. Okay.
Excellent.
So I text you.
All right, best wishes of luck. Take care. Good job.
either purple time or number now or out here on the line up or shred belt of all all for fire tree all and all time bunch of stuff all on acid. I'm sure local cells acid. I'm not just lead harmonics flush along the Jewish Messiah was inspired under the return of lion, army, tribe, of it, gather, file, for him, full and what other age, as the Messiah comes, actually, the world he be transformed, coming to all united again, unbelievers, perhaps majority Jews to Holland will return to Israel. Already claiming King Messiah, those were developing and transformed Joel. On the same really appreciation across the time. You have is a royal lord post turned being loyal to the far century now that group of the team built to survive hope chef turn to horrible each year to September Jewish history. Just how did all this was simple to that question. To explore and make a feel or have a fight King Messiah. Why Jesus prophet? Well, a lot of martial under Messianic sabotage. If the last turn put it for the of the Messiah. Just magic study whole time and check out my other topics, including curating. Once the work providing a simple, quality, very free topics. I hope you work on Patreon or one-time donation or with the cool super things that you now have that video. Now, let's turn to origins of how the soul of the Messiah plunged with pure evil realm of the Pope would eventually emerge to all of itself. The reality of Messiah chapter. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Terra, where we explore the arcane history, philosophy. Now, to be sure, this episode is not a prime function of the or during it after live. I'm going to with all of that. After all, channel don't really to the introductory level content most of the time, but really solid active pressure on movement inspired. Religion for Breakfast has a great note on just that topic that I'd have to check it out. I've warned against 90% on hepatitis B and movement it's the wash. Let's call them valueless anti-grifters. I'm also making stupid watching it. I've actually grabbed a reliable scholarship that want to really topic or Frankenstein or what. We're also going to be exploring some pretty elements of Florian a lot. So we might also want to review that before we again channeling esoterica or nothing. Prior to Shabtai Tzvi's early proclamation of Messiah around 1640, when Michael Pavlov claimed those guys had profound mystical insights independent of one another. Shabtai learned almost from the parties come to a profound, though dynamic, changeable insight to what he called the mystery of the Godhead, and had developed supernatural healing powers that would actually eventually attract Shabtai in the first place. Their nation, despite young age, he's only about 20 at the time, would become shocking, highly glorious. I mean, it's mind-blowing how fast he learned this. Actually learned of the tomb or divine attraction up to the penetration of divine light. Actually, pride the animation of the erotic system. Yeah, that finding after the first movements of the hidden divine will, or the Sephirot became differentiated, like early on in the system that were a lot more on that for a moment. Now, as I mentioned, Shabtai's mystical insight into the mystery of God while constantly transforming and giving it meaning, focus on restoring accessibility to the proper object of faith worship of Israel, true of worship. Shabtai's core problem that arises from the concept of divine, book of the Kabbalah, or Zohar, the book of Radiant. Here, the primary source of all being, via emanation, remains itself utterly hidden from all knowledge or speculation or comprehension. And so, find of no beyond all comprehension, beyond all speculation, beyond all predication, one can be being in full sense. Rather, mind is actually found some later of growth. And three growth and or beyond all comprehension were concentrated of spirit, revealed glory of divine, of the divine, to humanity. Tetragrammaton, but that creates tension, renders the true source of being not only beyond all comprehension, but also beyond all worship. Religion of worship of divine oneness possible. Shabtai is also a glimpse is where the heterodox easily on the importance of this of tissue. Understanding revealed compression of the otherwise unknowable upper root or the utterly unknown cause of causes. So, posit the ontological priority of Tiferet as a sof clothed, object of faith and worship. By extension, because things would express better, this would also unlock the erotic structure, thus access to the eternal world, and Torah. Yeah, Torah plural contained within. Now, Shaddai would ultimately transform understanding of Godhead. The key idea of Tiferet as both manifest God of faith and worship, as opposed to Maimonidean God as the uncaused cause of all causes. Indeed, in a short the early message, as reinterpret the book of Jonah and the ship. Or a strata of the heart literature, ship represents the body and Jonah represents the breath. Here, the end movement can put further into the metaphor, but actually the redemption, meaning urgent contact, potential text, actually means to drive up the road from the ice region of right up, like waves crashing there, creating a kind of frenzy of divine flow back to divine flow. Back up at the cause of all causes of the angels. An utterly daring possibility only through Shabbatai unlock the Godhead. That focus of unlocking through enigmatic faith play a decisive role in almost every to come Shabbat theology. While speculations about the mystery of Godhead would provide a unique breakthrough or a nourish kind of heretical breakout on your mileage here, it would also be build out a theory to justify not just Shabbat, but also his aberrant behavior, his apparent apostasy, and Nathan set to that task in 5 of extraordinary treaty liturgical documents, many of which remain untranslated, many of which only recently got republished. What I want to do is attempt to trace out what argument for the feverish period prior to Shabbatai apostasy of how they function within the larger orient of how generally, focusing really on the Rishatanaim or the Dragon. Any of these documents to explain to early adopters like the wealthy Rabbi Rothschild role the first year of the movement. You got to get that guy aboard, the money guy. But just what these people have to say. Exactly. What did he need a Messiah at all? Like all Messianic movements, almost always comes first with just what that means. Centuries to work out. Think of the debates about the nature of Jesus following in the century. I'm sure he was the Messiah, like that whole dying part. He came back. Thus, it's the most powerful is to do just that work. System of the Lorient. A lot on your questions. I wanted to say, I want to impress upon just how to 20 blurry. You probably actually 90% of divine contraction, boom, break, divine light, shattering of vessels, the rise of evil from the powers of judgment, of pain, origin of all souls, and the body of Amon, and return to Shekhinah, etc. But just not be aware of how contentious most of that was early grappling with become that society a lot. Bible even become obscured and interpolated his own ideas. Ari, when Luria's own ideas made him theologically much as uncomfortable. But there are other non-Neanderthal expressions of Lurie's ideas, published by Israel Sarug or Joseph Abul, though less popular now, may actually better represent the primitive Lurian teaching, especially when it came to the most contentious issues of that time. What exactly happened in the process after our divine contraction for the evolution of the road, especially in terms of regards the origin of evil or the hope. Now, Nathan knows it better than virtually any of us understood not only that there was a real debate to talk about, but he also understood in that debate, though he didn't understand it all being kind of true at the esoteric level of analysis, other than black. But he would offer a pretty synthetic solution. Further and more importantly, the solution would center on the origins of the soul of the Messiah and struggle with the demonic code at the heart of that utterly primeval period. A truly radical novel found in our door in the complex and diverse Lurian speculation of truly God's most high move history of the Kabbalah. Now, the earliest mystical texts produced by Nathan are graphic or forged account of the highest people, Rabbi Abraham, vision of Messiah, truly being an account for the Sabbath, the name Sabbath, and they were born on Shabbat of the 9th of Av. That's actually built by the rabbis next Shabbat night. That aside, the theological core of the text includes the beginning of restored glory, reference to Shabbat's revelation of the content earlier, that Israel's worship properly restored, but that all of it is going to be accomplished through faith, such that just shall live by faith, one of the most popular verses of classic Shabbati theology. First letters of that verse kind of spell out like Z from Habakkuk. Now, I'm not kidding the kind of, but further, or emunah is required for, among other reasons, the Messiah will undergo terrible torment to perform range and also be up to the will of the Creator. In many ways, early vision text, which were the more dramatic theology, groundbreaking treatise on the dragon, to which I want to turn to now. The treaties on the dragons are the Jewish Testament, part 1, 2, 34a through 5p, a notorious difficult logical fiction as a dreadful primeval dragon, pre-creation watery a bit. Now, as I mentioned in my episode about the origins of the poet Zohar, or check me out again if you want to review material, next quite mind about what people are. Zohar is kind of all over the question, but in this case, they seem to be primevally, perhaps co-eternally real divine. This divine light of fiction is not fully able to penetrate the murky of the demonic of the sea. Thus, divine light serves to actually nourish the people, thus allowing it to escape underground channel to become the demonic poet, or Akhra, their other side of creation. But, as I mentioned, the Zohar has several notions about the origin of evil and harmonizing accounts. Beginning of about interest, Kabbalist. Of course, the priority of this task makes sense. The origin of evil will also be logical to redeeming and overcoming just that evil, and that's one of the central goals, the central goal of the Kabbalah itself. And it's precisely in that debate that it provides an answer to the question of the Messiah's theoretic vision, fully unique to Shabbat theology. So Nathan picks up these just about the primeval conditions where they were in his time. Following the usual of the divine will and the act of more contraction, a life left behind called Hiru. I suspect life totally Hiru to kind of do like what happens if you try to pull out of it, always in the layer behind it, or whatever. Residue are the machine over by the contraction of add mixture of pure acid or mercy and pain or strict judgment from which the growth and the clean will emerge or what the clipboard actually are. And that's where the first spot is made with the open. Is pure deem or strict judgment as evil itself exists within the mind of all along? Or is so possible, but Paul was uncomfortable with this notion of kind of time differentiation of pure deem as such. Opera happens much later, some which might produce evil as are evil without being checked by whether like as primordial would not have or as a result of either divine nation of creation. Along Zohar attitude and following causes not only dual regime obtained coding name or forces of judgment behind kind of divine mercy required creation itself, but the vacuum like hero itself is negative charged. That's there are forces near the divine which are energetically creative lines, but the lower reaches of the region that in terms of golem or undifferentiated are marked by the anti-creation gravitation, dragging team or complete book, congregate the lower half of that acid golem. We developed further, especially in both faultless light and so consequential hero and the process book of creation. But radically, or the other side of the road, the secret of being self, probably one of the most daring and provocative ideas ever expressed in Kabbalah, and more from the book of creation, is more modern out of the treated on the track. Thus, the primeval state of being prior to the inception of the divine life to inaugurate creation properly in the Kabbalah is ornate, one profoundly dualistic in nature, even overwhelmingly tending toward evil as a non or even anti-creation force. Only the forces of the upper hero marked by the machine of pure, one more decisive element, of the righteous, clung within the vine of angels, bragging dark. These powerfully righteous go on to be like Abraham, Moses, most important mythology, upon which the need, which, so far from the divine life, are actually for the demonic husk at all, plunge into the non-being, defold like which prevent the code from tattering off in pure primitive period of creation, and this coordinates the most dramatic plunge into the deep, into the hellish torment of the parasites at the very of non-existent tortured soul of the Messiah. Here the Messiah plunge into the darkest of the hero, struggles with the worst of the horrid of death. Indeed, in some of the more extreme passages, appears Messiah even asked for a draft. So Nathan totally even slight change reading Hebrews change what he really. But even if the idea of the resurrection of people to good of redemption, but when I now represent of Gloria, the concept of holy root, conception of clean coach, or be actually holy soul, thus that the hero be released from the both by an act of cunning or divine fury or brawl, but to trick the force of evil to release those righteous. Primarily done by divine destiny those who undergo or commit deed in their life. So morally just the forces of nothing feed off of it, but also because such horrible commit capture the whole for this needs to have but because the divine has planned just such a root actually allow these very powerful souls the kind of escape from the by higher degree of redemptive or minor relative speaking be overcome by a future arc of was conceived by a treating and briefly woman his father Terah was an idol man the world to pray. But the Abraham monotheism the world on a straight path or David founded Eve would commit horrible moral outrage during his life, but created the Israelite polity and that when in such condition sins life, we hope that he will win twice by but upon doing so, trapped in are actually beaten back to arc of redemption. But tortured sojourn the kind of scar upon their being should have a tendency towards and actually lie in them or indifferent behavior. Thus, as the Talmud has it, the more righteous tortured by scar, thus pointing David toward violence and oppression, Abraham's he, at being asked to sacrifice only son, beloved son, isn't only son, Ishmael, whatever, people have influenced souls and prone acts of evil, perhaps fighting of the holy ruse, just make them as in messy theology, chapter 8. All of Messiah, not the very heart, most struggling with the worst course of the code, would eventually emerge from those steps. But the coding info remains so profound that he would undergo the high, followed by depths of crushing sorrow, but explained how tied parent panic personality controls, but also be used transgressive actions by sabotage, strange deeds, which are apparent violations of Torah, inversion, which can by kind of less punning on the morning lesson or freeing captive Assyrian, as opposed to allowing the frontier that were changing the spelling upon kind of like both the rest. But Nathan benefits further. Meaning on the bar, he's Messiah's otherwise imagined court and whose offerings were really evil and by the forces of evil imposed. But once it's undergone both radical evil and radical good, to the rise of both the realm of the divine. Remember, he challenged God in doing work of or for the realm of hope. In fact, so far called chief dragon, among others, Pharaoh, but in transcending his soul as the suffering Job, the becomes power over himself. Evil, but in Rupan as one that circumcised the power of the power, removing the impure fruit and redeeming even the great evil of the pharaonic dragon. Also, shocking aside, none other Jesus of Nazareth, by Nathan, most simple soul ever existed, led the world into a constant party. Must have dragged back the world both after its execution. If full of the true Messiah, and thus must redeem the process, the final toward the process of redemption. Thus, true Messiah shall be must redeem the false Messiah, Nazareth, evil himself. People like me reading this, nobody knows. Glad I am not involved in that. Element soul of the Messiah is introduced to understand the origin of evil, dual redemption. Nathan will also introduce an element of early Allah, but otherwise reject both the great order of and even Gloria. Super early 13th century proto-Kabbalistic, probably by apocalyptic Christian prophets like Joachim or actually argued for aging or Shemitah, which correspond to a precision structure itself, like a metaphysical clock counting down to the final redemption, passing each along the way. Nathan would impose the learning of the divine countenance parts upon the system, argue that of the Messiah marked the redemption of the world, the highest fruit of Abba and Ima, mother and father, again allowing action. Most of all, calls it a very apex divine countenance. In fact, love was a rather love song held of the emperor's daughter, to which he actually attached meaning and at least a kind of bona fide Shabbat in that one. I'll say it's actually a nice music. Never heard it. Shabbat function. Again, novel, older, rejected couplet, tapped in the story and combined interest, drive, message, agenda forward. And that brings us to the last two early Shabbats I want to discuss. With the history of the Godhead, both transition of the highest of the Ima and the Messiah having quote final messianic comic. Shabbat the exhalation of his soul and its own exactly 40 at the time of glory. Messiah, the Lord has Job for 103 baptized with the and leave behind his body whereby he was some type of occultation, being more sheep acknowledged and realign your treatment with its ultimate balance form, and therefore come to the final conclusion of all reality. Look, regardless, recall that even in art, mechanic art almost equal to Nathan. But for him, what wasn't I strongly is coming heals bad. The only redeemable like the Messiah, believers, will come into apocalyptic conflict with faith, operating of intentional execution, finding out just to get the past. But just the soul of the Messiah was ever uplifting from the heat of Adam onward. Nathan Church perhaps the most dangerous doctrine of movement, the reception of the Torah of the upper world. And one actually held by otherwise Orthodox Kabbalists, physical Torah was imperial law, time-bound covenant brought in because of the sin of Adam was reality in ways. First, thus the Torah of this world prayer, but the Torah is all the realms of reality appropriate to those levels of reality. Thus, the Torah of the higher spiritual realms will not only be not practiced on by body time, they even contain practice inimical to the Torah of the lower world. Again, isn't really anything terribly new, but it's new claim that the believers may well have full from those basic world, and thus the Torah of the realm may not be binding upon them. But to be very clear here, Nathan of Gaza seems to plan on the position that until the redemption, this is slightly more how here, but probably not to have a type of world that's the civil government ultimate, probably not established. I thought was going to occur in short years. 5, the believers themselves must maintain up to Torah of the exception being the new feast day of the 9th of Av, that day of thing been transformed as Messiah had appeared. That's like for chapter 19, don't engage in strange deeds, sometimes in the question of the Torah of the world, are believers claim must maintain without going Torah of. Yet, of course, knowing what we know to make movement from incarnational action rose up at group of following rise on utter pastor Frankenham here probably it's easy to look back at the elements of early Sabbathean theology. Well, that comment clearly pretty cool. But I want to point out a lot of this, if you put it in the context of theology of the time, it's heretical. First is that basically none of the beliefs are actually heretical. So there was nothing heretical about Shabbatai C was the Messiah, or even really up to that whole day in 6. Further, none of the theological innovations have just specifically heretical at that time. Unconventional, and maybe even pushing it a bit, but probably not so beyond the pale of rather wide fervor and speculation of that time. Everybody on the Messiah train into the whole train, Kabbalah just in the air. Finally, while all these ideas could and would be pushed to endorse the point of the movement, refers to as the pilot, theological fiction don't. But maybe that outcome, much like the of redemption for sin, is of the value and Christian. In fact, it's a bill Nolan used the concept of Zahaba Abba for attention in that article. I'm breaking it on research and of Shabbat. One doesn't play any Shabbat analogy or version, not in the foundational document, not really in the document either. And two, Mitzvah Haba Vekra, settled law, even in the Talmud, any mitzvah performs act disqualified. Hence, a lulav and eshrog and both of Gaza even held the door to the believers to a higher Torah to justify any kind of antinomian behavior. Of course, the movement was larger than Gaza and the antinomian faction, despite, I think, more than because of the actual technology that underwrote its special free apostasy. Regardless, the technology of Nathan of Gaza and Shabbat need together, especially apostasy. Just writing post-apostasy, especially Nathan's little book of creation, but that's a topic for another time. The amount of Shabbat actually published reliable Shabbat statutes in the past decade, those heavily Nathan of Gaza's speculative work have either been out of print, either translated to English, or both. Luckily, however, new editions of the treaties on the dragon and the book of creation are out in just years on deeper. Though the edition of the book of creation just attempted facilitating of Gaza at the Taurus album. Blood with that. Regardless, critical works got a higher corpus a different project. And a lot of information online about Shabbat, especially Frenchism, is some higher level quality, but only trust peer-reviewed texts like the boost and the description that I provide to learn more about Shabbat and trade. And for time, I don't just for watching it Tarek or the arcane in history, philosophy.
What's up?
Back in 1988, Nintendo of America released the highly anticipated follow-up to Super Mario Brothers. People loved it, actually. The game was quite different from the first. We're no longer stomping on Doom, but instead out of the ground, throwing them. The main villain from the first game, giant. But hey, developers like to try new ideas. Maybe Nintendo just wanted to change things up a bit. Super Mario Brothers 3 came out. Bowser was back. So was all the cut stomping. Made Super Mario Brothers more of a mystery. Why was it? It wasn't until several years later that people would discover the truth about the game. This story of Super Mario Brothers 2. In order to understand Super Mario Brothers 2, we first look at the original game, Super Mario Brothers. Released in 1985, the game was a smash hit. In Japan alone, 6.8 million copies were sold. Worldwide, around 40 million copies. The best-selling book in Japan at the end of 1985 was a strategy guide on how to beat the game. Nintendo quickly worked on ports of the game, as well as special versions. One of these titles was an arcade game, versus Super Mario Bros. Versus Super Mario Bros. Similar to the original, and its new, more typical stages to gobble up quarters from gamers. Development was handled by Nintendo's Research and Development Corps, the same team that created the original Super Mario Bros. The manager was Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto. While R&D 4 designed new levels, they noticed how much fun the new challenges made the game. We had to redesign some levels to make them a little more different. We ran some tests with the team and we couldn't play. When I realized this, I said to myself, usually players who completed Super Mario with ease should find it fun. This is how the development of Super Mario Bros. started. Shigeru Miyamoto. Super Mario Bros. 2 would be developed for Nintendo's brand new device, the Famicom Disk System. Released in February of 1986 and only in Japan, the disk system played games made on proprietary, double-sided discs. They were cheap and could hold more data. Nintendo hoped that all their future big releases would be dedicated to the disc system. That included Legend of Zelda, Metroid, and of course, Super Mario Bros. 2. The original game was a major success. Releasing a sequel was a no-brainer and would help drive sales of the disc system. R&D 4 would work on the sequel, but were given a small time frame to complete the game. Miyamoto, who had just become a father and was simultaneously on the upcoming Legend of Zelda game, took a step back in his role. Director duties were handed over to Takashi Tezuka, a young designer who helped with the original. Miyamoto did, however, find some time to tinker with levels. Said Miyamoto, designing challenging levels really brought out the best in me. Using the same game engine, as well as a few levels from first and Super Mario Bros., Tezuka and his team were able to finish the game in 4 months. Less than a year after the original game's release, Japan was given the first official sequel, Super Mario Bros. 2, on the Famicom Disk System. Well, here it is, the Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2. Let's boot it up and see what it has to offer. The first thing you'll notice right away is there's no longer a 2-player option. You can either play the game as Mario or Luigi. Unlike the original game, each plumber has their own unique trait. Luigi can jump really high, but has really poor traction, which makes it seem almost like he's on ice. Mario can't jump as high, but he has better traction. This was the first game to give Luigi his characteristics. In most games since, he is given the ability to jump higher than his brother. Poison Mushroom in the first level lets you know right away that this game isn't messing around. Super Mario Bros. 2 is hard. Very hard. Level design that seems almost deliberately cruel. Some levels force you to find secrets in order to advance, else you just stare off into an endless pit. There are warp zones to help you win, but even these can trick you. I was able to find a warp zone in World 3 that would only send me back to World 1. New enemies appear too. Red piranha plants pop out of pipes quickly and won't stop even if you're close by. Later stages feature hammer brothers that keep moving towards you. The game even adds wind in some areas, making jumps longer and more difficult to accomplish. You only get 3 lives before it's game over. Luckily, the game offers you unlimited continues. As you can see, the game looks just like the first one. The music is new, which led many gamers to criticize Brothers 2 as a ROM hack or an expansion pack of the first game. Regardless, Super Mario Bros. 2 went on to become the best-selling game on the Famicom Disk System, selling 2.5 million units. With the success, Nintendo made plans to release the game in North America. They sent it across the Pacific Ocean for review. Back in 1981, Nintendo of America hired a young, enthusiastic red-haired man to help unbox, assemble, and even deliver arcade games. His name was Howard Phillips. As the games were unboxed, Phillips would occasionally get a chance to play them. President Minoru Arakawa noticed the enthusiasm in his young warehouse employee, who would often ask for Phillips' opinion on new titles. He saw value in a Western gamer's opinion. By 1985, Phillips was playing just about every new product that seemed to be a good North America. In the summer of 1986, Howard Phillips received a new assortment of games from Nintendo of Japan for review. Among the games was Super Mario Bros. 2. Phillips was surprised. This was the sequel to the most popular game on the Nintendo Entertainment System, and he had received it without warning. He quickly booted the game up to test it out. He was immediately killed by a poison mushroom first level. As Phillips played on, he became more and more astonished at the difficulty of the game. As I continued to play, I found that Super Mario Bros. 2 asked me again and again to take a leap of faith, and each of those leaps resulted in my immediate death. This was not a fun game to play. It was punishment. Undeserved punishment. I put down my controller, astonished that Mr. Miyamoto had chosen to design such a painful game. Howard Philip went to America President Minoru Arakawa to share his thoughts. Arakawa silently nodded. Video games were still the comeback trail in North America at the time. A difficult sequel to the extremely popular Super Mario Brothers game could actually turn off new players. About that, the game looked exactly like the original. Nintendo America wanted to show off new gameplay and graphics. The game would also have to be converted from a disk system game into a cartridge. By the time the game could be mass-produced, it would probably be outdated. Releasing Super Mario Bros. 2 in North America would not be a wise marketing decision. Arakawa contacted his father-in-law, Nintendo of Japan President Yamauchi, asking for more accessible. It seemed like an impossible task. The Nintendo R&D was overwhelmed with other projects, but a sequel was necessary. Nintendo's rival, Sega, was pushing their Alex Kidd character, and third-party Nintendo licensees began making up their own franchise. Nintendo risked having their flagship mascot fade into obscurity. The idea then came to rework an older title as a Mario game. But with game, Nintendo found their answer in the summer of 1987, when Research and Development 4 completed and released a new game on the Famicom disk. Yume Kojo Doki Doki Pan. In April of 1986, a recent graduate of the Osaka University of Arts joined Miyamoto's R&D team, Kensuke Tanabe. Miyamoto encouraged his team to be creative and come up with potential new ideas for games. Tanabe came up with a platforming game where players would progress through the level vertically rather than horizontally.
The idea was that you would have people vertically inside. You would have items and blocks that you could pile up to go higher, or you could grab your friend that you were playing with and throw them to try and continue to ascend. Unfortunately, the vertical scrolling gimmick wasn't enough to get us into gameplay. Kensuke Tanabe.
Technical limitations of the NES made it difficult to program this type of gameplay, and playing it solo just wasn't fun. Prototype was shelved. But Nintendo is a company known for recycling ideas. An opportunity for the prototype to be used came when the Fuji Television Company approached Nintendo about creating a game for the upcoming summer festival, the Dream Factory. The Dream Factory took place between July and August of 1987 in Tokyo and Osaka. It was used to promote Fuji Television's latest shows and increase viewership. It was a huge celebration with live concerts, specials, and costume events. TV wanted special products to the festival, and a collaboration with Nintendo would be huge. Famicom was selling at a blistering rate. 1 in 4 households in Japan had them. Kensuke Tanabe was put in charge of the project, and he met with the television officials to discuss the game. Executives handed Tanabe papers that contained drawings of Arabic-themed characters known as the Dream Factory family. They were the official mascot of the festival. Make a game with they said. Tanabe put up the shelved prototype and went over the concept with his boss, Shigeru Miyamoto. Miyamoto made a few suggestions. Make something a little more Mario-like, an action game. As long as it's fun, anything goes. Development was officially underway, and several veterans of the Mario franchise worked on the game. While Tanabe served as director, Miyamoto supervised the project. Koji Kondo, the composer for Super Mario Bros., would provide the soundtrack. Under Miyamoto's supervision, horizontal levels were added in addition to the vertical ones. The original prototype concept of picking things up became the core gameplay mechanic. Several Mario were added as well. There were stars, power blocks, coins, and warp zones. At one point, Miyamoto felt the game was too similar to Mario. On July 10, 1987, Yume Kojo Doki Doki Panic was released for the Famicom disk system. Translated, the game is known as Dream Factory, heart-pounding panic. The game begins with 2 children, named Pokey and Peaky, reading a storybook. Suddenly, an evil hand pulls the small monkey, Rooster, runs off to get help from the train family. Enter the to rescue the kid. Pokey lets you play as the four members of the family. First, there is Imogen, a play on the word imagine. He's the most balanced character, with average jump, speed, and strength. Next is the sister. She can hover for a short period of time, but be fast or strong. Mama has the ability to jump really high, but has subpar speed and strength. And finally, there's Papa. He's fast and strong, but isn't very good at jumping. Core gameplay revolves around picking things up to use as a weapon, usually a vegetable. Of course, not everything is a vegetable. Sometimes people have bombs, clocks, time, and magic lamps. Through these lamps, you conjure up a door to another world, where you can potentially upgrade your health and gather coins. Coins allow you to play the bonus slot machine game at the end of each level to earn extra lives. If you jump on top of an enemy, you'll go for a ride. You can also pick them up and throw them. There's also a variety of masks throughout the level, all references to the Dream Factory. The game takes place in Burgess deserts, grassy plateau, and thanks to the vertical game does as well. Doki Panic has a very Arabic feel to it, which matches the character. Because of their unique abilities, the game offers strategy and how you want to approach each level. In order to see the true ending, you need to beat the game with all four characters. Luckily, Doki Panic saves this, so you won't have to do it all in one sitting. Critically, the game was a popular Japanese magazine gave the game a score of 31 out of 40, calling it an action game that's a slight remake of Super Mario. When Nintendo of America requested a more accessible sequel to Super Mario Bros., Nintendo of Japan called Doki Panic potential. It was made by the same team that worked on Super Mario. In fact, Miyamoto approached development of Doki Panic as if it were a full-fledged new Mario. Graphically, the game looked much better than Super Mario Bros., and the gameplay was different. While Fuji Television of the Doki Panic character, Nintendo owned everything else. They could replace the Dream Factory characters with Mario and release the game without any legal issues. The game was sent to Nintendo of America offices with a note. If you replace the four characters, Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Toad, will the American children be happy? Nintendo of America thought yes, and plans were underway to change Doki Panic into a Super Mario sequel for North America. Tanabe and his team went to work. In 1988, Howard Phillips received a package on his desk containing a modified copy of Doki Panic. He thought it was a lot of fun. He passed the news on to Mr. Nintendo went to work cleaning up its release. Around the same time, he was getting ready to launch his own paid magazine known as Power. Golden Power magazine decision to feature Super Mario Bros. 2 cover, as well as include a large walkthrough on the first few levels. Will Vinton Studios, the same studio that designed the California Raisins Claymation, came up with the cover. He created a play diorama of Super Mario Bros. 2, featuring Mario, main villain. In July of 1988, over 600,000 gamers across the continent received the very first issue of Nintendo Power free of charge. It was the first time gamers would discover the sequel to Super Mario Bros. Later that year, on October 10, 1988, Super Mario Bros. 2 was officially released in North America. Super Mario Bros. 2 quickly became the hot Christmas item of the year. It was somewhat hard to come by, thanks to the industry-wide shortage of 1988. It was so popular. ABC's 2020 news program featured a segment of John trying to find a game. So what are some of the differences between Doki Doki Panic and Super Mario Bros. 2? Well, overall, the games are pretty much the same, but there are a few differences. The most obvious characters changed. Imogen, the most balanced character, would change to Mario. With her hovering abilities, would change to Princess, also known as Peach. Mama, Jumpa, would change to Luigi. Finally, Papa, fast and strong, Jump would change to the plot would change. The opening cinematic was removed and replaced, explaining that Mario had a dream about a strange world someone was caused by the evil war. After waking up, Mario and his friends have a big fight when they stumble upon a cave that leads to the four heroes to save the day. A single feature from Doki Doki Panic was removed entirely as the game was converted to a cartridge. But instead decided to remove the requirement of beating the game with all four characters. In Doki Doki Panic, you could only change characters between worlds. Each world consisted of 3 levels. With Super Mario Bros. 2, you now have the ability to change characters between each level. One welcome change is the ability to run, which was surprising in Doki Doki. Just like the original Super Mario Bros., you can now hold the B button to run in Mario 2. Which makes some areas of the game much easier. Another change to make the game more Mario-like was shrinking. When you got hit in Doki Doki, you simply lost a health bar. In Mario 2, to get down to 1 health, you will shrink down the first game. Nintendo also added a new boss, Claw Grip, World 5, as the original Doki Doki Panic featured a more difficult battle with a white. Those are probably the biggest changes, but there are a few small audio and visual changes as well. Some animations were improved, such as grass, cherries, and waterfalls. Several items were replaced with items found in the Mario universe, like mushrooms and Koopa shells. Bonus slot machine game after each level was also given a upgrade. Overall, the games are very similar, but Super Mario Bros. Does feel like a more polished version. Nintendo kept quiet about the conversion of Doki Doki Panic to Super Mario 2 for a few years. Several magazines at the time did mention it, but most gamers were unaware. The first official acknowledgement came in 1991, the Mario Mania strategy. Nintendo mentioned the Switch in a small at the bottom. In 1993, Nintendo released a compilation of Mario games on the Super Nintendo, Super Mario All-Stars. The game contained enhanced versions of the first 3 Super Mario games, as well as the game that most never heard of, Super Mario The Lost Level. But what are the Lost Levels? NE Super Mario Bros. 2, a Famicom Disk System game that North America and Europe never saw. For many players, this was their first experience with the game. The realization that North American and European gamers never got the original Super Mario Bros. 2. Some players to consider the version an outlier, not a real Mario game. But Super Mario Bros. 2 had a profound effect on the series as a whole. It sold over 10 million copies worldwide, making it the third best NES game of all time. Several characters that have become staples in the series first appeared in Super Mario 2, including Bob-omb, Shy Guy, and Birdo. It was also the first time gamers could play as Toad and Princess Peach. The game also established uniformed looks for Mario and Luigi. Luigi was finally updated to stand out from his brother by being taller. Super Mario Bros. 2 proved to be so successful that in 1992, Nintendo re-released the game in Japan as Super Mario USA. Ultimately, the Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2 to North America and Europe. The difficulty and similarity to the first game just didn't make sense for the newly revived video game industry. If you want to play this game for yourself, you have a few options. Of course, play on Super Mario All-Stars, or as an unlockable bonus in Super Mario Bros. Luck, the game. However, these versions are slightly modified to make the game a little easier. The real deal original challenge, I suggest on the Wii or Wii U Virtual Console. as for the Western Super Mario Brothers 2, I remember playing it as a kid and not really noticing how different it was. It just felt like a Mario game developed by the Mario team. Just unfortunately, we may never see a re-release of Yogi Panic. Television holds the rights to the character. If you want to play this game, you'll have to import it along with the fan. But really, I think you'll be just fine playing the Western Super Mario Brothers 2. It's a damn good game. That's all for this episode of Game and Historian. Thanks for watching. It was February 1990. Nintendo of America was about to release one of their biggest games of all time, Super Mario Brothers 3. And the hype was real. Super Mario Brothers 3 came out in Japan, and even in a time before internet, North American gamers knew all about it. Throughout 1989, magazines printed previews and teasers. A major Hollywood movie showed off the game. Some stores even sold import or bootleg versions of the game. But Super Mario Brothers 3 was more than just another game. It proved that Nintendo and Super Mario Brothers were not a fad. And even with competition from other companies, Nintendo was still the king of video games. This is the story of how one game captured the hearts and minds of an entire generation of players. This is the story of Super Mario Brothers 3. By the summer of 1986, Mario fever had officially hit Japan. Nintendo's Super Mario Brothers for the Famicom smash hit, selling more than 3 million copies. The country's best-selling book was Super Mario Brothers, a complete strategy guide, which contained tips and tricks on how to beat the game. The Mario Brothers theme song was given and released as a single, Go Go Mario. Mario Brothers even shipped Japan's public perception on video.
Before Super Mario Brothers came out, even the Parliament had taken up the issue of the on children, and newspaper articles were mostly Mario's bright.
The game caused a sales explosion for the Famicom system. By June 1986, Nintendo had sold more than 6.5 million. 1 out of every 5 households in Japan had a Famicom. And with Super Mario Brothers' enormous success, they seemed never in doubt. Mario Brothers 2 was released on June 3, 1986, less than a year after the original game. Nintendo released the game on the Famicom disc. New add-on for the game, proprietary discs. They were cheaper to make and could hold more data. Nintendo hoped that all their future big releases would be a sequel to the most popular game. Super Mario Bros. 2 would become the best-selling game on the disc. More than 2 million of players. The game felt more like an expansion pack than a true sequel. Visually, Super Mario Bros. And Super Mario Bros. 2 were almost identical. It was also an extremely difficult game, which was a turnoff for new players. Nintendo even advertised it as such, slapping a Super Players label on the game's packaging. And players weren't the only ones who wanted a true sequel. Research and development for the team behind the first 2 Super Mario Bros. Games were ready to provide the Famicom with the ultimate Mario game. So Nintendo got to work. A team of over 10 people at R&D 4 would be responsible for making Super Mario Bros. 3. Shigeru Miyamoto. If Mario was Nintendo's Mickey Mouse, Shigeru Miyamoto was Nintendo's Walt Disney. He created Mario back in 1981. Since then, seen his character become the face of the company. Miyamoto took a step back during the development of Super Mario Bros. He recently become a father, was involved in the project, but now he was ready to throw himself completely into a sequel. He would oversee almost every aspect of the creation of Super Mario Bros. 3. Miyamoto's right-hand man, Takashi Tezuka, was named director. He joined Nintendo 2 years earlier at the age of 24 and was instrumental in design and development of Super Mario Bros. The Legend of. Following that, Tezuka was given his first director job on Super Mario Bros. His work on that game, while facing a tight deadline, proved he was more than capable of doing the job. But Super Mario Bros. 3 would prove to be a challenge. Chihiko Nakago was the main programmer. He began his career at Nintendo in 1983 by porting arcade games. Nakago proved invaluable when he helped Miyamoto and Tezuka bring their ideas to life by programming The Legend of Zelda and Super Mario Bros. Working alone as a composer was Koji Kondo. Before Kondo arrived at Nintendo in 1984, music and sound effects were handled by the programmers. Kondo was one of the first members of Nintendo's dedicated music staff. Along with veterans, Research and Development 4 had a group of young designers and programmers eager to prove its value. Among them was Kensuke Tanabe, new hire, who not only had to design levels for Super Mario Bros. 3, but was also directing his own game, Yume Kucho, Doki Doki Panic. Kazuaki Morita, a programming whiz who helped program Super Mario Bros. At the age of 19. Katsuya Eguchi, graphic artist whose talent caught the eye of Miyamoto, was brought on as a level designer. And Hideki Kono, designer who had dreamed of working at Nintendo ever since he started playing Famicom games. His team assembled, Miyamoto could be production on his ultimate Mario game. But making this new game would require a lot of power. Luckily, it was available. Although Super Mario Bros. 2 was released on the Famicom disk system, new advancements in cartridge technology quickly made the system obsolete. Chip prices were coming down, storage capabilities were increasing. Internally, Nintendo developed MMC chip, multi-memory controller, which greatly expanded the Famicom's. Developers made games never before thought of. Chip on the market. Super Mario Bros. 3 utilized the MMC3 chip, which allowed better graphics, screen splitting, diagonal scrolling, and more memory. With this new power, Tezuka was ready to try something new. We made Super Mario Bros. By the original game's difficulty and stage design, but we couldn't to change everything. Takashi Tezuka.
R&D4's first new idea was to change the perspective. They experimented with isometric view, but Miyamoto wasn't a fan. With a diagonal view from slightly overhead, you lost your sense of distance to the ground. So I told him that development would be difficult. R&D4 scrapped the idea, went back to the standard side view. Nintendo referred to Super Mario games as athletic games, games where players could move freely, run fast, and jump high. It's a type of game that is easily approachable for younger, inexperienced players, but can also be played by experienced hardcores without getting tired of it, said Miyamoto. This game philosophy reemerged. R&D4 began brainstorming new ways to make Super Mario feel even more athletic. They could let Mario slide downhill, pick up and kick objects, and even fly through the air. Graphically, Mario could not stay the same. The first two Super Mario games looked too similar. So R&D4 gave the Mario universe a complete makeover. Nothing from the first two games carried over. Every single character, enemy, item, and environment was brand new. There was a cutesy aesthetic to the graphics, thanks to director Takashi Tezuka. In the previous Mario game, he added eyeball objects. He did the same thing in Super Mario Bros. 3. He wanted to add eyes to just about everything. Designer colors were brightly varied. Trees and bushes danced on screen. Visuals had a theatrical element. A curtain rose to introduce the game. Platforms and blocks bolted to the background resembled set pieces. Mario finished each level by exiting the stage. R&D4 put these new visuals in an all-new world as well. Now Mario had 8 new areas to explore, each with their own visual theme. Grassland, desert hills, oceanside, island, Iceland, Night Maze, the Castle of Koopa. The designers cranked out. Hideki Kono didn't remember the experience fondly. We laid tracing paper over graph paper and painstakingly drew levels every day, he recalled. Once finished, the designers brought their levels to the map room, a long, narrow room where programmers took the sheets of graph paper and programmed map data. It was a long process. Designers had to wait a whole day before seeing information on screen, and even then, there were plenty of bugs to work out. To connect all the levels, the development team added an overworld map. Levels were no longer played in a linear order. Now, players could choose their own path at the end of each area. How did Research and Development 4 come up with these new worlds? They may have gotten inspiration from the most magical place on Earth. In 1987, Shigeru Miyamoto and other members of the Research and Development 4 needed inspiration. They visited several places, including New York City, and Orlando, Florida. Disney World had several unique areas, and it felt like a fairy tale. Mario Brothers different world. Castle. Super Mario Bros. 3. By castle, each world helped guide the player along, and was key to the next. No one at Nintendo had ever confirmed that Super Mario Bros. 3 was inspired by Disney World. But new graphics and levels aren't the only addition to Super Mario Bros. 3. R&D4 added new power-ups as well. One of Miyamoto's ideas was to have Mario ride a dinosaur. He had wanted to do it since the original Super Mario Bros. but technical limitations prevented it from happening. Compromised, director Takashi Tezuka pitched the idea of Mario transforming writing. It was a good idea. Mario could get different power-ups that would transform him into powers. The Super League turned Mario into a wrecker and gave him power to hit enemies with his tail and fly completely over a level. But the ability to fly was initially powerful. And programmer Toshihiko Nakaba, if we had gone with that, all of the obstacles and objects on the ground that we made create would have been wasted. But Tezuka insisted they come up with a way to make it work. To compromise, the programmers made some restrictions. Mario could only fly if he took off from a runway. Even then, the flight was temporary. Frogs let Mario jump higher and swim faster, but he slowed down when using the suit on land. The Hay to throw hammer projectiles and protect himself with fire shell. There was also the Tanuki suit, based on a mythical Japanese creature. It was identical to the raccoon, except it also let Mario transform into a statue, granting temporary invincibility. Miyamoto loved the Tanuki suit, even though I knew it would make sense to non-Japanese players. I was so excited about it that I left it in. At one point, someone pitched the idea of Mario turning into a centaur. It got rejected. With new power-ups came a cast of enemies for Mario. The usual suspects were still around. Goombas, Koopa Troopas, Hammer Brothers. But there were a ton of new uses as well. Spikes, Big Bertha. A few enemies were based on staff members' personal experience. The chain chomps came from Miyamoto, who had a bad experience with his neighbor's dog as a child. Boos were supposedly based on director Takashi Tezuka's wife, normally a shy woman, but got angry when he worked on it. The 7 Koopaling bosses were modeled after the young designers of Research and Development 4. It was Miyamoto's way of rewarding their hard work. Along with new power-ups and enemies, new items were added that Mario could use throughout the adventure. The idea was to get more opportunities to get past a flood. The music box put Hammer Brothers enemies on the map screen, allowing Mario to sneak past. A warp whistle, taken from the Legend of Zelda series, let Mario skip ahead to the world. It also served as a ground not having a battery on the A hammer broke obstacles and revealed shortcuts and secrets on the map. Shugen's Cloud, also known as Lakitu's, allowed players to skip a level. The B-Wing allowed Mario to fly completely through a level, a holdover from the original Raccoon suit idea. The flurry of changes, Miyamoto had to ensure 2 major concepts were present in Super Mario Bros. 3. The first was that players of all skill levels could enjoy it. New players could find plenty of one-ups, coins, and power-ups scattered throughout the early levels. Mini-games and toad houses were placed on the open, giving players even more chances. As the levels got harder, players would be well stocked. The second major concept was making a game that was fun for 2 people. In the original Super Mario Bros., players would turn when the other died. In Super Mario Bros. 3, players could turn after each level was completed and either work together or compete for time. A battle mode was added as well, based on the 1983 Mario arcade game. Implementing all of the new moves, graphics, levels, power-ups, and items took a toll on the entire staff of R&D. They were exhausted. Miyamoto would sometimes work through the night. He kept a close eye on his designers and wasn't afraid to make them as small as possible, even if it meant delaying the game. If it'll make the game even a little bit better, Miyamoto-san's always been unhesitant in making changes. Director Takashi Tezuka recalled the trouble. It wouldn't come together well and dragged on.
Miss
Perhaps no one
Aquarius,
struggled more than the
my
lovely composer.
apologies for missing last night. I was quite tired. How are you, my friend?
Okay, how are you?
I'm lovely. Are you ready for your weekend?
Yeah, we gotta go to the road.
All right, you ready to go? You got it taken care of? You got it on lock?
Yeah. That is gonna do kind of a consultation, maybe. You know, what's going on. Might not do it today.
I understand. I want you to know you're a real all-star. Apologies for my sleepiness. I can't believe how tired I've been, but it is what it is. And I hope that you have a wonderful appointment at the neurologist and keep me updated, and you're certainly in my thoughts.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, madam. Let me know if you need anything, okay?
All right, I will.
Excellent, madam.
I was being a true. Always. You ever.
So for the field is neutral. Absolutely, my friend. Thank you for being such a good friend.
Well,
Absolutely. We'll see you later, God willing. Take care. Gentlemen.
Auto-scrolling and overworld map. Element more than Mario. At the time, the game was limited, and the letter and Famicom title, original Super Mario Bros. 320 kilobits of memory. Super Mario 3 at 3 megabits. When the game was finally ready to be released in the fall of 1988, the video game landscape changed. A new contender in the console market, PC Engine, was introduced prior to PC, boasted more colors and better graphics. It was outselling Nintendo's Famicom. Another company, Sega, was getting ready to introduce its own new console, the 16-bit thing. All of a sudden, Nintendo to catch up began developing a console of their own. Miyamoto's Ultimate Mario had to be more than just it had to buy Nintendo time to develop their new 16-bit machine and prove to the world that they were still the king of video. Video previews of the game debuted in September of 1980. Players wouldn't have to wait long to try it out themselves. On October 23rd, 1988, Super Mario Brothers 3 was released in Japan.
Hey, there he is. What's up, Tim?
It was clear.
Yo, dog. Everybody stop what you're doing. Time to talk with Tony. What's up, my man?
Hello, I just finished my job.
How did it go?
Good.
Okay. Are you going to come back on Monday?
I don't know. I need to check.
Okay.
Can I say something?
You can say whatever you want, my friend.
Do you remember when we yesterday talked about love and this shit?
Yeah, I remember it vividly.
Maybe you have. I will get one more chance, but
Oh, you're going to get lots of chances.
we did good.
You
We
did.
did one who got away.
Don't see it.
And if not,
Don't see it that way.
but
Don't see it that way. You're looking at life from a 22-year-old view. Look at life from a 22 million year view. You can potentially
but
live indefinitely. You get lots of chances at this girl, and she will, I bet, within the next 5 years, see what you're doing, see that you've gotten very popular, and wake up and recognize that you're the one that she wants.
we are all guessing here, so if there's not happen this lifetime, in another life, I will not go in make these mistakes and yeah. Because maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I don't see like many girls, so I cannot choose.
Don't see it. Don't see it that way. Don't see it that way. You need to see it in a way that, okay, I don't know if it's a great analogy, but here we go. Imagine you're a little kid and you can have any food that you want. You go to you know what a buffet is?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what a buffet is. You go there and you can get any food you want. You could have candy, you could have ice cream, you could have steak, you could have vegetables, you could have salad, you could have whatever you want, okay? And she's there and she's at the buffet. And she sees that she can have as much ice cream as she wants. And she goes and she's getting as much ice cream as she wants. But what she recognizes is that she gets sick of ice cream after a little bit of time and recognizes that not all that it cracked up to be, that sometimes that much sugar just becomes plain, doesn't really have the same opportunity that other foods have. And she might try some other foods as well. But eventually she's going to get to the steak. You, Tony, are steak. And she's going to find that she could eat steak every single day for the rest of her life and be absolutely happy. But she doesn't know yet because she went with what's bright and colorful, with sprinkles and cherries and whipped cream. And the steak's kind of brown and just not all that entertaining, but she does not know that the steak is the thing that can give her the nutrients that she needs for the rest of her life. Does this make sense to you?
Yeah, it's like a little bit.
So right now she's on ice cream. But you're the steak, and
Yeah.
you will get your opportunity, especially when she
I
finds it.
will
You tell me what you want.
I will tell you more. I'm still in this girl, like, it's not that easy because it's very complicated because like we were together and we are up, and again. It's like our little like after film. Do you know after?
After
Yes. No, no. It's good. Like our love story is pain in this shit. But like I don't know why, but we always find way back.
okay, well, this will happen in your case, and it's not going to be too hard for you. You publish one podcast a day for the next 10 years. You'll be very famous. You'll be very successful. You'll have advertisers. You'll be able to give her anything that she wants, even without my help. If you did that, if you said to yourself, just like I play one game of chess, no matter what, every day, publish one podcast. If I can't find a podcast guest, I'm going to go on Kick, or I'm going to go on Twitch, and I'm going to find somebody. And if I can't find anybody there, I'm going to go to the local store, and I'm going to ask someone, "Hi, can I buy you a cup of coffee?" You don't have to have your face on, but I'd just like to interview you about your life, what life is like in Czech Republic, what your goals are, what you want. May I please do that? Someone's going to give you the time of day.
But maybe, 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 maybe I fantasy. It's not my true love. Maybe I don't know. Like maybe I'm gonna find you better. I don't
Exactly.
know.
Exactly. Let me ask you this. If you could have that girl, or I could give you, I don't know, Sydney Sweeney. Sydney Sweeney would fall in love with you, Tony. Who would you choose?
Right now, in my state of mind,
Get out of here.
right
You get
now,
out of here. You would choose Sydney Sweeney in a heartbeat. Sydney Sweeney is young and pretty and rich and would make all your friends very jealous of you. And you'd forget this girl's name in a heartbeat. I know that. Don't tell me that you would choose your little high school girlfriend or whatever over one of the most desired women in the world. Sydney Sweeney could say to you, "Oh, you have a podcast? Cool, I'll be on it," and you get 100,000 followers immediately. Like those are all the things that she'd be able to do for you that your little high school girlfriend wouldn't be able to do. You would take Sydney Sweeney in a heartbeat. I understand that. I get that. Let's be realistic. You're just you're just enamored. You're just focused on this girl, and that's cool. It happens, but you have to recognize that it's not over. And have I gotten every single girl that I've ever wanted? Sometimes I get the girl at a different time. I've had girls where I've liked them, and maybe they didn't like me at the time, and we've gone on a date or something, and I just kind of thought that it was an okay date. I mean, it was fine or whatever. And then I find out they really, really like me. Like I had no idea. Blindsides. Uh, that has happened to me. I've had situations where uh, I like the girl. She may not have known it or whatever. And then I had found somebody else. And then I find out that she liked me. And a month or two goes by and you end up, going on a date or whatever. Like these things happen. Uh, and even for any girl out there who, let's say, I don't know if I have any girl that got away. I don't really feel like I do. Uh, I can get them all in the future. And, Tony, uh, I have to be an interesting individual. I know I am. But it's like I don't even talk in reality. It's like, you're like, Rabbi, I just worked an 8-hour day at a warehouse or whatever. and you're over here talking about living for 1,000,000 years. Like that, those are two different worlds. Like if I were to take what you say to me, Rabbi, to anybody with whom I work, they're going to say that person's bonkers. How do you do that? But then when I explain to them what you say about life extension technology and things like reverse aging technology and things like perhaps mind uploading technology and revivification technology, okay, maybe. Then it becomes not so wild. But the way that I talk to a normal, average, reasonable person, your rational individual that you find on the street, what I say sounds like a dream. Am I wrong?
No.
Exactly. But I have confidence in it.
Like, okay. I will tell you this,
Go ahead.
okay? I will tell you this. Rabbi, right?
Okay.
Even Dr. Strange can have his girlfriend, even if he have a time stone, even if he is a adventure, even he can get it, the girlfriend. What do you think? Me, like, or like Peter the Parker, he's Spider-Man, everything is cool, and he rose his MJ.
What about him?
Like these guys lost their lovable life. Why do you think us is different and supernatural Avengers and this, like Handsome Spark and this?
They're
So why
fiction.
do you think?
They're fiction. Story.
I know.
It's a story. It's not a fun story if they get the girl immediately. Any woman out there who would be like, "Oh, you mean you saved the day and you can shoot spider webs from your hands and you're really agile and you can fly from building to building?" Any girl out there would be like, "I want to be a part of that." And it's not fun if the comic book creator says they're just going to get the girl right away. That's not interesting. It's about the journey. Like, imagine we were going to watch a movie. Like movies, the way that movies are created, they don't like. Okay, so what is a uh what is an example? Do you know who Superman is?
Yes.
Okay, so Superman has everything, right? He's super strength, super speed, or let's use Batman. Let's use Batman as our example. Do you know who Batman is?
I know.
Okay, so Batman, he's rich. He has all of the gadgets that he wants. He lives in Wayne Manor. He uh, saves the day and everything, but he has no love, right?
Yeah.
Now, if the people who made Batman said, well, let's give him love as well and a family as well, well, then it's not an interesting story, right?
And,
Right?
yeah.
Or Superman. Superman has everything. He can fly. He can have super speed, supervision. He can lift anything. But here's the thing: he can't give up his own true reality to Lois Lane. So he has to play the part of Clark Kent and can't let Lois Lane know that he's really Superman. And there's a certain amount of tension there that makes for an excellent story. And the viewers or the comic book readers know that, hey, Superman, but they can't communicate to Lois Lane. So she just has to walk around like it's this Superman that everybody's so interested in. Uh, that makes for a good story. If you don't have that, then it's a boring story. If I say to you, okay, we're going to have a story about Super Tony, okay? Super Tony, super fast, super good looking, super great voice, super smart, can fly, can swim, can lift the world, everything. Okay, name something else you would want Super Tony to do, Tony.
I,
Okay, so he's telepathic. He can basically communicate with other people, and he can hear what's on other people's minds. What else do you want him to do?
I'm going to try say if the people are
They're cured or they're healed. Okay, great. He has super touch. What else do you want him to have?
I want to have basic protection.
Well, whatever it is. Okay, and we're going to give him a beautiful wife and a beautiful family and a beautiful house and a beautiful car and a great dog and everything else that anybody else would want in the world. And he lives in a happy, perfect world. Okay? Well, then what story is there? He's got everything. Then that's boring. Nobody wants to buy the comic book where there's no story, where there's no struggle. Struggle is interesting, right? If you gave Super Tony everything, then there's no interest. Even Superman has kryptonite to hurt him, and so that makes for an interesting story, or the Lois Lane aspect of it. But like, everybody needs that story, and I think that there will be a movie made of you and your friend, the girl or whatever, in the very far future. Why? Because you're on my stream, and my stream has many different characters, and they will have their own branches of this. I mean, you may have a YouTube or a Netflix like series, whatever. Like, is it going to happen tomorrow? No, but it might happen in the next 50 years or 100 years. If I continue to live my life, I will do everything that I can to ensure that I continue to be able to stream as much as possible and live. More and more people will find out about what I do, be interested in what I do. Eventually, it will go viral. Do you know what the Grand Canyon is? Okay, do you know how the Grand Canyon started? It started with one drop of water. One drop of water became 2 drops of water, became 3 drops of water coming down from the mountain that eventually became a small little puddle that became a stream. That small stream began to meander or work its way through the land. Millions of years went by. That small stream then became a creek. That creek then became a river. And now we have this beautiful geological formation in the ground. And it's a phenomenon unlike anywhere else, perhaps, in the world. Okay, with that, it all started with 1 drop of water. But 1 drop then got 2 drops, got 3 drops, got 4 drops, got 5 drops. I see those drops of water as hours of me streaming. I stream 1 hour, I stream 2 hours, I stream 3 hours, I stream 4 hours. Right now, and combined, I have lots and lots of hours. Right now, starting a little bit of a stream. We're not yet at a creek, we're not at a river, and we haven't yet cut through the Grand Canyon to make the Grand Canyon, but it's coming. I've seen when I didn't have anyone in my YouTube, I didn't have a Discord yet, I didn't have people who lived their life in here, I didn't have people who came in every day. It's been a process, and it will continue to be a process. And I personally feel like once it becomes a phenomenon, then every single person in here will have all their dreams come true, and I will do everything that I can. I know that Brandon really likes the weather, and he really likes sports. So what's Brandon going to do? We're going to make it so that Brandon has his own YouTube channel that lots of people watch, where he can do sports commentary along with the weather, or whatever he wants. Duke wants to be a stand-up comedian. I will do everything that I can to make Duke the most famous stand-up comedian in all of Australia. And he will have all of the things that he wants, and he hopefully will have happiness. I have another friend here, Riser. You might have met him. He wants to be a muralist, but he has difficulty finding people who will allow him to make murals. He just completed his first mural, and he wants to continue to do so. I will do everything that I can so he wants, as big as he wants to do whatever it is that he wants. Miss Aquarius has other dreams. will do everything that I can to make sure the squares are made. And that's for anyone who has been in my stream, and it will be like a checklist. Like that's what my life will be about. Hey, let's see how we can make other people's goals come true. In addition to helping to end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, clouds, I want to help the world with those kinds of things. But it's just a matter. Like I see, and I could be wrong, but I see the amount that I stream with every hour that gets saved. This stuff does get saved. Every hour is like adding another gallon of gasoline onto a big timber pile. And all it's going to take is one person to light a match and it will explode. And it will be giant. One friend's going to say, hey, you know that there's this random person online who's been live streaming for 5 years or whatever it will be. And you can go back to any moment of any day and know what was going on in their life and in world history. And they're really funny, and they've had a lot of people on there, and they talk about all kinds of very interesting things. Did you know this? The other person's going to say, no, I didn't know that. Where do I find it? And they say, hey, just go to linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can find all of their content 24 hours a day. Wait, you mean they don't sleep? No, they sleep. Oh, well, do they sleep on camera? Yeah. Well, nobody does that. It will be very interesting. They will tell their friends, they will tell another friend, they'll tweet about it. I know that people will see some of the things that I do and want to make fun of it. And then there will be a huge amount of people who will be like, we don't make fun of Rabbi. Rabbi is doing this in order to help save the world. If anything, we help to promote Rabbi. We don't bring Rabbi down. Rabbi streams are about positivity. And I get that. That to me is going to be a reality. It's just a matter of time. And I don't know how else to say it. It's just we just have to continue to be patient.
How can people find the your dreams? I don't understand.
Because my streams are going to give me the opportunity to make anybody's dreams come true, including yours, to be able to have a movie about you and your love.
I have the dreams.
Whatever your dreams are, you can list them. We'll make them all take place. That will be my goal.
I know like dream and
That doesn't that okay with reverse aging technology. When you say I want to have 10 million followers on YouTube by age 20, something that already occurred. Okay, well, maybe you can't do it by you being on Earth for 20 years, but we could do being a relative age of what your health is at age 20 through reverse aging technology.
good. Or I exactly how to have
No,
like
no, it's not. No, no, it's not. You want to you want to play in the World Cup or whatever. And so in the future, what we could do, are you going to be able to compete with the best World Cup players in the world? Maybe a million years from now, we could redo time, or even if a time machine is a thing, maybe. But what we could do is get you signed to the Czech national team for a week, and you can actually say to yourself that I played on the Czech national team, if that's what you want. So, we could get that done.
yeah. Like you can draw like one more time. You cannot do that right now.
Not right now, but in the future, absolutely. Anything's a possibility, especially with time travel, especially with revivification technology. Even if somebody's dead, we could bring them back. Okay, okay, well, we could get that done. That's not hard. Will you be able to play every moment of every day? No, but we might be able to get you on the field for 5 minutes. Sure. That's not hard. How long till you're home? Okay, okay, okay. You do what you need to do. And here's the thing too about this girl. You haven't been in love since this girl. If I had it, I know. No, but here's the thing. The best thing we probably could have done for you is you just didn't have the money to do it or the knowledge. But like, if you were really in love and you want to get your mind off this girl, go have sex with another girl. That's it. And you start to have sex with a few women in between there, and you'll forget this girl completely. Like, not completely, but just be in the back of your mind. But the thing is, you haven't had that, so you're longing for it. And that's, I know. So that makes it even more difficult because you don't know that you can just go and forget this girl by having sex with some other woman. You don't have that. So, it's just a thing. What would I do if I were you? Uh, I would save up my money and go get a prostitute and get it out of the way. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't know. You don't know. You absolutely don't know. I understand what you're saying. I get that. But if you can't find somebody else and it's not going to be her first time, then that's not going to be even. So, if anything, get it out of the way, and then it won't be a crutch anymore. Like right now, if you go to a woman, generally at 22, most women at 22 have already had sex. So now you're going to look like a little boy, and they're not going to want to be with you. Let me say this. I am very monogamous. I don't, and in your case, yeah, everybody wants that. That's not reality, though. Everybody wants a situation where they find one girl, she's a virgin, he's a virgin, and they're together for the rest of their life. It's just that's not real. That's not real. I understand. And if you do that, that's fine. But then for the rest of your life. and that's cool. I mean, that's fine.
You
But
will never know. You will never know. Maybe one be like be better.
perhaps.
When was your first you was text?
Allegedly 24.
Okay.
Well, let me say this though. I've had like other types of sex, if you want to consider oral sex and that kind of stuff, with a lot of girls before then. But I just want,
Um,
and uh, I mean, I grew up very religious, so uh, that's not like something that you marriage or whatever. But I personally, I did not find a prostitute. What I did is I found an older woman who I wanted to teach me everything so that I wasn't scared. And that's what happened. And it was very good. And then I became somebody who would get paid to do it. And with like, you just like, it's part of life. You I'm somebody who once I start to do something, I want to be the best at it. Then I became the best at it. And I would, it was known that you want a good time, contact Rabbi. And that's just kind of what just how it happened. In your case, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I was what you are plus more plus 2 extra years, so I completely understand. Have you ever kissed a girl?
yes.
Okay,
I was like 6 years old.
no, that doesn't count. Have you ever kissed a girl after age 13?
Yes.
Okay, have you ever kissed a girl after age 18?
Oh, my class. I think.
Okay,
Or I
okay,
I don't.
that
I
works.
don't,
Absolutely, that that works. That works. And I understand you're saying I want to find a girlfriend and we'll be together forever or whatever, and that's cool. That's a fun story, and everybody appreciates that. But it's just not always reality. And sometimes once you get older, probably like over age 25, it becomes a hindrance. Once a woman finds out you've never had sex, then they don't want to be around you simply from the fact that they find out that you're a virgin. It's something's wrong with you, and you don't want that either.
Yes. I don't want to. Don't. I know. I want to try. I want to like. I want to have clear.
I mean, you don't necessarily have to say that, but that's fine. Focus on yourself. Focus on your career. Focus on your podcast. Focus on chess. Focus on self improvement, and it will come.
I know, but I see the upper like the law. It's and I'm not
Okay. Uh, all you need to do is get a few dollars in your pocket, and you can start dating on dating. Pretty easy. Like if you don't have any money, you can't take a girl out. But if you have some money, you can take a girl out. You can go on a date. You can buy her coffee. You can buy her, flowers or whatever it is you want, and she can recognize that. Hey, you may not be extremely wealthy right now, but you're willing to give what you can to have a good time.
I will progress. If I am if I am 10 amount at the beginning, then I will with the girls, with like with you and with casting girl. Right now I'm doing like luck only one in the podcasting and with you and with other people.
Okay, you just gotta focus on your career getting skills, getting certification, doing your podcast, and it will come. Once you get a little bit of money, you'll be able to go on dates and you'll go find your girl or whatever, and you'll forget about the other girl. It's just how it happens.
Aggressive.
That we will. Do you know what Super Mario is?
Okay. I will go. Talk to you soon.
Oh, God willing. Excellent. Bye.
That the game Super Mario in response to putting and Mario Brothers 3 created fun puzzles with deep yours faithfully, Mario. Brother 3 was determined to meet the magazine, popular publication in Japan, score of 34 out of 40. Amazing. Icon Basic magazine praised the game as well, calling it the culmination of the genre. By the end of 1988, there was a supply shortage. For 5 months straight, Super Mario Bros. 3 was the #1 selling Famicom game in the country. Super Mario Mania once again swept over Japan. Merchandise. The game's soundtrack was released on CD and cassette, which featured remixes and arranged versions of Koji Kondo's composition. There was even a cartoon. The Yamada anime series, Super Mario Bros., was a retelling of 3's fairy tale, featuring characters from Super Mario Bros. 3. While Japanese gamers enjoyed everything Super Mario Bros. 3, the rest of the world waited. It would take more than a year for the game to reach North America. Europe had to wait almost 3 years. All that waiting led to the most anticipation for a video game ever. Nintendo wasn't only succeeding in Japan, they were in control of the North American market as well. In 1988 alone, Nintendo raked in $1.7 billion in revenue, a whopping 80% share of the video game market, dominating rivals Atari and Sega. In just over 2 years since launching the Nintendo Entertainment System nationwide, they had sold more than 10 million consoles.
It's a mania. Kids of America are saying, this is great, we have to have one. Boys in this country between the ages of 8 and 15 not having Nintendo. A baseball bat. Rick Anguilla playing this world.
Nintendo's success was in large part thanks to the popularity of Super Mario Bros. Nintendo of America packed the game in their control deck set. It quickly became their most popular title. Fans were eager for more. In October of 1988, the same month Super Mario Bros. 3 launched in Japan, Nintendo of America released Super Mario Bros. 2. Only, it wasn't the same game as the Japanese version. Nintendo of America's product analysis manager Howard Phillips, who reviewed new games from Japan, famously rejected the Japanese version of Super Mario Bros. 2. The game looked exactly like the first, and, more importantly, it was too difficult. I put down my controller, astonished that Mr. Miyamoto had chosen to design a Japanese game. Releasing the Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2 in America, instead, Nintendo took another title and made it a Mario game. Yume Kojo Toki Toki Panic, released in 1987 for the Famicom Disk, was also developed by Research and Development. Shigeru Miyamoto had worked on the game, and Mario 3 level designer Kensuke Tanabe, the director. Graphically, it looked better than Super Mario, and it's full of an active game. So Nintendo swapped out the characters of Yume Kojo Doki Doki Panic, Mario and Friends, and released it as Super Mario Bros. 2 in North America. Players were none the wiser. Super Mario Bros. 2 became one of the hottest games of 1988. It sold out quickly. But popularity wasn't the only reason the game was hard to find in stores. That year, the entire electronics industry suffered a chip shortage. A new generation of semiconductor and chip technology got manufactured to split the production capacity, and demand was higher than camcorders and portable telephones selling like hotcakes. Prices skyrocketed. Chips that were $2 in 1987 now cost $10 to $12 each. Nintendo was hit hard. To free up supply, they discontinued a dozen games. And because Nintendo controlled all manufacturing, including third-party games, it caused tension with their licensees. Companies were notified that they would be getting fewer cartridges than initially ordered. Some stores took advantage, increasing game prices to $70 each. Analysts estimated that video game supply would be up to 15% less than market demand. When a reporter asked Peter Main, Nintendo of America's vice president of marketing, what they were doing about the shortage, he replied, "You mean besides hoping and praying?" In the meantime, Nintendo of America had received a copy of Super Mario Bros. 3 from Japan for analysis. Internally, the company knew the game would be huge. When product analysis manager Howard Phillips played, he was blown away.
When I saw it, I thought this is not just another game, and it's not just a fun and challenging game. It was truly a quintessential video game. Howard Phillips.
However, a few changes needed to be made. The game wasn't as hard as the Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2, but it still proved to be a challenge. In the Japanese version, when Mario got hit while holding power, he shrunk. In the North American version, Mario would stay big. The names of enemies had to be changed as well, most notably the Koopa Link. Dave Brooks, a localizer at Nintendo of America and an active music fan, gave the Koopa Links their names based on famous rock stars. When he set eyes on a Koopa Link with wild hair, he immediately thought of Ludwig von Beethoven, thus Ludwig von Koopa. Wendy O. Koopa was inspired by punk rocker Wendy O. Williams. Iggy Koopa, punk star Iggy Pop. The speckled Roy Koopa got his name from Roy Orbison. Lemmy Koopa was inspired by the legendary Lemmy from Motorhead. But not all the Koopa Links were based on musicians. Morton Koopa Jr. struck Brooks as a wise guy, a big talker, so he named the character after the talk show host Morton Downey Jr., so-called trash TV pioneer. As for Larry Koopa, that name just seemed like a good one. Meanwhile, industry insiders wondered, when Brothers 3, the best-selling game in Japan, come to North America? Nintendo of America was in a bind. With a chip shortage, they couldn't even make enough games to meet demand. But experts predicted the shortage would end. Super Mario Bros. 2 had just been released and was selling well. It would be premature to bring over Super Mario Bros. 3. There was also the Game Boy, Nintendo's new handheld system. The plan was to release the system in the summer of 1989. A game like Super Mario Bros. 3 showed the release of the game. Rather than simply wait around, they placed the game in the first quarter of 1990. Historically, the first quarter of the year had strong software sales. They would spend 1989 teasing the game and building a $25 million advertising campaign. In January of 1989, 700,000 Nintendo Power subscribers saw the first feed of Super Mario Bros. And it was merely a sentence. In issue number 4, an advertisement for Play Choice 10, arcade cabinet featured selected title, mentioned Super Mario Bros. 3 was on the way. Nintendo teased again in issue number 5. Talked about a contest to win a trip to the Summer Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago. Players wrote in to Nintendo asking about the game. In issue number 6 of Nintendo Power, a reader asked if Nintendo would ever release Super Mario Bros. 3. The reply confirmed it was Play Choice 10. There are no plans to release previews with but in the watch section at the back, Nintendo future release for Mario Bros. 3. By the summer of 1989, magazine Electronic Gaming Monthly reported the game from Japan and put up preview screenshots. For many North American players, this was their first. By July, few people were playing for Mario Bros. On July 1980, Play Choice arcade machine. A Nintendo America executive called it the best we've ever produced for the system. Although there were far fewer Play Choice 10s than Nintendo Entertainment Systems, word seemed to spread quickly. Operators reported earnings of Play Choice 10 cabinet for Mario Bros. 3 tripled. Meanwhile, in Nevada and California, Universal Pictures was shooting a film in Super Mario Bros. 3, the most anticipated video game of all time. In 1989, president of Universal Studios, Tom Pollock, their test movie wouldn't be ready in time for the holiday season. Pollock had to come up with an alternative, family-friendly movie. Throughout the year, he had witnessed the popularity explosion of Nintendo and thought a movie about video games would be a hit. So Pollock met with Nintendo marketing executives Phil White and Peter Payne about a collaboration. His idea was a kid's version of Tommy, a rock drama film about a disabled boy becoming a pinball champion. Nintendo couldn't have bought a better ad. In exchange for using their products, Nintendo received a licensing over the script. Bill White frequented the film set to oversee production. All we were worried about was just making sure that the game was spectacular. The movie was called The Wizard. It told the story of Jimmy, a quiet boy who was obsessed with getting to California. His half-brother, Corey, breaks him out of a mental institution to get him. Along the way, they meet a girl named Haley. Corey and Haley discover that Jimmy is incredibly good at video games. They decide to enter Jimmy in video Armageddon studio and split the cash prize of $50,000. They set out for Los Angeles with their family and a bounty hunter at their heels. The movie was filled with Nintendo products, including games, the Nintendo Power line, and even the Power. The Wizard was released released on December 15, 1989 in North America. It was panned by critics. Roger Ebert called it a thin commercial for Nintendo video games and a Universal Studio tour. But that didn't matter to any kid who watched the movie. The biggest draw was near the end of the film. The contestant in the Video Armageddon tournament played Super Mario Brothers. The majority of viewers actual play of Mario. Nintendo's dominance in the video game market and establishment in continued to grow, and there were no signs of slowing down. In 1989 alone, grossed $2 billion in retail sales. The NES was, once again, the number one toy. Third year. The console was in 22% of US households, with 20 million. Game Boy, Nintendo's new handheld system, released earlier that year, selling out, and merchandising exploded with more than 200 licensed Super Mario products. World of Nintendo departments popped up in stores around the country, dedicated to selling Nintendo products. Nintendo Power magazine grew to 1.8 million subscribers. The Nintendo Power line, where players could call in for game tips, received 140,000 calls a week. The excitement around Nintendo and Super Mario Bros. 3 reached a point. Children asked for games for Christmas, despite not knowing when they would be released. They didn't have to wait long. In January of 1990, Nintendo Power subscribers received a brand new issue. Inside was something they'd been waiting for. An official preview of Super Mario Bros. 3. With a behind-the-scenes look at the making of the game. History had shown that a preview of a game in Nintendo Power meant the actual release, not far behind. The very next month, in February, Super Mario Bros. 3 popped up in stores across North America at a retail price of $49.95. There was a frenzy. In 2 days, 250,000 units were gone, sold out everywhere. Nintendo couldn't make the game fast enough. Stores sold out within a day. Every other call we get is about Nintendo and Super Mario Bros. 3, said one press employee in Chicago. We never know when it will sell out as soon as it gets here. But for anyone that managed to find a copy, it was easily one of the greatest games Nintendo had ever released.
If Super Mario Bros. 3 was a movie instead of a computer game, it would be up for an Oscar. Franklin, for your news. Mario! Mario!
Commercials aired on TV. There were cross promotions with other companies, including Popsicle and Nabisco. NBC aired a Saturday morning cartoon, The Adventures of Super Mario Bros. 3. McDonald's released a set of Happy Meal toys. Meanwhile, competitors released new consoles to the market. Sega had just launched their 16-bit Sega Genesis, and after the success of the PC Engine in Japan, NEC brought it over to North America as the TurboGrafx 16. But it didn't matter. Mario was the talk of the schoolyard. It bragged about how far they could get in secrets about where to find more whistles and new powers. The game was so big and so full of secrets, Nintendo worried it would overwhelm them. So, in July of 1990, Nintendo published their first full strategy guide, featuring Super Mario Bros. 3. It had maps of every level, information on every enemy and power. It revealed every secret in the game. Fans of all ages were obsessed with the game. One group of adult fans loved the game so much they ported it to the PC and sent it to secure a license. Nintendo was impressed, but declined the offer. That is today's team of John Carmack, John Romero, Tom Hall, and Adrian Carmack. They were excited about their work. The following year, they formed a company, id Software, Wolfenstein 3D, and Doom. By 1991, Nintendo sold more than 8 million copies of the game in North America, grossing more than $400 million. If Super Mario Bros. 3 were a business, it would have ranked in the top 10 U.S. toy companies of 1990. At the time, the best-selling standalone video game. Before Super Mario Bros. 3, critics Nintendo was just passing craze. Electronic Arts President Trip Hawkins compared the NES to Cabbage Patch Dolls. This is a toy. That means it's a fad, he claimed. After Super Mario Bros. 3, there would be no more doubt. Nintendo reaped the rewards. Their estimated revenue for 1990 was $3.4 billion, which gave them a dominating 88% market share. In 1991, Toyota, as Japan's successful company, Nintendo earned $1.5 million per employee. But it wasn't all. The Federal Trade Commission invested allegation of antitrust violations, purchase price, in order to beat the competition. Nintendo denied any wrongdoing, but was ordered to send out up to $20 million worth of rebates. The rebate took the form of a $5 coupon that consumers could only use to buy more Nintendo games. In total, Super Mario Bros. 3 sold more than 17 million copies worldwide. When combined with re-releases, it's estimated to have sold than 30 million, but it was bigger than just money sales figures. Super Mario Bros. 3 was a video game to be huge, sprawling adventure, and even better than arcade games. Shigeru Miyamoto became a superstar. Celebrities like Paul McCartney and Steven Spielberg moved to Japan to meet him. This ensured he would produce or direct all future big Nintendo releases. His next Mario game, Super Mario World, was the launch title for Nintendo's new 16-bit machine, the Super Famicom, also known as the Super Nintendo. With the updated hardware, Miyamoto was finally able to let his hero ride a dinosaur. Other companies took notice of Mario's success. Sega saw the power of a flagship franchise and began working on their own mascot, Sonic the Hedgehog. His debut in 1991 on the Mega Drive and Genesis created legit competition in the market, leading to the great console wars of the 90s. Even after Nintendo came out with the Super Nintendo, people continued to play and love Super Mario Bros. 3. It was listed in the top 20 NES games of Nintendo Power until the system continued in 1995. When people look back on their childhood memories with the NES, they almost always, without fail, think of Super Mario Bros. 3. A game that felt nostalgic, yet revolutionary at the same time. To its unparalleled height.
Funding for gaming historian provided in part by supporters on Patreon. Thank you.
In 2015, Retro Gamer magazine asked readers to list their top 10 video games. Magazine's 100 greatest games of all time feature. Coming in at number 1 on almost 20% of all ballots was Super Mario World. It was a landslide victory. And freeze. Super Mario World not only showed off the new bells and whistles of the Super Nintendo, it redefined what Super Mario games could be. The goal was no longer to get the high score and defeat Bowser. It was to explore an entirely new world, finding hidden paths, secret levels. Mario had an arsenal of new power-ups, moves, and friends. But above all, the game gave players more freedom than ever before. Super Mario World is widely considered the apex of 2D platforming. But it was a masterpiece made under challenging circumstances. For the first time, new competition threatened Nintendo's position in the video game market. The Super Mario World development team had to learn new hardware, 16-bit Super Famicom or Super Nintendo. They had to learn it quickly in order for the game to launch with the new console. The result was the best Super Mario game yet, and arguably ever. It helped ensure Nintendo stayed competitive in a new, more powerful era of video games. This is the story of Super Mario.
It's about time for the Famicom to start dropping off. I think people are getting tired of it. Hiroshi Yamauchi.
In the summer of 1988, Nintendo President Hiroshi Yamauchi made a stunning declaration. The Famicom era was coming to an end. Nintendo Family Computer Console, or Famicom for short, was first released in Japan in July of 1983. By 1988, Nintendo had sold 12 million systems and untold millions of games, giving them a share of the Japanese video game market. But Yamauchi had reason to be concerned. Sales of the Famicom had peaked in 1986 and were slowly dropping. In an exclusive interview with Japanese magazine Touch, Yamauchi expressed disappointment in the Famicom's recent sales numbers and admitted that the next generation of console had arrived. There was new competition in the video game market. In October of 1987, NEC, a massive electronics corporation, threw its hat in the ring with the PC Engine console. NEC boasted about the technological superiority of its system and planned to release a CD-ROM attachment in the future. The PC Engine appealed to teenagers and young adults. In just 2 months, NEC shipped more than 500,000 consoles. Nintendo was also keeping tabs on Sega. Sega was planning to launch their new console, the Mega Drive, in October of 1988. Sega boasted their new system to be capable of more than just playing video games. It would have a modem, a printer, and more. The Mega Drive was also the first 16-bit video game console. Sega proudly slapped a 16-bit label on their system. All of a sudden, Nintendo's 8-bit Famicom seemed underpowered and outdated. But Yamauchi had a surprise. In the interview with Touch magazine, he announced that Nintendo was shifting focus to their next-generation console, the 16-bit Super Famicom. Yamauchi had been teasing the system since 1987, not coincidentally, a month before NEC released the PC Engine. Now, in 1988, Yamauchi was ready to reveal more details, not coincidentally, a month before Sega released the Mega Drive. The news was more than an announcement. It was a warning for potential buyers. Don't waste your money. Nintendo's latest console will be available soon. The Super Famicom was much more powerful than its predecessor. It had a custom 16-bit CPU, more memory, a custom Sony sound chip, more than 32,000 colors to choose from, a higher max resolution, stereo sound, and more. But Yamauchi believed looking at only the technical aspects of a console was not. The strength of a video game system was in the software, and the Super Famicom, he boasted, would allow developers to make games they'd never thought possible. Yamauchi revealed that Nintendo was currently prototyping several games themselves, and one of them was Super Mario Bros. 4. It was a surprising announcement, mainly because Nintendo hadn't even released Super Mario Bros. 3. Over the past summer, Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto and his team within Nintendo Entertainment Analysis and Development Group are wrapping up Super Mario Bros. 3. Nintendo plans to release the game in October of 1980. Miyamoto considers Super Mario Bros. 3 the definitive Mario game on the Famicom and the true sequel to the original Super Mario Bros. It was 10 times the size of the first game, 8 massive worlds containing 90 levels, and a day of new power-ups. Super Mario Bros. 3 also utilized a multi-memory controller chip in the cartridge that pushed the Famicom hardware to its limit. By the end of the team was exhausted. He believed they, quote, put everything they had, but there was no time to rest. The higher-ups team a new director. Make Super Mario Bros. 4 with Super Famicom by launch. Making Super Mario Bros. 4 a launch title was a no-brainer for Nintendo. Super Mario Bros. Was easily the most popular series on the Famicom and international part of the Nintendo. Super Mario game for Nintendo's new console, a surefire way to sell hardware. But with new hardware to learn and a tight deadline, he needed a resource. So, additional programmers, artists. He also brought back veterans. Of the 16-plus staff members assigned to Super Mario Bros. 9 worked on Super Mario Bros. 3. Among them was Yoshihiko Nakago. Nakago was a programmer for Systems Research and Development, or SRD, an independent development company with an office located conveniently inside Nintendo Kyoto headquarters. Nakago served as the director of programming for Super Mario Bros. 4. Kondo written music for the series since its inception, returned to compose the music and sound effects. Hideki Kono and Katsuya Eguchi were once again in charge of mastering stage design. Then, Shigeru Miyamoto. By 1988, Miyamoto was Nintendo's rockstar developer, and with Super Famicom in development, his responsibilities increased dramatically. Along with working on the Super Famicom's console controller design, Miyamoto had to work on 3 other upcoming games. Out of necessity, Miyamoto took a step back in his role as producer for Super Mario Bros. 4. He later recalled, basically, I stood by and watched closely, interjecting various ideas of my own. And finally, Takashi Tezuka, an unsung hero of the Super Mario series, was put in charge of the Super Mario Bros. 4 project. Tezuka first joined Nintendo in 1984 as a designer, making an instruction manual cards. But occasionally, artists got teamed up to design. And one got paired up with Shigeru Miyamoto, full partnership. Together, they designed and developed the first Super Mario Bros., Legend of Zelda, and more. During the development of Super Mario Bros. 3, Tezuka may have taken on too much work. Along with director duties, he also created character art and visuals for the game. Later admitted development would come together well. As a result, Nintendo delayed the release of Super Mario Bros. 3 by 6 months. Tezuka would not make the same mistake again. I didn't think it was good to take on too much, he said. As the director of Super Mario Bros. 4, Tezuka managing his staff, helping with the game's overall design. He delegated visuals to a new member of the team, Shiofumi Hino. Hino was a relative newcomer to Nintendo. It was only his second year at the company, and he had only worked on one other game, a sequel to Famicom Grand Prix and One Race, and it never got released. Now, Hino was assigned to arguably Nintendo's most important project. He felt a ton of pressure. Super Mario Bros. was really well made, so it was intimidating to know he would be compared to that. For that reason, I worried a lot over how we Super Mario pressure. But luckily, Super Mario Bros. 4 team had a much more powerful console to work with. The Super Famicom. They were excited to try all the new stuff whistle. And programmer Toshihiko Nakago was released, he and his programmers no longer had to worry so much about hardware limitations. And Miyamoto to create a vast array of features. Also got some upgraded development. Up to that point, Mario levels were created by hand on graphics, then transferred into a computer by programmers. Now the design software that allowed them to edit levels directly from the computer. Of course, there would be a learning curve with new tools and hardware. The Mario team started with an experiment. We ported Mario 3 to the Super Famicom, and even though the colors and sprites were more detailed, it was still the same game. And we realized that we couldn't just make the same game again. We had to create new. So it was in that context, we talked about how to make the most use of the new hardware. By now, Nintendo solidified Super Mario Brothers formula. Mario games were about athleticism, running fast, jumping high, dodging obstacles, stopping enemies. They were about friendly players. Anyone of a Mario game figure it out and have fun. Finally, it was about freedom. If players wanted to blaze through a level without collecting a single point, they could do it. If players wanted to take their time, use power-ups, and explore levels, they could do that too. For Mario Brothers, however they wanted. Tezuka and Miyamoto believed that Mario should not change or make it so special. Instead, Nintendo could perfect the concepts, add fun new elements to the game, and show off the latest technologies in the Super Famicom. It would give players the most complete Super Mario experience yet. Meanwhile, on November 21st, 1988, Nintendo revealed a prototype of the Super Famicom at their Kyoto headquarters. Representatives from more than 200 companies, including TV press, magazines, and newspaper reporters, were on hand to see the unveil. Nintendo announced they would ship the Super Famicom by July of 1989. Extremely ambitious deadline. Nintendo also showed some early game demos, but notably absent was Super Mario Brothers 4. The development team was still trying to solidify the game. Along the way, they made constant changes. Early on, Super Mario Brothers 3 was apparent. The graphical style, like Mario's sprite, was very similar. Many enemies looked identical to their Super Mario Brothers 3 counterparts. Boss still occupied the castle. Also brought back familiar power-ups like the raccoon suit for flying, and the world map looked strikingly similar, albeit much larger. It may have looked too similar. Workers frequently comment it doesn't look all that different from the Famicom game. Tezuka took the criticism to heart and made some changes. Shigeru gave the sprite for detail. At one point, the team even experimented with a three-dimensional look, but they didn't stop there. Director Hideki Kono also changed the world map, clearly departing Mario 3 style. In addition to graphical upgrades, Super Mario Brothers 4 team had to figure out how to show off the new features of the Super Famicom. Console all sorts of neat tricks like background scale and rotation, transparency and buttons. And as a lot of Super Mario Brothers hardware, but Miyamoto to throw in his just for the sake of it. He said, because we found something cool the hardware could do, something that made us go, whoa. If it ruined balance or flow, we didn't want to include it. The development team added new elements. Large sprites emphasized Super Famicom. Transparency effect the water and on enemies immersed the player into the game. Scrolling background gave levels a sense of depth. Rotating platforms gave Mario new, challenging boss fights. In addition to the technological upgrade, the Super Mario Brothers Super team also honed on the core game design. Luckily, they had a wealth of feedback at their disposal. On October 23rd, 1988, after 2.5 years in development, Super Mario Bros. 3 finally hit Japanese shelves. The game received rave reviews Famicom game for months, but Super Mario Bros. 3 was the most friendly. Most wanted to find a balance with Super Mario Bros. As a launch title, you needed to appeal to players of all levels. The team implemented a few features to make the game a bit easier. They added checkpoints to levels that made Mario big if he was small. In addition, the team had item reserve box. In the previous game, Mario could stockpile power-ups and use them for every level. Now, Mario could bring extra power-ups into the level. If he got hit, by the summer of 1989, Super Mario Bros. 4 was starting to separate itself from the previous game, and the development team took it a step further by giving the game a new title. For the whole new world for Mario 4, there could be no better name. Super Mario World. But everything changed when, not surprisingly, Nintendo decided to delay the release of the Super Famicom. There were a multitude of reasons. The Super Famicom hardware was, for the most part, ready to go, but there was a distinct lack of software. Nintendo was still working on launch titles, and although 21 companies had signed on to become third-party developers for the system, none of them had development kits yet. There was also a global chip shortage. A new generation of semiconductor and chip technology caused manufacturers to split the production capacity. That drove prices up considerably. The Super Famicom had a price of around 20,000 yen, or around $150. However, with the chip shortage, the cost of the Super Famicom could shoot up beyond 30,000 yen, or around $225. And with the chip shortage, Nintendo maxed out its manufacturing capacity. At that time, Nintendo produced 3 million Famicoms and Nintendo Entertainment Systems per month. They were also dealing with stock shortages of their new handheld system, Game Boy. Nintendo planned to launch the Game Boy in North America later that year. The stock shortages led one columnist to comment, why launch a competing product when you cannot cope with what you already have? There was also life left in the 8-bit Famicom. Super Mario Bros. 3 was a huge success, and NX's upcoming Dragon Quest IV was guaranteed to fly off store shelves. It was so popular that NX planned to release the game on the weekend to prevent kids from skipping school to buy it. Yamauchi's early teasing of the Super Famicom seemed to have worked. In a Famitsu magazine survey, many readers claimed they would rather wait for the Super Famicom than buy a PC engine. Although NEC's PC engine was selling well, it was still nowhere near the reach of the Famicom, which was now in 1/3 of Japanese households. And Sega's 16-bit Mega Drive failed to make money. They had only sold 400,000 units up to that point. The threat of competition dying down, there was simply no need to rush the Super Famicom launch. So on July 28, 1989, Nintendo held a press conference at their Kyoto headquarters and announced they were delaying the Super Famicom for an entire year. But while the delay made headlines, there was more to share. Nintendo unveiled a new design of the Super Famicom, and for the first time, they previewed their most anticipated game, Super Mario World. But surprisingly, the reaction was mixed. While many publications were impressed by the technological advancements, they felt somewhat disappointed in the gameplay and graphics. V2 magazine commented that it looked to be the same as the previous Mario game. And Electronic Gaming Monthly, a U.S. publication getting early scoops on games from Japan, stated Super Mario World was not as graphically impressive as Nintendo's other upcoming games. But this would not deter Takashi Tezuka, Shigeru Miyamoto, and the rest of the Super Mario World team. The delay of the Super Famicom turned out to be a blessing in disguise. With another year of development at their disposal, there was plenty more to add that would turn Super Mario World into one of the greatest platformers of all time. Super Famicom delayed until the fall of 1990, the Super Mario World team had an extra year to work on the game. Shigeru Miyamoto and Takashi Tezuka gave the chance to refine the game's balance. How could the development team ensure both newcomers and veterans got the most out of Super Mario? And how could they give these players more freedom to play the game in their own way? The team often met late into the night, discussing potential ideas. But one night unearthed a wealth of possibilities.
Great video games are like things you become attached to and go back to again and again. Wouldn't it be great to have a whole drawer full of playgrounds right at your fingertips? Together,
Miyamoto and Tezuka found their playground, the world map. Nintendo first introduced the world map to the Super Mario series with Super Mario Bros. 3. It allowed players to choose what levels they wanted to play to reach the end. However, it was still a fairly linear experience to get to Bowser and save the princess. The development team initially carried the concept over to Super Mario World, but besides some updated visuals, it was fun the same. But what if the world map were just a map? Miyamoto said, "We're thinking that players should be able to play with the map itself." So the map got a complete overhaul. Mario had a whole new world to explore, Dinosaur Land. Players were free to explore Dinosaur Land how they wished. Rather than having 8 separate worlds, Dinosaur Land was one massive area with interconnecting regions. Players could backtrack and replay levels, or explore new areas of the map. The development team filled the map with secret levels and hidden paths. This gave players new ways to experience the game. For example, players could find a secret passage to Bowser's castle quickly, or take their time and play through all the levels in order. And beating Bowser was no longer the end of the game. There were 96 exits players could find throughout Dinosaur Land's 74 levels. Sometimes Mario found a secret pipe that led to a new exit. Other times, a key opened up a new pathway on the map. Players might find an area that they previously thought was unreachable. The development team provided clues to help the player find these secret exits. For example, levels that flashed red had multiple exits. Visual clues like a notch on the cliffside or a pipe off the beaten path might mean a nearby secret. And thanks to a save battery on the cartridge, players could take their time to find all the exits. A number on the main menu let players know their progress. But the changes to the world map were not just about levels and secrets. They also brought balance to the game. For many games, developers would add an easy mode or hard mode to the main menu to change the difficulty. But Miyamoto was not a fan of the design choice. Instead, he wanted players to adjust the difficulty as they played. So the director of programming, Fujihiko Nakago, came up with an idea: dotted line blocks. The idea started from a simple addition. The team wanted to try new block types and levels. From there, it evolved into much more. Throughout levels, players came across various colored dotted lines. When the player found the corresponding switch palettes on the map, the block activated. It made levels easier by providing a new platform for Mario to jump on, or providing power-ups. Wanted to make the game harder, they could ignore the switch tab. Dinosaur Land now resembled a board game. Areas to explore like Forests of Illusion, Twin Bridges, and Star Wars. And many regions were named after, like Donut Plains, Vanilla and Chocolate Island. With a new map and unique regions for Mario to explore, character designer Shigeru saw an opportunity to update many of the game's visuals. Mario got a makeover, back pockets on his overall, an emblem on his hat, and improved shadows. Miyamoto specifically requested Mario have light in his eyes. Kino complied with the request, but left Mario tiny black eyes when he was small. He thought it gave Mario more character. Kino also added small details. Mario flashed a peace sign when he finished a level. Mario lost a life, wept over his face. Hino didn't stop with Mario. Many classic enemies, including Goombas, Lakitu, and Tribo, got a new look. Koopas changed significantly. Previously, Koopas acted like turtles, slowly moving around levels. Now, Koopas walked upright. Mario could bounce them out of their shell, revealing a vulnerable little reptile in its underwear. Some would even try to recover their shell, kick them at Mario. Along with classic enemies, Hino and Tezuka came up with new ones. Among them was Wiglet, a volatile caterpillar, Tartan Duck, a football-playing that took 3 hits to take down, and Rich Man Fish, a sleepy fish who excitedly chased Mario when he woke up. And what was Dinosaur Land without a few dinosaurs? There was Rex, required 2 stomps to take down. Dino Rhino, a large nearsighted enemy who turned into a dino torch if you stomped on him. Esnor, a fire-breathing triceratops that guarded several fortresses. And Blard, a massive dinosaur who lurked beneath the lava, waiting for Mario to pass by. But not every dinosaur was an enemy. In fact, one new friend would forever change the Super Mario series. For the past 5 years, Shigeru Miyamoto had a sketch of Mario riding a dinosaur taped to his desk. He had wanted to implement the idea since the first Super Mario Bros. Game. The team tried to add it to Super Mario Bros. 3, but technical limitations prevented them. But with more powerful 16 Super Famicom, Tezuka noticed the sketch again and decided to give it a shot. He took the idea to character designer Shigeru and asked him to draw a dinosaur that Mario could ride like a horse. Hino's first idea came out looking like a crocodile. Tezuka made some suggestions. The dinosaur should be smaller, cuter, and related to the Koopa. Hino made modifications, and over time, the character's final form took shape. A green dinosaur with a shell on it that doubled as a saddle. Tezuka recalled that, quote, he turned into quite a cute character. As a placeholder, they named the character Yoshi, a nickname of Mie Yoshimura, artist on staff. But the name stuck. Writing Yoshi was a fun new way to explore the level because he offered more than just transportation. Yoshi could eat enemies or grab hard-to-reach items, help Mario jump extra high, and traverse rough terrain. Yoshi could also gain new powers. For example, different colored shells, Yoshi could breathe fire, temporarily fly, or stomp the ground. In addition, he could eat berries scattered around levels to earn more time, power-ups, and coins. Yoshi also provided Mario with a free hit. When an enemy hit Mario, Yoshi would run away, but the player had an opportunity to get Yoshi. He also added adorable baby Yoshi in various colors. Mario could pick enemies to make them grow up, and each colored Yoshi had specific traits cobbled up the shelf. Essentially, Yoshi was a new, robust power-up for Mario to use on his journey. The development team brought back old power-ups as well. There were the usual, the Super Mushroom to make Mario big, the Fire Flower that let Mario shoot fireballs, and a Superstar that granted temporary invincibility. The development team initially brought back Super Leaf, which turned Mario into a raccoon and allowed him to fly temporarily. But with all the other changes happening, they thought they could do that. So they experimented with a few ideas, such as wings, before finally settling on a cape. The cape, acquired by picking up a feather, worked similarly to the raccoon. Players could hit enemies with it, and after a brief runoff, temporarily fly, but it offered players more control mid-flight, and by rocking back and forth, they could stay in the air much longer. Mario could also attack enemies from above. It was the most intricate power-up in the series thus far. The development team constantly tinkered with the cape control. Many test players found it too difficult at first. And thanks to the extra buttons available on the Super Famicom controller, Mario also had a new move. Spin jump. By pressing the A button, Mario could destroy blocks from above, bounce off obstacles, stomp enemies. The development team even utilized the shoulder L&R button, the new controller. It allowed the player to scroll the screen forward or backwards slightly. In previous Super Mario games, certain levels required players to take a blind leap of faith. Now, players can scout out what's ahead for making a decision. Super Mario was finally coming into its own. The development team overhauled almost everything. The new world, new enemies, new friends, new minigames, and new power-ups. And to complement everything were the brilliant compositions and sound effects from composer Koji Kondo. Since the beginning, Kondo had worked on the Super Mario Bros. Series, composing the memorable original theme. While working on Super Mario Bros. 3, he composed a plethora of new music with a distinct reggae vibe on the production. After completing the project, Kondo thought he may have composed too much music. The result, felt like each song made less of an impact. Kondo's favorite songs were ones with beautiful melodies. He felt they left a more profound impression on people. So, with Super Mario World, he wanted to focus on one melody, incorporate it into multiple songs. But due to the new hardware, he found the work, quote, 100 times more difficult. Kondo had to make all the sound samples himself and learn new software tools. But he quickly realized that Super Famicom allowed him to do so much more with music. The 8-bit Famicom only had 5 audio channels, limited to electronics. But the Super Famicom had 8 dedicated sound channels, and supported samples and sound effects from all kinds of instruments. As a result, Kondo got to what game should be. Kondo used a variety of instruments for both the music and sound effects. It resulted in a rich, warm sound, unlike anything before in a Super Mario game. Players heard Kondo's catchy melody throughout the game. The above-ground music made the melody sound bright and fun. In contrast, the fortress music gave the melody a sinister, mysterious vibe. Kondo added a few subtle musical cues too. When Mario found Yoshi, a new person and overtopped music. Kondo even added a reverb effect that sounds of Mario was underground, adding to the level's atmosphere. And with the additional memory in the Super Famicom, Kondo was able to compose a title song for the game, a first for the Super Mario series. By the summer of 1990, 2 years after development started, Super Mario World was mostly complete. Tezuka and his team felt they had taken concepts that made the series so special: freedom, athleticism, friendliness, and perfection. It was a massive, side-scrolling 2D platformer. Nintendo packed everything into a 4 megabit cartridge, impressive considering all the new graphics and sound. On the game's packaging, Nintendo added Super Mario Bros. 4 as a subtitle, reminding players that this was a continuation of the beloved series from the Famicom. Super Mario World was the quintessential launch site. It showcased the hardware and technologies while at the same time providing fans of the series comfort and familiarity. In many ways, it embodied Super Famicom. The primary colors of the console, red, green, yellow, were found throughout the game. In Koopa ships, Yoshi's, and even on the game's box art. Shigefumi Hino, who had been nervous even to start development, felt that they had perfected the genre. I felt like with Super Mario World, We had done everything we could with a side-scrolling jumping game, he said. But all that was left was for Nintendo to release Super Famicom. Ever since Nintendo announced the delay of the system a year earlier, the company had been mostly silent. But on June 21st, 1990, they finally had an update. The Super Famicom was coming out on November 21st, 1990. On August 28th and 29th, Nintendo held a Shanghai trade show at the International Center in Tokyo. There were now 33 developers making games for the Super Famicom. Many of the companies were at the show to demonstrate their upcoming games. But all eyes were on Nintendo. For the first time, they premiered the final version of the Super Famicom. The system would cost 25,000 yen, or around $170, and come with 2 controllers. To keep the price down, Nintendo didn't include any cables or power adapters. Nintendo also premiered their 2 launch titles. First was F-Zero, an ultra-fast arcade racing game. It showcased one of the Super Famicom's new technology, Mode 7, which gave a faux 3D effect. The second game was Super Mario. Nintendo set up 10 Super Famicom stations at the trade show so attendees could try out new games. 8 of them were dedicated to Super Mario. People packed the booth for the entire show, impressed by all the latest changes to the game. Electronic Gaming Monthly called it the premier piece of software shipped to Super Famicom. The hype for Super Mario World and the Super Famicom was bigger than ever. Nintendo received 1.5 million pre-orders for their new console from wholesalers. With so many pre-orders, Nintendo worried that launch day might be a little chaotic. So they encouraged retailers to implement a reservation system for selling Super Famicom. One store had so many reservation requests, they held a lottery, a postcard to the winners. 2 years after announcing this, Nintendo was finally ready to enter the next generation. For the first time, they were launching a new console with real competition in the market. In the early morning of November 20th, Nintendo loaded 100 trucks with boxes of Super Famicom consoles, along with F-Zero and Super Mario World cartridges. In an event dubbed Operation Midnight Shipping, Nintendo sent out their newest console and game in the dead of night, hoping to ward off thieves. And on the morning of November 21st, 1990, the Super Famicom and Super Mario World were officially on store shelves in Japan. Launch day was a mixed bag. The Haku Hinkan Toy Store, which didn't take reservations, had a massive line outside the entrance. The store sold Super Famicoms on a first-come, first-served basis. As a result, many customers left without a console. But other stores, like the Otaku department store, were relatively calm. The store issued reservation tickets 6 weeks ahead of time, anticipating that kids would play hooky to get the system. The store sold 1,500 Super Famicoms on launch day. But the biggest issue was the lack of stock. Although Nintendo had 1.5 million pre-orders, they could only ship 300,000 consoles. Many smaller stores, particularly mom-and-pop shops, didn't receive any consoles. Some stores took advantage of the shortage by offering the Super Famicom bundled with software at a marked up price. Retailers accused Nintendo of stalling production to create a false shortage and drive up demand. Nintendo responded by promising to increase their manufacturing capacity in 1991. Despite the issues, the Super Famicom was, according to a report from Nintendo, the initial stock of 1,000 consoles sold out in just 3 days, and Super Mario World was the crown jewel of the system.
Playing everything again should be challenging, frustrating, rewarding, and most important of all, unbelievably addictive. I'm still nursing Richard's finger from a weekend display, and I mean play, because the Super Famicom essential powers truly jazzering machine.
Super Mario World reviews from the press. Famitsu magazine gave the game a score of 34 out of 40. They wrote, "The Mario series repeatedly powers up, and this may surprise some players, but I felt a lot of power in this entry. It feels like it has 3 times the ideas without impacting any of the fundamentals that make Mario games so much fun." With all the praise, some reviewers came away slightly disappointed. They expected more from Nintendo's new 16th console. One reviewer can name compared to Super Mario Bros. Others found the controls challenging to learn. The fact that customers Super Mario. Many people bought the game even without a Super Famicom. By February 1991, Nintendo had 750,000 copies of Super Mario World, despite only selling 600,000 copies. Super Mario Mania once again swept over Japan. A new wave of Super Mario merchandise, including plushies, toys, store shelves. Bandai released Super Mario World, Mario and Luigi's Adventure World, an interactive anime compatible with Bandai's Petapico toy film. For cross-promotion, beverage companies, including McDonald's, or manga based on the game, such as the Super Mario Kart series. Nintendo and Warner Pioneer released the game's soundtrack on CD, featuring new jazz arrangements of Koji Kondo's music. Konami even a gambling machine, Mario Roulette, based on the minigame in Super Mario World. The Super Famicom and Super Mario World were a success. Nintendo hit its goal of selling 3 million consoles a year by August of 1991, 3 months at a time. And in total, Nintendo would sell 3.5 billion copies of Super Mario World in Japan, making it the second best-selling game on the Super Famicom. By 1992, the Super Famicom overtook NEC's PC Engine, cementing Nintendo as the top dog in the Japanese video game market. But when it came time to bring the Super Famicom and Super Mario World over to North America, things wouldn't be so easy. When Nintendo first revealed the Super Famicom in November of 1988, sales of the 8-bit Famicom were declining. But its North American counterpart, the Nintendo Entertainment System, was setting sales records. In 1988, Nintendo America sold 7 million NES consoles, 40 million games. For the second year in a row, the NES was the #1 toy in the United States. The country kept Nintendo fever.
You haven't heard about the Nintendo Entertainment System? Odds are you either just awakened from a 2-year sleep or you don't have a child. Nintendo is simply the toy of the every remarkable the Cabbage Patch Kids craze a few years back. Kenneth, Chicago City.
1989 looked to be another banner year for Nintendo of America, but just like in Japan, there would be new contenders in the market. At the 1989 Summer Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago, Sega introduced the Genesis, the North American version of the Mega Drive. NEC brought the PC Engine over at the TurboGrafx 16, and the hot buzzword of the show was bits. The general public, more bits meant better video games. TurboGrafx 16 was technically an 8-bit console, but sported dual 16-bit graphic chips, and NEC marketed the console as a 16-bit system. Sega boasted the Genesis was the only true 16-bit system, promised arcade-quality graphics, stereo sound, and unsurpassed gameplay. NEC and Sega bringing in more powerful consoles did beg the question: where was Nintendo's 16-bit? Initially, Nintendo said it had no plans for launching 16-bit console in North America. During their presentation at the summer CES show, Nintendo played the video hosted by a costumed Mario that showcased the NES and Game Boy. Mario tried to convince the audience that 16-bit consoles were not the future of video games, that the NES was plenty powerful. The press called it propaganda. But while Nintendo of America feigned disinterest in 16-bit, video game magazines were picking up news on the Super Famicom from Japan. Video game magazines had seen a resurgence in the past year thanks to a booming game industry. Nintendo Power, with an estimated 1.2 million subscribers. Nintendo carefully chose what to cover, what to keep up its sleeve, and it wanted to keep the Super Famicom up its sleeve. But other magazines didn't have those restrictions and regularly looked to Japan for the latest video game news and rumors. There was GamePro, video games and computer entertainment, and Game News. But by far, the magazine with the most coverage of Japan was Electronic Gaming Monthly, or EGM. In their very first issue from May 1989, the magazine revealed the Super Famicom, calling it the most incredible game system ever seen. In their second issue, GM had full-color photos of the Super prototype, along with the first mention of the new Super Mario game, Super Mario Bros. 4. It couldn't have made Nintendo happy. Super Mario Bros. 2 hadn't even been out for a year in North America, and Nintendo was spending $19.89 hyping up Super Mario Bros. 3, due to come out in early 1990. By the fall of 1989, Nintendo of America no longer denied that its machine was in the works. Vice President of Marketing Peter Main confirmed that Super Famicom was real, coming to Japan, but he stopped short of announcing a North American release. Instead, Main affirmed that the company wanted to wring every last bite of power from the Nintendo Entertainment System for jumping into the 16-bit generation. In other words, any announcement of a new 16-bit system would cut into Nintendo of America. But that didn't stop the press from talking about the Super Famicom and Super Mario Bros. Electronic Gaming Monthly repeatedly brought over the latest from Japan. In issue 4, they confirmed that Super Mario Bros. 4 was now called Super Mario World, and showed the game's first screenshot. Despite the whisperings of a 16-bit console, Nintendo of America had another record year in 1989. It sold an astonishing 9 million NES consoles. For the third year in a row, NES was the number one. In addition, Nintendo's new Game Boy handheld, introduced in August of 1989, sold around 1 million units in less than 6 months. And despite the new competition, Nintendo still controlled about 80% of the $4 billion video game market. In 1990 looked like another big year. Nintendo of America was preparing to launch their highly anticipated new game, Super Mario Bros. 3. The company spent the past year hyping up the game with teasers, early releases on Play Choice and arcade. The game was even in a Hollywood film. In January of 1990, Nintendo Power had an article about the making of Super Mario Bros. 3, featuring a write-up on Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto. The article briefly mentioned that Miyamoto was working on games for the Super Famicom, including Super Mario Bros. 4. But that wasn't all. In the mailbag section, a reader noted he read about the Super Famicom in other magazines and wondered why Nintendo Power had not talked about it before. The magazine replied that the Super Famicom wasn't even out in Japan. They only wanted to provide information that was, quote, timely and accurate. Power now had a subscriber base of almost 2 million. Was the first acknowledgement of the Super Famicom, Super Mario World. The hype of Super Mario Bros. 3 dying down, a new hype emerged for Nintendo's next console and Super Mario game. And those other magazines kept the hype train moving. Rumors swirled about what the Super Famicom would look like in North America and when exactly it was coming. One rumor suggested that the Super Famicom was actually the more powerful 32-bit system. Another report claimed that Nintendo planned to call the new system SFX in North America. There was even gossip that the Super Famicom would come as an attachment to the NES. By the fall of 1990, it seemed like Nintendo was tired of the rumors and speculation. In September, Nintendo Power published a blurb on the unveiling of the Super Famicom in Japan, along with screenshots of Super Mario World. They also took a jab at other publications, asking readers to stick with Nintendo Power for, quote, hard facts and not wimpy rumors. But Electronic Gaming Monthly also covered the unveiling of the Super Famicom in Japan, and much more extensive. November issue had a preview of the console, Super Mario World, and other updates. Still, with all the free rumors and speculation, no one outside of Nintendo knew Super Famicom and Super Mario World coming to the. But 1990 proved to be a defining year for America. The company had another record-breaking year with $3.4 billion in sales. Nintendo now controlled 87% of the video game market. Super Mario Bros. 3 was a colossal hit, selling and grossing $400 million. At the time, it was the best-selling standalone video game ever. Nintendo also sold 3.2 million Game Boys, along with 9 million games. But despite all the accolades, Nintendo also saw problems. The Nintendo Entertainment System was saturating the market. 1 in 4 households owned an NES, and in homes with children aged 10 to 14, almost 100% owned an NES. For the first time in North America, NES sales declined down to 7.2 million units, and the company's projections for 1991 were even lower. Nintendo estimated it would only sell 4.5 million NES systems. There was also the threat of competitors, particularly Sega. Nintendo President Hiroshi Yamauchi once stated that Sega was not a legitimate contender in the U.S. market, but that had changed. By the end of 1990, Sega had sold around 1.5 million Genesis consoles and had an 80% share of the 16-bit market. The company expected to sell even more consoles in 1991. The public was ready for the next generation. According to Sega, 60% of Genesis owners were Nintendo fans who traded up. A Rand Youth poll revealed that one of the most requested items on a teenage wish list was a new video game system, despite 90% of the participants already owning the system.
The venerable NES is finally showing its age. Compared with its competition, the NES offers inferior sound and fuzzy graphics. In Japan, buyers are being treated to Nintendo's Super Famicom, an awesome new game machine, but no plans have been made for the US debut of it. Come on, Nintendo, how about equal rights for American buyers? Dennis Lynch, Chicago Tribune.
Nintendo of America saw the writing on the wall. It was time to enter the 16-bit generation. In January of 1991, less than 2 months after the Super Famicom hit stores in Japan, Nintendo of America officially confirmed that the Super Famicom was coming to North America. At the 1991 Winter Consumer Electronics Show, attendees waited in lines for 20 minutes to see a demonstration. Nintendo showed previews of a few games, including Pilot Link and F-Zero. But the biggest hit was Super Mario World. One reporter said it looked like, quote, the best Mario game yet. Nintendo of America, Peter Main, predicted Super Famicom would come on sale in the United States by the second half of 1991. Wanted to have more software available before launching. To entice developers and compete with Sega, Nintendo removed their exclusivity. Super Famicom would have a new design and, eventually, a new name in North America. The Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Nintendo Nintendo predicted it would sell 2 million consoles by the end of 1991. But selling the 16-bit system would be much more challenging in the United States than in Japan. In Japan, the economy was booming. Nintendo was selling Super Famicom faster than they could make them, and this was despite a shrinking consumer base. In the mid-1970s, Japan's birth rate had declined, and the average family had 1.5 children. Result? As one analyst explained, fewer children are surrounded by more riches, and that means that the money spent on each child increases. But in the United States, the situation was much different. The country was at the tail end of a recession. War in the Middle East more than doubled oil prices. The failure of many savings and loan institutions hit the lending market hard. More than 1.8 million people were added to unemployment. Because of this, consumers were spending less, saving money wherever possible. When Nintendo announced a $200 video game system that was not compatible with NES games, many parents were outraged. In the United States, the average family spent $225 on toys per child. Almost all of it would have to go to the Super Nintendo. When a reporter asked a mother of 3 if she was going to buy a Super Nintendo for her kids, she exclaimed, "No way. We're not shoving the old Nintendo in the closet. I've got $700 invested in that baby." A father from California called it press jumped on the controversy, claiming that Super Nintendo would make the Nintendo Entertainment System obsolete. Nintendo had to do some serious damage control. They argued that adding backward compatibility would make the Super Nintendo even more expensive. They also insisted they were not abandoning Nintendo Entertainment System. The NES was an entry-level for people not wanting the latest graphics, sound, or challenge. It was a cassette tape, and the Super Nintendo was a CD, a console for the veteran player who got their full enjoyment out of the NES. But it wasn't just the Super Nintendo. Parents blamed Nintendo for their child's lower school grades and eye strain, claimed games were too violent. Nintendo was also accused of monopolizing the industry. The company had been hit with multiple antitrust lawsuits, and for the past year, the FTC had investigated for antitrust violations such as price fixing. Nintendo denied any wrongdoing. The case agreed to send out up to $25 million worth of rebates to customers. The rebate took the form of a $5 coupon consumers only use to buy more Nintendo games. But industry insiders were skeptical that people would ditch Nintendo. As one writer put it, Nintendo may have a tough time, but kids still tend to get what they want. That was true. Kids couldn't wait. Already imported Super Famicom from Japan. Plus, Nintendo had arguably the biggest weapon of all, Super Mario. Super Mario Bros. 3's success catapulted Mario into another stratosphere. According to his Q-score, a measurement of popularity, brand, and celebrities, Mario was now more popular among children than Mickey Mouse. There were more than 300 licensed Mario products in the United States, worth $200 billion in annual. There was a Saturday morning cartoon, a breakfast cereal, and even a planned feature film. Rumors that Danny DeVito played the role. If anything could help convince consumers to pick up a new console, it was a Super Mario game. Back in 1986, Nintendo launched the NES nationwide. Released a version bundled with Super Mario Bros. It played a significant role in driving sales. It seemed like a no-brainer to do it again with Super Nintendo. On June 1st, 1991, Nintendo officially unveiled the Super Nintendo Entertainment System at the Summer CES show in Chicago.
This guy in a video game market has finally caught up with you're looking at Nintendo.
set up multiple Super Nintendo stations at their booth, where attendees would try out Mario's Adventure and other upcoming titles. The system was scheduled to launch on September 9, 1991. The latest Mario game, Super Mario World. But while Nintendo touted Super Nintendo, Super Mario World, their competitor, Sega, had an ace up their sleeve, Sonic the Hedgehog. Sega came up with the character to compete against the Super Mario juggernaut. The company first announced Speedy News back at the Winter Season Show, ready to launch the game to reach stores. Sonic the Hedgehog received high praise from the press. Games Entertainment declared, at last, Sega has their own Mario. And Sega had one more surprise in store. The Sega Genesis getting a price down to $150 and would come bundled with Sonic the Hedgehog. The company knew the battle between Sonic and Mario would be critical in the 16-bit market, and Sega was not going to play around. They now controlled 90% of the 16-bit market and had a 2-year head start on Nintendo. Sega President Tom Kalinske shrugged off the Super Nintendo, claiming Nintendo would have to play catch-up with Sega. While Nintendo hoped to have around 18 games by Christmas, Sega would have more than 100, and for the second half of 1991, Sega had a $15 million advertising budget. After Sega announced their new Sonic the Hedgehog console, sales surged. For the first time, Nintendo of America had legitimate competition in the video game market, but they hoped Super Mario would save the day. On Wednesday, August 21st, 1991, a Toys R Us store in Cerritos, California opened a shipment box. Nintendo. Inside was their new Super Nintendo. The system arrived almost 3 weeks ahead of time. Over the next few days, stores around the country started receiving shipments. Soon, the word got out. The Super Nintendo was here. Super Nintendo launched with F-Zero, Pilot Wings, and the bundled game, Super Mario World. Praise for Mario's latest adventure poured in from magazines, newspapers, school playgrounds. Electronic Gaming Monthly gave the game a score of 36 out of 40, calling it easily the best Mario adventure yet. And video games and computer entertainment called it by far the best installment in the Mario saga. But some critics expected more from Super Mario World. Entertainment Weekly claimed Nintendo was beating a dead Koopa, and that Mario was doing, quote, all the things he's been doing for the past 5 years. But it didn't seem to bother anyone else who played Super Mario World. It was Mario at its finest. Nintendo backed the Super Nintendo launch with a massive $25 million advertising blitz. The September 1991 issue of Nintendo Power made its way to 2 million mailboxes across the country, with Super Mario featured on the cover. Inside, 16-page guide featuring maps, items, enemies, and more. Nintendo invaded television as well. For commercials with a jazzy new slogan, now you're playing with power, super power. And NBC aired a new Super Mario World cartoon on Saturday mornings. Super Mario World and the Super Nintendo even made their way to grocery stores for a cross-promotion with Pepsi, Kool-Aid, Shasta Soda, Kraft Mac and Cheese. Nintendo also released Mario Mania, a 150-plus page guide all about Nintendo Hero, including a Super Mario World strategy guide. By October, Nintendo sold more than 500,000 Super Nintendo consoles, was on track to sell 2 million by the end of the year. But the demand for the Super Nintendo was not as high as it was in Japan. Some stores sold out quickly. A manager at Electronics Boutique in Greenville, South Carolina commented, "Got 50 in tomorrow, we'd have 50 sold." But in other areas, the Super Nintendo was easy to find. One reporter in Detroit called 8 local Toys R Us stores. All 8 had the system in stock. Nintendo could blame Sega for the lack of Super Nintendo craze. The Genesis was cheaper, had more games, and offered backward compatibility with Master System games via an adapter. And Sega was more than at Sonic against Mario. Their commercials featured the game side by side. The message was simple. Mario is old and slow. Sonic is fast, cool. Sega also launched the Sega World Tour, traveled to shopping malls around the country to let people try Sonic the Hedgehog and Super Mario World. According to Sega, 88% of the participants preferred Sonic.
House-to-house fighting continues unabated. War drums beat on the shores of Michigan. Eagles Blair, west of the Team Marshall, Jeffries looking for parts from the east. Question is no longer if it will be a video game war, but rather who would win it. Arnie Kath. Video games and computer entertainment.
The launch of the Super Nintendo and Super Mario World officially signaled the beginning of one of the greatest battles in video game history, the console wars. Sega and Nintendo duke it out for control of the 1991 holiday season. In the end, both companies claimed victory. Nintendo claimed it sold 2.1 million Super Nintendo units. Sega disputed the figure, claiming 1.4 million. Meanwhile, Sega claimed it sold every system it could make in 1991, 1.6 million units. Nintendo argued it was closer to 1 million units. Nintendo knew they were in for a long war, so in January, it slashed the price of the Super Nintendo to $180. By the summer, Nintendo cut the price again to $150. That same year, Nintendo expanded their 16-bit territory by launching the Super Nintendo in Australia and Europe, bundled with Super Mario World. The game once again received glowing reviews. The fight between Sega and Nintendo dragged on for years. Both companies attempted to one-up each other with new and exciting games, hardware attachments, and peripherals. Children would argue on playgrounds and in classrooms, and declare their allegiance to Sega or Nintendo. For Nintendo, Super Mario World remained a key weapon in the console wars. It was bundled with the Super Nintendo for years. And Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi's declaration that the strength of the console was in the game rang true. Super Nintendo's strong software library paid dividends. In the end, Nintendo would come out on top of the 16-bit console wars. Super Mario World was released during what many consider the best years of the franchise. In January of 1992, Nintendo Power reported that for each Nintendo system, the NES, Game Boy, Super NES, #1 game was a Super Mario game. When the Super Nintendo first launched, Nintendo's Vice President of Marketing, Peter Main, commented that the system was evolutionary, not revolutionary. To be said about Super Mario World, Mario's debut did not significantly change the Mario formula, and many reviewers took issue with that. Super Mario World didn't perfect the formula. Super Mario World is widely a masterpiece. Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto admitted he was happy with how the game turned out, but he felt that he was only scratching the surface of what video games could become. In the 1995 interview, he said, "I joined Nintendo because I wanted to create what people would talk about and remember. That's what I'm going to do in the future too. Create something that will make an impact on the world." Over the next several years, Miyamoto would experiment with new edge technology on the Super Nintendo. Nintendo's next console, codenamed Project Reality, Miyamoto would bring the Super Mario to the third dimension, giving Mario more freedom than ever before. But even with new advancements in technology, Super Mario World, Miyamoto later confessed in an interview with USA Today, Super Mario World was one of his favorite Mario games. It was the culmination of everything that made it great. More importantly, proud that it launched the careers of several of his co-workers. Director of programming Yoshihiko Nakago would continue to program countless games for Nintendo. Today, he is the president and CEO of the company he had been programming for years, Systems Research and Development. Level director Katsuya Eguchi directed his first game, Star Fox, 1993. Star Fox utilized technology to push the Super Nintendo hardware to its limit. In 2001, he created Animal Forest, later known as Animal Crossing, to give players a remote world. Today, he's a deputy general manager at Nintendo. Map director Hideki Kono directed one of the best-selling games on the Super Nintendo, Super Mario. Today, he is in charge of the mobile game division at Nintendo. Kono continued to compose music for Nintendo, but does today. He has written some of the most memorable tunes in video games. T.F. Fujihito worked as a character designer for several more years before getting back on his party strategy game, GameCube. But Hito's most significant success was Yoshi was a hit within children, and Nintendo realized they could do more with the character. Yoshi was getting his own line, and in 1995, he starred in a spin-off of Super Mario. She's not surprised that the huge green dinosaur is a staple of the Mario franchise. Working as a designer, director Takashi involved in just about every feature Mario in the game. Today, he's an officer in the game development division. Over the years, his design philosophy has remained.
I want to make games no matter how many clear. I want to game and I want to win a treasure. I want to keep making games with that mindset. Gosh,
Super Mario World and Tezuka succeeded in making a game people cherished. Nintendo has re-released it many times. In 1994, they included the game in an updated first collection and bundled the game for Nintendo. In 1998, Nintendo released Super Mario World under their Player's Choice banner, an honor given to Nintendo's best-selling game. In the early 2000s, Nintendo ported the game to the Game Boy Advance. Super Mario World has also been available to download on the Nintendo Wii U, 3DS, and Switch console. Some players grew up with Super Mario World but didn't get enough. In the early 2000s, the internet brought Super Mario World from all over the globe and made hacking online. One honor of hack, known as Kaizo, became extremely challenging in Super Mario World. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh! Oh! Oh my god! In 2015, Takashi free game for Mario fans, Super Mario. Now, players could make their own levels from various Mario games, including Super Mario World. For more than 30 years, Super Mario World has captivated players young and old. It's no surprise that many people consider it the greatest game of all time.
or anyone still listening about Super Mario, the answer is yes. Download it. It's the 8 of 16-bit pattern. Most importantly, just as much as you
a secret exit, or it's scoring with your super game, or a tragic comedy of accidentally falling off a cliff while trying to catch up to the runaway. Game and most iconic moment in Sleeper, Nintendo Life.
In the early 90s, Nintendo faced mounting pressure from parent advocates to provide more educational games. For backs against the wall, Nintendo came up with Mario Paint, an art, music, and animation program for the Super Nintendo. They hoped it would make children, as well as parents, happy. For many kids, it was their first experience with digital art.
I mean, it really was an open world and kind of gateway to creativity. And because it was marketed to people who like Nintendo, it wasn't marketed to artists. You didn't assume you had any art background or any sort of creative background. In fact, the tools of the game, the animation, the art, coloring, or even sound design stuff was all stimulated for beauty. And that meant that you could be free to try anything that
Mario Paint wasn't fancy. It lacked many features that a computer art program would provide. But as it is often said, imitation breeds creativity.
You didn't have an infinite number of colors. You didn't have an infinite number of frames you can animate. You didn't have an infinite size on your canvas. Everything was restricted to what digitally on that cartridge, for better or worse. It just didn't necessitate vision on your part.
Mario Paint took off and became one of Nintendo's most beloved titles. It inspired a generation of artists, animators, game developers, and musicians. This is the story of Mario Paint. In 1990, it seemed like the Nintendo Entertainment System and its growing library of games was a mainstay in pop culture.
growing up, I was definitely, if you were a kid back then, you could tell that Nintendo was reaching out to their had blankets, orange pillows. Morning, we talked about Mario on the bus, school, on the playground. We had to up to Mario. Growing up around the time that it was starting to gain popularity, super difficult. Everywhere.
But as the company's popularity grew, so did concern from parents.
Nintendo video systems have become essential in the American home as microwave ovens, cordless phones, and just about splinter. The games are powerful, imaginative, and wondrously entertaining for children and adults. But as annual sales shoot towards $2 billion, parents are preparing to future and kid the rest of the Nintendo arsenal. ViralRabbi dispatch.
What effect did video games have on children? A small but vocal minority of parents complained that video games made children less social and more irritable. They said children suffered from the temper tantrum. Parents felt too many video games. Counsel for children for parents that means for each youth. Psychologists, most video games were not inherently dangerous, but there is one thing parent advocates and psychologists agree on: that video games had the potential to be great educational. But there was a little incentive for console developers to make educational games. Historically, educational games sales in comparison. In 1980, video game software said $1 million, edging $300 million per percent. Majority of titles on computers. Nintendo had little success in creating educational games. Back in 1986, during the early days of the NES, they released Donkey Kong Jr. Math. It sold poorly. Anytime you label a game educational, it's the kiss of death, said one Nintendo marketing executive. So instead, Nintendo hoped third-party licensees would step up and provide educational titles. Few did. Developer High Tech Expressions released a series of Sesame Street games that taught letters and numbers. THQ created Videomation, basic drawing and animation program. Software Toolworks created the Miracle Piano Teaching System, a full keyboard and game that taught kids how to play the piano. Nintendo knew it wasn't enough and feared a growing backlash, but they also saw the challenge as an opportunity. While educational software sales weren't huge, they were rising, and computer-based edutainment games like Oregon Trail and Carmen Sandiego were popular among parents and school systems. There were also long-term benefits. In 1990, births in the United States topped 4 million, the largest number since the 1960s. In a few years, parents would look for educational games for their children. And with the high cost of personal computers, educational games on the cheaper Nintendo system would be more enticing to consumers. Nintendo also had a massive user base. For 40 million NES and Famicom consoles worldwide, 20 million in the United States alone, and it was growing. If Nintendo tapped into the entertainment market, they could win over concerned parents and sell even more video games. On May 1990, Nintendo announced a $40 million donation to MIT's Media Laboratory. The lab studied ways to create educational to make kids feel like they were first to learn. Nintendo Hiroshi Yamaguchi. One that we will responsible for our hardware and software to enhance the educational opportunities of our machines. I am confident this program contribute to a smarter generation than ever existed before. If nothing else, it was a great PR. But the very next year, there were more problems.
But have things gone a bit too far? This evening, Ken Shockman wraps up a special report on Mania.
On August 23rd, 1991, Nintendo released their new 16-bit console, the Super Nintendo, in North America. The console gave players better graphics, better sound, and bigger game. Gamers were excited, but parents were not. The Super Nintendo was not backwards compatible with NES games.
The Game Boy, and now he has another for that one.
It also cost $200, double the price of the NES.
I'm going to explain how people started to spend more money.
Parents, once again, felt like Nintendo didn't have their children's best interests in mind. It was time for Nintendo to make something different, something parents and children could be happy with. Their solution was Mario Paint, a digital art, animation, and music program.
Mario Paint is an creative tool for people who have probably never. On the surface, Mario Paint seems like it's a game. Yeah. Right. Also, that to discover not just game, but their own imagination.
Mario Paint was directed and designed by Hiroshi Matsuoka. He joined Nintendo in 1985 as a graphic designer, but with software sales soaring, he was quickly reassigned to game development. He worked on games such as Metroid and Super Mario Land before being named director and designer of Mario Paint. I got to do what I've always loved, design work. But to create works of art, the controller wouldn't cut it. Previous art programs on consoles used standard controllers, and making anything detailed was a struggle for users. Nintendo wanted Mario Paint to be different, and to be a viable alternative to art programs on personal computers. So they created a mouse, designed by Game & Watch and Game Boy co-creator Toru Tada.
I didn't get my first control. Mario Paint came out. So it was the first interface I got to like the first. It was plugged in, and I think what I found interesting, you can't forget, quite quickly. And see someone using it, available on the couch, but it's love with all that digital art interface. I don't know, maybe if I'd been using like really complicated program at the time, that one, because Mario Paint was I just fell right into it.
Adding Mario, Nintendo's flagship character, into the game was strategic. It would, of course, drive sales, but it would also show that Nintendo was serious about expanding into entertainment games. In a press release, Mario Paint and Mouse opened the doors to a new array of exciting learning games.
I think it was a great decision to have Mario as the main from the game. Really pull in everybody. And I think we've all wished just like Mario. We all want to have the ability to save the day. I think that's Mario.
In June of 1992, less than a year after the Super Nintendo launch, Nintendo unveiled the Mario Paint at the Summer Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago. Professional artists at the Nintendo drew caricatures of attendees.
A couple games, of course, really excited about one called Mario Paint. Played news, games, and also can animate and paint pictures. But pretty neat concept.
Nintendo also announced price cuts for Super Nintendo. Consumers could now buy a console for just $99.99. Mario Paint cost $59.99. For $160, digital art. With the $1,000 price tag of a computer, it was enticing. Mario released in Japan on July 14th, 1992. It took off quickly. In its first 2 weeks on the market, it became the country's best-selling game, beating titles like Street Fighter 2 and The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. The next month, Mario Paint shipped to retailers in North America. In December, the game reached Europe. A $6.5 million advertising campaign spread the word. Along with TV commercials, ads for Mario Paint appeared in magazines like TV Guide, Parents, and Good Housekeeping. Nintendo wanted to reach as many parents as possible. The ads read, "Send your kids to art, music, and film school," only $59.95.
What I don't remember is if I asked or if my dad had figured out that it's he knew that I was playing video games a lot. And in his mind, it's something where it could be creative or productive, opposed to just playing. So opening up a gigantic box and just realizing, oh man, I get to work on something was super exciting.
When players turned on Mario Paint, they discovered it was no ordinary game.
When you put in the Mario Paint cartridge, that normal, like any other game, you just start up and you just Mario Paint, it doesn't actually discover. Mario starts running across, you have a little cursor, and Mario will actually run away. Click on Mario. That's the last just discovering that built in. Each one of the letters interact. Acquire, chase Mario. P, turn, O, turn, explodes, play the game. Another one scrolls the credits of the game. I think it's pretty fun.
The title screen was only the beginning of the strange world of Mario Paint. An animation of two people working out greeted the player before a blank canvas with various tools appeared before them. It may have seemed overwhelming to some, but Mario Paint encouraged players to experience the game at their own pace.
Mario Paint had the universal language in that regard. Language being discover how to play the game. This isn't like other games where it's poorly made. You need to figure out how to work bad tools. You have to put in. It's not that way. Mario Paint is or programming. It's not that tools don't work. It's that they don't explain to you how they work.
When it came to making works of art, Mario Paint contained all the tools for the budding artist. Full-size brushes, a spray paint tool, a maker to create squares and circles, a filter to quickly color in blank spaces, text including letters, numbers, and even Japanese characters like katakana and kanji, erasers along with 9 different animations. Players even copy and paste. A friendly undo job got rid of mistakes.
Nintendo also offers coloring books where you can and they had different Mario World, Mario writing issues. They had happy birthday cards. I think if not everyone was a good artist, probably had creativeness with coloring or filling in colors with their own ideas, inspire their creativity with their own art eventually.
There were also preloaded stamps, shapes, objects, animals, and even characters from Super Mario World. And if that wasn't enough, players could make their own stamps, save up to 15 at a time.
The stamp creator in Mario Paint was something that was pretty exciting because I think for a lot of people, they may be never known before these sprite made some of their favorite games. Additionally, you could use it for another sprite art. We could just do one-off images on the right. Another option you could do put one pixel in the center and usually have a brush size.
Mario Paint didn't limit players to still images. There was also animation tool.
Up until that point, I had these in animation unless I was creative. And so for me, the idea to take all this early concepts that I had and actually get a digital animation tool was mind blowing. Because it was
The animation aspect has different options. You can have a canvas large that four frames, or had a canvas that had 6 frames. Then you have a canvas that had, it was figure out what off having a large scale animation and a short number of frames, or a small animation that could have 4 frames, more detail, and also something animated.
In addition to drawing and animation, Mario Paint also had something to an art program, a music editor, where players could make their own songs.
I remember jumping right into the player. That's what I was really interested in trying. The music editor featured a bunch of different sound effects. They would pair up a sound with a familiar Nintendo character or icon or power up or something. Car is my favorite. It's the airplane. It's a bass sound. And if the heartbeat had very low. So the heart was designed to sound like a very low. The stars were like a twinkle sound. And they had this weird baby bass that would make this sound like a laugh or a chuckle. And everything was tuned exactly where it needed to be. Even the dogs and the cats would bark and meow right on pitch. My painting came with 3 preloaded songs. I had not been to read music very well, but I knew sounds I wanted to make, where I wanted sounds to go. Didn't know how to do it yet. But by listening to the demos, I could start on that. For me, to be able to hear music without playing it was a skill I thanked Mario for. As you're drawing on Mario Paint editor, you can see the sequence of them going higher, see them going down, but you can also hear us putting them on stack. And that benefit translates very quickly back to us.
Drawing, animation, and music could be combined to make movies, music videos, and more. The possibilities seemed endless. But there were drawbacks. The cartridge could only save one creation at a time. But Nintendo had a solution.
You could only save one thing at a time on Mario Paint cartridge memory and reality. But one of the things that Nintendo encouraged was for users to hook up their Nintendo to their VCR and save and even share them with people. They even recommended send a VHS mail. I did that, but that was the predominant way to save the back then.
I was trying to do a project on Patrick, and I was really into it at the time. And all I did in the animator, I read the line, "Give me liberty or give me death," for a microphone plugged into the VCR, and I synchronized it with Mario Paint, and that seemed to be a couple days to me. It really made you feel like you were, and I love that.
Mario Paint wasn't just a productivity application. Nintendo also included a minigame called Nat Attack. players had to squat 5. It was a nice break from working, symbolized by a coffee cup icon in the bottom right corner.
The first time I was ever introduced to the mouse, and I got to thank Nintendo for that attack was, I think, a training for kids. Mouse for the very first time.
Despite all of its features, Mario Paint had limits. There were only 15 colors for creation, most notably a lack of pink. The music only allowed 3 notes per beat, limited amount of measure for music composition. The more frames players needed for animation, the smaller the canvas got. But children worked around it and unleashed creativity.
So I did 2 major things. First was I was huge Mortal Kombat fan. Mortal Kombat was coming up, and I wanted to recreate all the identities of David and characters. So I would learn how animated by watching recording the game on videos, and then replicating that frame by frame. And honestly, it was eating after practice. When I first played Mario Paint, my first instinct was probably rebellious and draw naughty. But I'm pretty realized it make my friends laugh. My earliest Mario trying to make an animation or just a personal picture, but they share. There's some comedy, humor, levity, I think, my friends.
Mario surprised the holiday season in America. 1,000 by March of 1993, 1 million copies. The game won a Parents' Choice Award in 1992. That introduced skills, reinforced them, and glamorized courage and common sense. Mario Paint was even used in some art classrooms.
When I was a kid and paper was a recent invention, I used crayons and pencils to draw things I cleverly called pictures. But now, rapid technology, all a child needs to draw is a television set, a Nintendo Super NES unit, and a new game called Mario Paint. Mario Paint, as the name suggests, isn't really a game. It's more like a key to unlock a kid's imagination. William Burrow, Gazette.
Success of Mario Paint, Nintendo wanted to expand further into the edutainment market. They licensed Mario to developer software tools, released a series of Mario-themed educational games for the Super Nintendo personal computers. One man tried to capitalize on Mario Paint by suing Nintendo. Edward Hudson claimed game infringed on it for a electronic previously LJN art console. The U.S. District Court judge dismissed the case. Mario Paint's popularity also allowed Nintendo and other developers to experiment with games that could utilize Super Nintendo. Parts of computer games like Doom, Wolfenstein 3D, and Sim Ant were obvious choices. But there were several offbeats as well. One notable game was Mario and Wario, Japan-only release made by the creators of Pokemon. It was a side-scrolling puzzle game where players guide Mario and friends to the end of each level. But there is no doubt that the most popular Super Nintendo mouse game was Mario Paint. Sega, Nintendo's top competitor, took notice of the game's success. We are certainly capable of delivering entertainment with a strong educational content, said one American executive. In 1993, they released the Pico, an educational video game console for young children. Well, in Japan, but failed to America and Europe. The following year, World Studio, a creative application for the Genesis console featuring Sonic the Hedgehog. It also bundled with the mouse, but the game never matched Mario Paint. Mario Paint would eventually become the 18th best-selling Super Nintendo game of all time, selling more than 2 million copies. But the game's story would not end in the 16th. In 1996, Nintendo released their next generation console, the Nintendo 64. But while competitors Sony and Sega moved forward with CD-based games, critics were puzzled. But Nintendo promised a solution. They would release an add-on to the 64 disk drive. Add-on would allow more advanced games, internet access, and downloadable content. In a 1997 interview with IGN.com, Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto teased several upcoming 64DD titles, including Mario Paint 64. Players imagined the possibilities. Art application on a Nintendo 64 disk drive could compete with personal computers. It could create art and share it online. That was intriguing. But the Nintendo 64 disk drive release was a mess. It was originally scheduled to come out worldwide in 1997, but delay after delay pushed the system's release to December of 1999, and it was only available in Japan.
I mean, you had to buy the N64 console itself of a magazine. Just go into a store and buy this. You had to find it then to send away and pay an installment, have games shipped. The barrier of entry thing was just way too high in the first place. There was a lot working against console having, let alone any of the games that were on it or planned.
One of the first games available on the 64DD was Mario Artist Paint Studio, previously known as Mario Paint 64. It came bundled with Nintendo 64 mouse and was one of several games in the Mario Artist.
Whereas Mario Paint was a standalone game, series game. If you're going to put out 8 Mario Artist games, if they ever got to release 4, you had the Paint Studio, Don Baker, Talent Studio, Vacation. Now these are supposed to be used together. They're supposed to be used on their own. Exciting part. Use them together to create. You would say create a polygon. Say this. Inject your data. But in Talent Studio, I believe, was intended to animate, use something, polygon, use already paint, figure out some way to make some kind of video out of it. There's a little bit more than just animation. Then, once you've done, you could eventually share it. You can take that, apply that communication kit.
In October of 2000, less than a year after the 64DD launched, Nintendo officially discontinued the product. It's estimated that Nintendo only sold around 15,000 units.
It's my theory that Nintendo seemed to be trying to create Mario Artist series. Maybe compete with Adobe Bridge or other things. Or this idea of a home computer that could kind of run it. That was appealing. The market was a computer watch and the States were so on the side. I think they were trying to compete with something. Maybe it was from the start, I'm not sure.
Nintendo never made another Mario Paint, but they continued to reference the game in future releases. In 2009, Nintendo released WarioWare DIY Nintendo DS. It contained a music and drawing program very similar to Mario Paint. Several of the developers stated Mario Paint was a huge influence on them growing up. Director Takako Miyoka said, "When I asked staff members around me about this, a lot of them said that Mario Paint was the game that taught the joy of making games. When Hatsukiyama was asked if Mario Paint made it, was I remember that time very well." In 2015, Nintendo released Super Mario Maker for the Wii U, where players could make their own Mario. According to director Takashi Tezuka, the game originally began as Mario Paint sequel, but they decided to combine the fun of creating Mario Paint developer tool to make Mario. It's no wonder that Mario Maker is built Mario Paint reference and even contains an attack mini-game. Even outside of Nintendo, Mario Paint influence is evident. The first episode of the popular web series Home Summer Runner animated in Mario Paint.
Mario Paint reference just outside of Nintendo's brand. TV Fox of Undertale is a big fan of Mario Paint. Tremendous love for the game. I think jogs out from Undertale. Most people are now don't realize. But a year ago, I watched the History Science put out. I was laughing to find the paint record. Whatever reason. Pretty intense game of Mario Paint happening up there. It's cool to see people are just using Mario Paint innovative ways to incorporate it into a performance.
There are artists making paintings using the program. Streamers recreating scenes from their favorite games. There's even a PC program called Mario Paint Composer, which allows you to create Mario Paint style without the limitations of Super Nintendo. For some, Mario Paint made a heavy impact on their life and career.
Mario Paint definitely helped me shape my sense growing up, because Mario Paint, I think for the first time, kid allowed me that freedom to be creative in my own way. That freedom allowed me to expression and not feel like I was making mistakes, or doesn't feel that I might be making a mistake. I can always change that. I could hear that. That's not exactly what I wanted. Let's try it. So I think that was learning experience. After high school, I went to New York School of Music in Western New York, and I studied music education and piano. I graduated, and at the time I was going through a lot of my belongings and all, and I dug out Nintendo, and in Super Nintendo was Mario Paint. I thought, oh my god, forgot about this game. So I went on YouTube, which was still starting out, and I did some searches on Mario Paint. And one of them brought up get it. So I decided to get out the Mario Paint Player's Guide and recreate the music from the back, upload it to me. I did that twice, and then after a while I got a little bored. All I was doing was regurgitating other people's work. I wanted to be a little bit more original. So I recreated sections and uploaded that. Problem was, Mario Paint has a limitation of how long it can be before you have a loop. So it looped right into the middle of the song. So I would fire up the together. I would go all the notes in. That was a long process. I was creating from scratch. Happy with it. I would record it on the after. And I would it felt terrible to be erased because that was the only thing I had. I would create the second set and then save that, record it over, then I would take the two clips, put them together. I had done a project. It was a band. That's and it took me about 8 hours all in one thing and recorded everything, put them all together. It was difficult to do. So every back or anything, I got to really keep up. getting a lot of different responses and comments and congratulations. Power. I remember thinking, I don't remember finding power. But that's how it came up to August 93 at the back of the community area. It was a great feeling being in the magazine. Having been I was still subscribed to Power. I love being a part of official acknowledgement. I know I would be known as Mario King person on YouTube. That is true today.
Well, as I eventually lost my career working in the industry, doing film storytelling. Of course, I have stories that I want to tell, but I don't have the resources, big budget, large crew, a lot of actors. So I began to use Mario Paint as a Bible. So Mario that have a scope far beyond what I'm able to accomplish. One of the first short films I made in Mario Paint in my retreat was about Bigfoot being imprisoned in a secret government base and getting to escape during a babysit by giving voice. Trying to like live action, submitting my Mario Paint work to film competition showcase, and I was pretty excited by the response getting. A lot of people who saw these were unfamiliar with Mario. The aesthetic of it, something about it, it resonated. It became clear that there's so much more that can be media. I'm still exploring that. Such a great aesthetic quality to Mario that it is digital, that it is pixel. It always invokes feeling video. People are unfamiliar with Mario Paint. So play to. Well, I applied to be an animator and probably a worse animator I should try. And despite all my years of Mario Paint, of course, I'm very disappointed. But that's why I said, well, I want to do something now, and it has to be creative. And I ended up looking up courses for design, art, and several on graphic design. So I worked in design for over a decade, and then what happened was I was working on game jams and stuff here in Toronto around like the 2000, which is from the UTC here. Around 2011, I submitted this game concept I had to the IGF called Home. So it's a game where you write the story of the character. You explore the world, you're examining things in these sound movie style text boxes, but every now and then you'll examine something and the game will ask you, well, did I pick that up? Or like, I didn't pick that up. Like, I would never do that. And your only choices are yes or no. But as you're making choices, the game then starts building other aspects of scenarios for you. The other bridges you're walking across. Home used these things like planet sheets. This is my idea. I could build control in Nintendo. You've seen those images of how they made Mario games. They had created a planning sheet for their artists, designers, models on paper, and keep track. People were sort of translating that software. I realized that was a great idea. I had no idea what I was doing, but I knew I could plan things out to make this game. I draw things, pencil, and write things, and plan things. And that all came from using Mario Paint and doing and realizing I could make some notes so that I could keep on track. When the trailer went out, it was like this amazing rudimentary trailer. It was being picked up by websites, and I suddenly realized people are interested in it. And then we launched Home, and it was a huge hit. We were totally shocked. After Home succeeded, I thought, well, maybe it's a year. Maybe the way for us to turn this into a real game. At the end of that year, I decided to do some freelancing and take a stab at making games full time. And thankfully, I've been doing it. kind of all because of art and visual art, making stuff on a computer that's very, awesome.
There's limitation breed creativity. In the case of Mario, absolutely.
As far as I know, the only game that put out that allows you as a player to tell your story. And we are the stories that we tell. That's why people have such profoundly personal experience with the game. Range in such different ways. Music. Question. I still play Mario games because that feeling there. Storytelling media. I just love that about Mario. Always going to be one of my favorite games.
Funding for Gaming Historians is provided in part by supporters on Patreon. Thank you.
In 1992, Nintendo released a quirky little racing game for the Super Famicom and Super Nintendo. They called it Super Mario Kart. The game began as a failed experiment, developed as a small side project with the Nintendo's Entertainment Analysis and Development Group. But the young group of designers saw potential in the game. Persevere. Over time, it evolved into a race, featuring twisty racetracks, power-ups, and familiar characters from the Super Mario universe. Despite receiving little hype leading up to its release, Super Mario Kart was a surprise success. It became the best-selling Super Famicom game in Japan, one of the best-selling games for the system worldwide. But more importantly, Super Mario Kart brought people together, set a new standard for multiplayer console games. It launched a franchise that still exists today and continues to be one of Nintendo's best-selling game series. This is the story of Super Mario Kart. In the fall of 1990, Nintendo entered the next generation with their newest console, the Super Famicom. But they were late to the party. NEC's PC engine had been on the market in 1987. Sega had joined the competition with Mega Drive in 1980. However, Nintendo was confident that its console would dominate the market. Hardware-wise, it was much more powerful than its predecessor, the Famicom. But the true strength of the Super Famicom lay in software. Nintendo knew that all the hardware power in the world meant nothing if the games weren't good. The Super Famicom launched with 2 games. They struck a balance between showing off new technology and providing exciting gameplay. The first launch title was Super Mario World, a continuation of Nintendo's most popular franchise. Super Mario World was an evolution of the beloved series, with minor technical features to show off the bells and whistles of the Super Famicom. Things like rotating platforms and transformers. The effects were cool, but didn't affect the gameplay that much. The second launch title, however, was an impressive technological feat, F-Zero. F-Zero was a fast-paced, futuristic racing game where players huge, sprawling maps with long, narrow tracks. It was unlike anything ever seen on a console, and it was all thanks to a new graphics technology in the Super Famicom called Mode 7. Mode 7 was able to scale and rotate a background, altering the perspective for a 3D effect. It was impressive. Critics were blown away by F-Zero. PC Magazine gave the game 37 points out of 40, 3 points higher. One reviewer stated, "The sense of being found here is unlike any other racing game we've seen so far. It feels like this game clearly showed off the allure of the Super Famicom." But there was one major problem with Zero. It was a single-player game. That bothered Nintendo's chief software producer, Shigeru Miyamoto. Miyamoto was the man behind some of Nintendo's most popular game series, including Super Mario Bros., The Legend of Zelda. He was also heavily involved with developing the Super Famicom. He consulted on the system's design, the controllers, and even the packaging. Miyamoto insisted that the Super Famicom come with 2 controllers. He wanted to ensure developers keep multiplayer in mind when they made games. But ironically, neither launch title utilized both controllers. F-Zero was single-player only, and while Super Mario World was a two-player game, players couldn't play simultaneously. Miyamoto felt that development teams had only scratched the surface of the potential of the Super Famicom. So he devised a new project. Make a game like F-Zero, but for 2 players. He assigned the task to 2 talented staff members with Nintendo's entertainment analysis and development, Tadashi Sugiyama and Hideki Kono. Both men had experience working with Miyamoto. Sugiyama joined Nintendo in 1983 in creative department with him. Sugiyama initially designed characters such as Popo and Nana from Ice Climber, and eventually became a game director. His first job was the highly anticipated second game in the Zelda series, Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. Sugiyama also had experience with the Mode 7 technology in the Super Famicom, having just wrapped up director duties on Pilot Link, a flight simulation game. Working alongside Sugiyama was Hideki Kono. Kono joined Nintendo in 1986 because it's designing Ice Hockey, a fun arcade-like sports game for the Famicom disk system. But his most significant work was creating the overworld maps and levels for both Super Mario Bros. 3 and Super Mario World. Miyamoto oversaw both projects. Kono recalled he learned a lot about game development and creation by working under Miyamoto. Now, in the fall of 1990, Miyamoto entrusted Sugiyama and Kono to direct a new racing game for 2 players. For himself, Miyamoto would serve as a producer, self-proclaimed pretty relaxed. He remembered, "I don't know if I can really say I participated in this development. Or like I observed it." Sugiyama and Kono also recruited additional staff, including programmers, to help with the project. Among them was Masato Kimura. Kimura had helped program F-Zero. It made sense for him to help with a potential sequel. He was named the director of programming. They also brought in Hajime Yajima. Yajima had previously worked on Pilot Link, implementing a digital signal processing chip, or DSP chip, on the cartridge. The chip helped the game program run extra calculations behind the scenes. Sugiyama and Kono knew their racing game would need this chip to work. So Miyamoto walked over to Yajima's desk, tapped him on the shoulder, and said, "Let's work together." With a team in place, Sugiyama, Kono, and the rest of the staff got to work. But by most accounts, the work was somewhat informal. There was no master design document. Kono recalled not taking any notes during meetings. They were more like chat sessions. Everyone sat near each other in the office. Team members simply went up to each other's desks and talked. Many team members split their time with other, more extensive projects. Despite this, they were a dedicated group. Kono recalled that early development was mostly just sitting at one desk, grinding it. Unfortunately, they quickly learned that making a two-player F-Zero game was next to impossible. F-Zero's racetracks were massive, with long straightaways that gave a sense of speed. Tracks were displayed over an area of 100 screens, but due to hardware limitations, it was way too complex to do this for two players simultaneously, so sacrifices had to be made. With two players, the racetrack would have to be downsized from 100 screens to only 16. With such a small race course, they couldn't add those long straightaways, only twists and turns. Kono finally admitted, with more than one player, it would have been impossible to illustrate the high speeds of F-Zero. F-Zero's fast, futuristic vehicles would not work on such a small map, but maybe another type of vehicle could. So, as a last-ditch effort to save the project, the team changed things up.
That was our first idea, actually. A fun, light-hearted game used to promote realistically in cars. It wouldn't be the life forecast change world of F1 racing. It would be race wheels and around in amusement park. Those ideas, the concept really evolved naturally from cars to cars. Shigeru Miyamoto.
Go-karts were a perfect choice. They didn't go very fast, which suited the smaller, winding courses, and they were becoming more widespread in Japan thanks to the rising popularity of F1 racing. Japanese auto manufacturer Honda was heavily involved in the sport, providing engines for winning racers such as Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost. And many F1 racers started their careers by training in go-karts. There were many F1 racing video games. Nintendo had even made a few themselves. But there were very few kart racing games. The idea had enormous potential. Director Hideki Kono recalled it was lucky timing for us. But there was one big problem. No one on the staff had ever ridden a go-kart. Co-director Tadashi Sugiyama purchased a book on go-kart racing and watched videos, hoping to get more acquainted. But a senior illustrator on staff and a veteran of the anime industry, Yoichi Kotabe, shared a piece of wisdom with him. No amount of research beats the real thing. Kotabe suggested that he go to an amusement park, ride around in real go-karts. Kono took the idea to Miyamoto, who needed to approve the outing. Miyamoto rebuked the situation, thinking it was unnecessary. But he eventually relented. The team took a trip to the Nebu no Sato amusement park, drove around on go-karts for a day. Illustrators took sketches of the karts. Programmers got a feel for physics and handling. The development team also got to experience the lower speed and perspective of the vehicle. It was an educational experience. But more importantly, Kono, Sugiyama, and the rest of the staff learned that kart racing was really fun. But that was only the start of their crash course on go-karts. Back at the office, the team built a small remote-control cart to learn about its internal construction and to let staff members more familiar with the vehicle. Unfortunately, a programmer immediately crashed it into the wall, ending the competition. Despite a few bumps in the road, a new game took shape from the ashes of the old. By June of 1991, the development team had a prototype featuring two driving modes. The first mode was a style hover vehicle. The second mode used karts. At this point, there was no racing at all, just aimless driving around a generic track. But between the two vehicles, the team loved the karts the most. Specifically, the experience of zooming past other racers. But visually, the game needed some work. The racers were generic people with helmets and coveralls in various colors. Kono noted that to paint nearly identical guys racing can be boring, so then we began to focus on design. They needed a better way to tell the racers apart. The development team brainstormed possible characters that were easily recognizable from behind, and one character immediately came to mind: Mario. Adding Mario and Friends to Nintendo's two-player racing game was a good idea for multiple reasons. For one, the Super Mario series was easily Nintendo's most popular franchise. Super Mario World was the best-selling game on the Super Famicom at the time. Including Mario in this new racing game was a guaranteed way to boost sales. It wouldn't be Mario's first racing game either. Nintendo threw the plumber in earlier titles, such as the Famicom Grand Prix series, mostly for marketing purposes. But more importantly, from a design standpoint, adding Mario and his friends to this new two-player racing game provided variety and recognizability. So as an experiment, the team added Mario, Luigi, and Bowser as playable characters. It was a game changer.
You knew immediately whether it was Mario or Luigi by the color red and green. We were able to clearly differentiate the characters. We thought it was a good choice. Jackie Kono.
Kono made the decision. This was now a Mario game. Super Mario Kart. The two directors split up responsibilities for the project. As a veteran of the Super Mario series, Kono oversaw the game's overall presentation. Tadashi Miyama was responsible for course design, background, and character. With the Mario theme in place, Shigeru Miyamoto's vision for the game evolved. Super Mario Kart wasn't just a two-player racing game anymore. It was about the thrill of competition, the fun of driving in go-karts, and the joy of playing video games with friends. But before they could figure out the gameplay, the team had to fill out the roster of playable characters. Mario and Luigi were obvious choices. Princess Peach and her loyal servant Toad also made the cut. They also added the newest character of the Super Mario series, Yoshi. The cute dinosaur made his debut in Super Mario World, and quickly became one of Nintendo's most likable characters. He particularly appealed to women and children. Rounding out the roster were villains, including the Big Koopa himself, Bowser. It was the first time players could control Bowser in a Mario game. The team also added Donkey Kong Jr., a somewhat surprising addition. According to Miyamoto, it was to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Donkey Kong arcade game. Also, Donkey Kong Jr. was more recognizable from behind than his father, Donkey Kong, because he wore a shirt. The development team now had 7 characters, but needed one more to complete the roster. They threw in the most common enemy of the Super Mario series, the Koopa Troopa. After a few experiments with character design, the roster was complete. But the Super Mario Kart team didn't stop there. To help differentiate the racer further, they applied attributes such as acceleration, top speed, weight, and handling ability. Mario and Luigi were balanced racers, with mostly even stats. Peach and Yoshi had excellent acceleration, but poor handling. Toad and Koopa Troopa easily turned corners, but weren't very fast, and their lightweight made them easy to knock around. Bowser and Donkey Kong Jr. were the fastest and heaviest characters, but their acceleration was slow. With the racers in place, the Super Mario Kart team had to design racetracks. They got plenty of inspiration from Super Mario World. The team created many courses based on Dinosaur Land. World 2 of Super Mario World, Donut Plains, got a corresponding racetrack. The grassy landscape contained a dirt track and narrow bridges to traverse. The goose houses scattered throughout Dinosaur Land, known for their hidden exit, became Ghost Valley, a track made of wooden planks and filled with hidden shortcuts. World 6 of Super Mario World, Chocolate Island, also got a racetrack. Plenty of dirt and mud to slow players down. And of course, there is Bowser's Castle, full of lava pits and dangerous jumps. Tracks weren't necessarily based on super level, but fit perfectly into the Mario universe. For example, a beach had soft sand and shallow water that cars skimmed across. Vanilla Lake was a track filled with ice, snow, and chilly waters. Finally, there was the ultimate challenge, Rainbow Road, a bright, colorful racetrack with no guardrails to keep racers on the course. At first, these courses were simple raceway, with twists and turns. But the designers added enemies, characters, and objects from the Mario universe. Monty Mole popped out of the ground in Donut Plains. Ice blocks on Vanilla made navigating the course even more difficult. Swamps and Bowser's Castle could block a player's path or smash a cart. The designers also changed how cars drove on different terrain types. An asphalt track was a relatively smooth ride. Ice courses made driving a little more slippery. Stone blocks made the cart bounce up and down slightly. To help streamline the creative process, the Super Mario Kart team created a track editing software that allowed them to manipulate the courses directly on the game cartridge. Designers could place objects like speed, curves, and jump on the racetrack, add wall and even configure the driving path for computer-controlled players. It was a huge time saver. New obstacles and terrain made the racing even more dynamic, and getting the kart controlled right was more important than ever. Head programmer Masato Kimura spent most of his time tinkering with karts. He struggled to find a balance. The more realistic the controls got, the less it felt like a video game. Miyamoto got involved too, to the detriment of Kimura. Miyamoto constantly changed his opinion on how he thought the carts should control, which worried and annoyed Kimura. But luckily, Kimura remembered one of the game's core ideas, to capture the fun of driving go-karts. He said, "I had to go back and tinker with the controls over and over, till I approximated something that felt right." The team also added new elements to the driving experience. Racers could jump, something not typically found in a racing game, but Miyamoto insisted on it, claiming it was a feature that couldn't be missing from a Mario game. But one new technique would become a core element in the Mario Kart series: drifting. Drifting was a driving technique made popular in Japan. It was thrilling, but somewhat tricky to perform. Cars drift by counter-steering in the opposite direction of the turn. Initially, the Mario Kart team tried this idea, but most played the move. The team wanted to ensure that any player could pull off the maneuver. So they simplified the concept. All players had to do was hold the L or R button and steer in the direction of the turn. Although Hidekuno knew the compromise wasn't perfect, thought the technique was really cool, fun to perform. He wanted to reward players who could pull it off. The team made the carts go faster around turns during the turn. Driving the carts was a blast and easy to learn, but it rewarded players for advanced techniques. There was also no speedometer in the game. The development team felt it would clutter the view. The sound of the go engine would signify as the player was going, and naturally, everyone would want to drive a go-kart as fast as possible. Still, at that point, Super Mario Kart was just a racing game set in the Mario universe. That is, until the team added a feature that would define the series: items. Super Mario Kart was not the first racing game to use items. For example, RC Pro-Am on the Nintendo Entertainment System had various weapons and power-ups scattered along the track, built to take out other racers. Turbos gave the player a speed boost, and the tire power-up increased the player's turning ability. But Super Mario Kart took items in racing to another level. The idea was there right from the beginning. Before the development team added Mario to the game, co-director Hideki Kono felt the racing was lacking. It wasn't exhilarating just driving around the track at slow speed. So, as an experiment, the designers added oil cans that could throw onto the asphalt and create oil spill, which caused the cart to spin out. It added a new thrill to the race. With the game now set in the Mario universe, potential items were endless. The development team experimented with a few items that didn't make the cut. He made placeable piranha. In the end, the 8 items players could use to make green shell, fired straight ahead, or could be placed behind the player as an obstacle. Red shell acted like a homing missile, targeting the nearest racer ahead of the player. Banana peels, which replaced the earlier oil can, spun out racers. Mushroom gave players a speed boost. A feather, based on the item from Super Mario World, gave racers a super jump, which allowed them to take shortcuts on certain tracks. The star power-up increased the player's speed and made them temporarily invincible, allowing them to spin out other racers and blow through obstacles on the track. There were also coins, an idea from Miyamoto. After all, what was a Mario game without coins? Depth to the race. Speed. The alternative. If the player got hit with an item or spun out by another racer, they lost coins. And if a player fell off the track, Lakitu took a few coins away. And finally, there was the lightning bolt, arguably the most powerful item in the game. It shrunk all the other racers on the track, slowing them down and making them vulnerable to being run over. Playtesters loved how the lightning bolt created sudden upset. Super Mario Kart team tested items incessantly to refine the balance. Thanks to the track editing software, designers could place item question blocks on courses and quickly test them. However, they ran into a problem. The playtesters found that items sometimes led to chaotic and unfair racing. For example, players in first could get powerful items like lightning bolts or stars, giving them an extraordinary advantage. But co-director Tadashi Sugiyama had a simple solution. The chances of getting certain items depended on the player's position, lap, and race course. If a player was in last, they had a much better chance of getting powerful items. But if they were in first, they would likely get less useful items. It worked perfect. Thanks to the item balance, there was no guarantee a skilled player could come out on top. It allowed for even more thrilling upsets and tighter races. PSP chip programmer Hajime Yajima implemented the change, but he couldn't get it working perfectly. The Super Famicom wasn't powerful enough to calculate item odds for both human and computers. To compromise, the design team scrapped the idea of computer-controlled players acquiring items. Instead, they got unique weapons based on their personality. Mario and Luigi essentially got a star power, invincible temporarily and dangerous to racers who got too close. Toad and Princess Peach threw poisonous mushrooms, which shrunk racers. Yoshi, Bowser, Troopa, and Donkey Kong Jr. launched projectiles that could spin out racers, including an egg, a fireball, green shell, and a banana. While items added a new racing, some development team members hurried and hardcore racing fans off at the idea. It introduced too much randomness to the races. So as a compromise, the designers had an option to disable items. But Miyamoto thought the option would remove tension from the experience. He said, "I think that indeterminacy, knowing that something might happen, is the most fun." Co-director Tadashi Sugiyama agreed.
Mario Kart is Mario Kart with the audience. The opportunity to come from skilled players can play the game together. A key characteristic of Mario Kart is how it's often the case that you can't win just when you're trying to kill the opponent. It's very close. One does everything they can to get over the finish line first. Tadashi Sugiyama.
In the end, the team removed the no item option from the game. With items in the game, the racing portion of Super Mario Kart was ready to go. The game featured a Grand Prix mode, where players competed against computer-controlled opponents and each other to win a trophy. There was also a match race featuring one-on-one racing. Finally, there was a time trial mode, a must-have feature for a racing game. But as Miyamoto envisioned, Super Mario Kart really was more than just a racing game. There was one more gameplay mode that would set the game apart from other racing titles, a battle. As development began, the Super Mario Kart team knew they wanted a game mode that had nothing to do with racing. So they tried several experiments. But ultimately, the one that stood out was a game where players hurled a ball at each other, collecting points if they scored a hit. But the game needed support. There were very few walls or obstacles on the course. This allowed players to drive around freely, and it made the playtest dizzy. Not only that, but the Super Mario Kart team was running out of memory on the cartridge. As they added more and more features to the racing modes, they had less and less space to work with. The team shelved the battle. But as the racing mode neared completion, the team decided to revisit the idea. To fix the dizziness problem, they added more walls and obstacles to the courses. They also replaced the generic ball attack with items. The designers also added a new item, exclusive to the battle mode and match races, the Ghost power-up. It turned a player invisible and stole the opposing player's item. To keep track of hits, each player had 3 balloons. They got hit, they lost a balloon. Battle mode was another defining feature of the game.
The very fact that battle mode had nothing to do with racing is what made us want to add it and give it special attention. It helped strengthen the image of the game. It is not you become a world-class racer, but rather you get to race around and play in this go-kart. Together we
With racing, time trials, and now a battle mode, Super Mario Kart was almost ready for prime time, but it wouldn't be complete without music. For that, co-director Hideki Kono brought on a composer he had worked with in the past, Soyo Oka. Oka seemed destined for the job. She had been at Nintendo since 1987 and had composed music for earlier Famicom racing titles, including Famicom Grand Prix 2, 3D Hot Rally, and Versus Excitebike. She had also previously worked with Hideki Kono on ice hockey. Her music had a distinct sound. Oka's work was known internally at Nintendo as Soyoism. Oka enjoyed the challenge of composing music under the restrictions of the Famicom, where music still had to sound good if a track disappeared due to hardware limitations. She called it a sound, but with the Super Famicom, those restrictions were gone. It allowed her more freedom in her compositions. Her Famicom were Pilot Wing and SimCity. Both game soundtracks had a mellow, relaxed sound. With Super Mario Kart, Oka had to come up with more upbeat music that fit in a racing game, but also had a Mario flavor. Hideki Kono, who was in charge of the game's overall presentation, gave her the freedom to unleash her Soyoism on the soundtrack. While a few music tracks were based on previous Mario compositions, most of Oka's work was brand new, and the new compositions sounded like they had been in the Mario universe the whole time. There was the upbeat, hard-driving theme of the Mario circuit. The relaxing, crystal vibe, Koopa Beach. And first, the epic, synth-heavy music of Rainbow Road. What began as a failed experiment to make a two-player F-Zero game was unique, fun, karting adventure. Super Mario Kart expanded the idea of what a racing game could be. Power-up items allowed for thrilling upset victories. Distinct racetracks make navigating courses an integral part of the gameplay. And a new battle mode made games with friends even more intense. For co-directors, the thrill of competition makes Super Mario Kart a memorable game.
I really played the game a lot during the announcement of debug fixes that result. Strong competitive when I started playing. I played. I just couldn't because of making scratching for a development project.
By the summer of 1992, Nintendo was ready to reveal Super Mario Kart to the world. But surprisingly, despite being a Mario game, Super Mario Kart did not generate much hype leading up to its release. Early previews in video game magazines were short, lost in a sea of other games. Many of the write-ups compared the game heavily to F-Zero. Nintendo tagged Super Mario Kart for an August 27, 1992 release in Japan. Leading up to the launch date, co-director Tadashi Sugiyama remembered feeling unsure about the game's success. He said, "I knew it was fun, but I didn't imagine users would actually like it that much." Sugiyama was in for a huge surprise. Thursday, August 27, 1992, was a big day for Nintendo. Super Mario Kart was on store shelves, and Nintendo was hosting their annual Famicom Space World exhibit at the 4th Choshinkai Trade Show in Tokyo. The event allowed Nintendo and third-party developers to show off their latest titles for the Famicom, Super Famicom, and Game Boy systems. Out of the 240 games exhibited, Super Mario Kart was one of the few playable titles at the show. People waited up to 1 hour in line to play the game for only 5 minutes. Word about Nintendo's funky new racing game spread quickly. Children and adults rushed to stores to pick up a copy. Some, including HAL Laboratories head of development, Satoru Iwata, snuck out of work to buy the game. In just 2 days, Super Mario Kart was sold out across Japan. According to Electronic Gaming Monthly, many stores wouldn't even accept deposits to hold the game, and it only got more popular. Reviews poured in from the Japanese video game press.
Games can never actually be reality, and while catching it to reality is very difficult. Fiction can draw near to it, or even pass in some ways. While Super Mario Kart is a work of fiction, it's faithful to reality, and any sensation experience the excitement of a race and the joy of driving.
Famitsu magazine gave Super Mario Kart a 32 out of 40, calling it exhilarating, challenging, and much more polished than F-Zero. Family Computer magazine scored the game 24.5 out of 30, noting that the multiplayer modes were very appealing. However, the game wasn't perfect. One reviewer felt that doing well in the game depended on getting, and a 16-year-old from Tokyo wrote to Famitsu, claiming people were barfing while playing the battle mode. But that didn't stop Super Mario Kart from flying off store shelves. It entrenched itself in the Famitsu Top 30 list for more than a year. The Yomiuri Shimbun, one of Japan's largest newspapers, nominated Super Mario Kart as one of their top games of 1992. Competitions were held throughout Japan, where people competed for the fastest times around tracks. There were even rumors Nintendo was working on an updated special edition cartridge for a 1993 release. Super Mario Kart made its way into other mediums as well. Super Mario Club Show, a weekly video game program on Japanese television, regularly featured Super Mario Kart competition. There was also a rush of merchandise. The combination of Mario and go-karts lent itself well to toys. There were plushies, battery-powered RC cars, small go-kart figures, model kits, children's toys, and more. Super Mario Kart would become the best-selling Super Famicom game of all time, selling 3.82 million units in Japan. But would it be popular elsewhere in the world? 1992 was an important year for Nintendo of America. It was the 16-bit Super Nintendo's first full year in stores, and Nintendo faced stiff competition from Sega, their 16-bit console, the Genesis. The Genesis had been out since 1989 and made quite a dent in Nintendo's market share. The Genesis was also cheaper than the Super Nintendo and had more games. In addition, Sega had recently launched their flagship mascot to compete with Mario, Sonic the Hedgehog. Nintendo had to change things up to stay competitive. They lowered the price of the Super Nintendo from $200 to $150. They also released a standalone console without a bundled game at $100. As a response, Sega lowered the price of their Sonic bundle Genesis to $130. Started offering a standalone console for $100. Sega was also showing off their newest hardware creation, the Sega CD, in the fall of 1992. The peripheral beefed up the hardware power of the Genesis, and the CD medium provided more storage space, better sound, and full-motion video games. Nintendo also had plans for a CD-ROM attachment, but it never came to fruition. Nintendo's best hope for success was with its software.
The name of the game in this business is games. When the consumer pulls out his wallet, he wants top value for his entertainment dollar, and that's what we've always been. But this new lineup represents the best group of games we've ever introduced. Tailor-made Nintendo of America.
Nintendo showed off their new game lineup at the 1992 Summer Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago. During the show, Nintendo announced more than 175 new games for the second half of 1992. 75 of them were for the Super Nintendo. It was the largest rollout of new software in Nintendo's history. There was Mario Paint, an educational art program that came with a mouse. Street Fighter II, or the popular arcade fighting game. Finally, Super Mario Kart. CES attendees got to try all the latest titles. Super Mario Kart was the surprise star of the show. Luckily, gamers wouldn't have to wait very long to own a copy. With little text in the game, the localization process was relatively quick. However, there were minor changes between the Japanese and international versions of the game. Most notably, the animation during the trophy presentation screen. In Japan, Bowser and Peach drank champagne on the Grand Prix race. But for the international releases, they simply celebrate with the bottle. Nintendo of America was adamant about maintaining a squeaky clean image for parents. On September 1st, 1992, just 4 days after its Japanese launch, Nintendo released Super Mario Kart in North America. And just like in Japan, the response was incredible. GamePro magazine gave the game a near perfect score, praising the multiplayer mode and accessibility for people of all ages. Electronic Gaming Monthly gave the game its Editor's Choice Award and called Super Mario Kart the best driving game to come along for some time. Nintendo backed up Super Mario Kart quarter $30 million advertising campaign. Super Mario Kart is the cover of the October 1992 issue of Nintendo. The tricks, math, and strategies for various courses. Nintendo Nintendo also teamed up with Domino's Pizza, which had a Super Mario Kart Scratch and Win game, $25 million in prizes. In December of 1992, Super Mario crossed store shelves in the UK. British video game magazine Control scored the game with 86 out of 100, calling it the best racing game ever. Following year, Super Mario Kart reached the rest of Europe. German magazine Video Game had high praise, calling Super Mario Kart the best racing game of all time. Not bad for a small side project. Super Mario Kart, the surprise hit, and sold 1 million copies globally in less than popular. Nintendo bundled the game with the Super Nintendo in several regions, further increasing sales. By the end of the console's lifetime, Super Mario Kart had sold more than 8.5 million units worldwide, making it the fourth best-selling Super Nintendo game of all time. But while Super Mario Kart sold incredibly well, it impacted the living room even more. Whether it be the natural competitiveness of racing or the friendly aesthetics of the Mario universe, Super Mario Kart brought people together like no other game before.
Super Mario Kart crept into the house. It looked at first about as interesting as try, but I soon discovered the game crossed boundaries, gameplay, and generations. And what's even sweeter, the kids didn't always win. My teenage years were finally beginning to pay off. I knew how to drive like a fool. They didn't. But can. Sydney morning every.
Friends teamed up to unlock all the races in Grand Prix mode. Siblings duke it out in battle mode, raced each other one-on-one. Parents competed with their kids for the fastest time around. So it was no surprise that Super Mario Kart won a Parents' Choice Award in 1992, given to, quote, entertaining products that introduce skills, reinforce them, and glamorize courage and common sense. Other game developers took notice of the popularity of Super Mario Kart, and soon a flood of clones hit the market on both PC and consoles, hoping to cash in on the kart racing craze. Sega put out Sonic Drift on their handheld Game Gear. Atari released Atari Kart for the illustrated Jaguar console. There were also clones on the Super Nintendo, such as Street Racer, a kart racing, kart fighting game, but nothing came close to the success of Super Mario Kart. The game stayed on the Nintendo Power Charts for an astonishing 68 months, until the magazine stopped tracking Super Nintendo. It was the beginning of a popular new franchise. Their next console, the Nintendo 64, featured the first follow-up to the original game, Mario Kart 64. And soon, Mario Kart games would come out for every new Nintendo console and handheld. And today, its popularity is the best-selling game on Nintendo Switch is Mario Kart 8. Many of the staff members who were involved with the original game still work. He's still Nintendo's chief software producer. He is widely considered the greatest video game designer of all time. Hideki Kono remained involved in every future Mario Kart game. Today, he's in charge of Nintendo's mobile game division. Tadashi Sugiyama will go on to work on several Mario Kart games, including Mario Kart 64 and Mario Kart Double Dash for the GameCube. Sugiyama also directed F-Zero X, released in 1998. Power of the Nintendo 64, he was finally able to implement multiplayer and fast-paced racing game. Today, Sugiyama is still with Nintendo, working as a designer. Programmer Masato Kimura, who worked tirelessly to perfect the kart control, continued to program various Nintendo games, including The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker and Super Mario Galaxy. Most recently, he worked on the latest Mario Kart game, Mario Kart 8. Hajime Yajima, who implemented the TSP chip into Super Mario Kart, continued to put his technical knowledge. He provided assistance graphically in games like Star Fox and Super Mario 64. Today, he is still working with the technology department at Nintendo. But not everyone today. Toyota left the company in 1995 to become a freelancer, working in radio, television, and video games. But Super Mario Kart stayed with her. Even today, people come up to Oka and talk about the game. She said, "I'm truly moved to think that I have inspired children and young people more than I had ever imagined. At these times, I again come to understand how much of an amazing hit the game was and how many people played it." In total, the Mario Kart franchise has sold more than 150 million copies worldwide, making it one of Nintendo's best-selling games. And it all started with Super Mario Kart, a game that began as a failed experiment became one of the most influential games of all time. In 2019, the Strong Museum in Rochester, New York, acknowledged the game's impact by inducting it into the World Video Game Hall of Fame.
Super Mario Kart is a combination of familiar character rating, social gameplay, a powerful franchise that invited friends, family, and gaming fans of all ages, mushrooms, for an unforgettable ride. Strong. Funding for gaming historians is provided in part by supporters on Patreon. Thank you.
Today I'll talk about a franchise that deserves a lot more love, and that's the Super Mario Land games. The games were Nintendo's way of bringing Super Mario Brothers onto the game. There were only 3 games, and in one of them, Tony played as Mario. But they were all solid titles. They introduced new characters to the Mario universe that have become staples. At the ages of 6 to 12, the Game Boy was my life, and I had all the Super Mario Land games. They were some of my favorites on the system, and I feel like they're a bit underappreciated today. You don't hear about them that often. A few references to the series Super Mario Brothers, but that's about it. But I have many fond memories of playing these games growing up. They deserve more love. So today I'll share the history of the Super Mario series and what makes these Game Boy games so wonderful. The Super Mario Land began during the development of the Game Boy. Game Boy was created by Research and Development 1, Nintendo's oldest internal development team. Their previous inventions included the Game & Watch, the D-pad, and Rob the Robot. Legendary Nintendo engineer Koi Okada came up. According to Okada, Yokoi originally envisioned the Game Boy as a successor to the Game & Watch. It was more of a toy than a gaming system. Simple, quick game. Okada disagreed. He thought the Game Boy could be more like the Famicom or the Nintendo Entertainment System, a full-fledged system. Yokoi eventually gave in. The new system needed games to go along with it. Pay Yokoi just what to do. We initially thought that a character like Mario was essential for launching this machine. Platform games are accessible to all. Nintendo's mascot obviously had enough popularity to attract people. Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto wouldn't be involved. He was too busy working on his own project for the Super Nintendo. Super Mario, The Legend of Zelda. The development of the new Mario game are the same team developing it. It makes sense. They knew the system as well as the function. They also had experience in several NES titles, including Kid Icarus and Detroit. Koi was pretty familiar with the Mario franchise as well. Miyamoto was also Mario Brothers arcade game, as well as Super Mario. From the design perspective, Miyamoto said Yokoi was the biggest influence. It was the first time Miyamoto wasn't involved in a Super Mario game. Director duties were given to Satoru Okada. Okada was more of an engineer than a game designer, and that came in handy. They had to shrink the colorful world of Super Mario into a handheld system, only to colors. Being co-creator of the Game Boy, Okada was more than capable of the job. Because it was a brand new development team, he created a plan. Plus, Super Mario. It launched alongside the Game Boy. First 1999 July 1st, 1928. Super Mario Land was originally planned to be packaged by the game, but Nintendo famously decided to Tetris instead, gambling Tetris field market. In Super Mario Land, Mario explores the world of Terrazzo Land. Its inhabitants have been visited by an alien named Tonga. He is also kidnapped and Daisy makes her debut in this. Mario must traverse through the four kingdoms of Terrazzo Land and rescue Jason. This is the first Super Mario regional Luigi or the first playing the game looks small, but compared to the other launch titles, actually pretty impressive. All the Game Boy launch titles had a somewhat similar look in most of them. That makes sense. If you look a little closer, though, R&D came up with a few tricks to get around the Game Boy presentation. For example, there are no one-up mushrooms. Why? In Super Mario games, Red Mushroom made Mario bigger, and Green Mushroom gave Mario life. Only 4 gray colors on the Game Boy was impossible to implement. Mario Land Mushroom made Mario bigger, while hearts give Mario life. Each of the 4 kingdoms look more like real-life creations than anything from the mushroom. Mirobuto looks like ancient Egypt. Hieroglyphics, the works. Buddha, I'm honestly not sure what this is to look like. It could be either the lost continent, Atlantic Ocean, or maybe the island of Bermuda. Either way, there's a bunch of water in this kingdom. Easton is definitely based on Easter Island. A number of Moai situated. And finally, there is Chai, which is based on ancient China. The music only has Far East level is filled with, pardon my Chinese, Jiangxi, which are basically poppy empire. At the end of each level, there are 2 exits. If you reach the top one, you get to play ladder-style bonus game to earn extra lives and power. While exploring Sarasa-land, you'll hear catchy tunes by Kazu. Taka is mostly known for his work on Earthbound and Dr. Mario. His jingles in Super Mario Land are, as you can see, it's amazing how I can make a 30 seconds. The ending theme is also the best. Now, gameplay-wise, Mario feels off. Don't get me wrong, it's definitely a Mario game. Stars, mushrooms, jumping, stomping on enemies, everything. But the physics are a little different than the advanced games. Mario's movement is much more almost technical. You won't be skidding off the edge of the cliff in this game. Mario stops on a dime. Mario also has a new power-up as well. No, it's not Fire Flower, although it definitely looks like one. It's the Super Ball. Firing a Super Ball bounces a projectile all over the screen, destroying enemies in the path. You can also collect points. While going through Sarasa-land, you encounter a whole bunch of new enemies. Fun fact, the Super Mario Land manual kept all the Japanese names. No, that's not Koopa. It's Nokobo. These are also known as bombshell Koopas, since their shells explode after you jump on them. Oh, you think this is a Goomba? Nope, it's Chibi-Bo. I mean, come on, this is a Goomba. There's Hakun flowers, the Sarasa-land version of the Piranha Plant. But most of the enemies are new here. Favorite, check it. Besides platforming levels, there are also some shoot-'em-up levels where Mario is not submarine or an airplane. These levels are a nice change of pace. Even the final boss stage where you fight Tonga, they shoot 'em up. Interestingly enough, Miyamoto wanted these kinds of levels in the original Super Mario Bros., where Mario would ride a rocket and fire a beam gun. But when he couldn't make the controls work, he abandoned. At just 12 levels, Super Mario Land is a short game. An average player can beat the game in under an hour. Once you beat it, you can play it through again. There's no save system, but I doubt you'll need it. At the time, critics praised Super Mario Land. Computer and Video Games magazine said, a small yet to Mario quizzes equally impressive despite its backdrop. Electronic Game Monthly said, even though it's black and white and on a 2-inch screen, Super Mario Land is a game that is, above all, very fun. Now, I've got a few gripes. You can't go backwards, and I don't really like how Mario handles. Also, just way too short. It hasn't aged as well as the other games. Well, go ahead and grab the gameplay. Super Mario Land is still a decent platformer. It shows the potential of the game, and that's important for a long time. You might be shocked to learn that Super Mario Land sold more than 18 million copies worldwide, making it the 7th best-selling Super Mario game of all time and the 4th best-selling Game Boy game of all time. It sold more units than Super Mario Brothers. I'd probably chalk that up to the game being a launch title for the game. Super Mario Land proved to be very popular, spawning toys, comics, board game, and drinking. The ambassador of Funk even made a song about it. There was enough popularity for Nintendo to begin working on the sequel. In November of 1991, a new group of employees at R&D1 were assigned a project, Super Mario Land 2. Hiroji Kiyotake was given director duties. He had previously worked on Dr. Mario, but he was more well known for being the original character designer for Samus in Metroid. Kiyotake and his team wanted to follow in the footsteps and make a whole new world for Mario to explore, but they made it a little too new. The feedback wasn't great. Kiyotake said, when we showed our first draft to everyone, they were like, I don't know, is this Mario? We realized we were on the wrong path, so we toned down that idea, made something a little closer to to the existing Mario world. And when you see Mario Land 2, it definitely feels more like a Mario game. Today, it's pretty close to Super Mario World on the Super Nintendo. Battery saves, an overworld map, secret levels, bonus games, 6 unique worlds, and graphically, it just looks more like Mario. One interesting change to the Mario formula is the storyline. For one, Mario isn't rescuing a princess. Kiyotake stated, Mario has always fought for someone else's benefit, but we thought it would be a nice change of pace to make a game where he's fighting to win back something of his own. In this instance, Mario tries to take back his castle from a new villain named Wario. Wario made his debut in Super Mario Land 2 to become a mainstay in the Mario universe. He began simply as a name. D1 wanted to create a new villain for Mario. But Mario's a good guy, so what's the good? Bad. Word for bad in Japanese is Waru. Look the M upside down in Mario and you get Wario. R&D1 imagined Wario as a Pluto-type entity if Mario was Popeye. This time you'll explore a world called Mario Land. I don't know where this is in relation to the mushroom, but it's apparently where Mario lives. He's done pretty well for himself to afford this massive castle while Mario was in Terraza Land saving Daisy. Wario, who had been jealous of Mario, took over his life. This is a direct sequel. Within Mario Land, 6 unique worlds to explore. Conquering each world gets a coin, and you need 6 to unlock the door to the castle. Pick up your final battle. Hihiko Hosokawa, relative newcomer, designed the whole look of the game. He'd only been with the company for a year and a half, starting work on Super Mario. But this was the first game he had to work on that really showed off his design, and it's really superb work. Mario Land 2 feels and looks more like a Mario game. Each world feels pretty unique. They can be accessed at any time, but there's no certain order you need to beat them, meaning there's about the same. Kiyotake and his team claim getting the difficulty level just right was the hardest part in making it. You've got Pumpkin Zone, which has some spooky in it. My favorite being the walking Jason, literally named Jason in Japan. Mario Zone has you explore a giant mechanical Mario statue. I guess Mario built this perfect. One cool Easter egg are the N and B blocks in one level. Back in the 60s, Nintendo made these to compete against Legos. One level is built completely out of these blocks. Yokoi worked on the N and B toys and was a producer on Super Mario Land 2. Turtle Zone is the required by gaming law underwater world. As a kid, I always thought being inside the whale was kind of creepy. Look at those teeth. Oh, and the sharks are wearing boxes. Micro Zone has Mario shrunk to big size, exploring a house and off the answer ice. This house is oh no, probably never. Space Zone was a unique area that you can't just go to it on the map. You actually have to beat a level to get there. Gravity is gone. Mario can float around in space. It makes for some cool level design. Also, the world boss is Tonga from the Super Mario Land. Finally, there is Tree Zone, where you battle flies and bugs, and eventually defeat a massive and angry bird. His name is just Bird. Almost as good as Chicken from the first. After you collect all 6 back your castle. This level is pretty challenging. Traps. Wario is crazed. Wait, see at the end of your turn. One interesting change to gameplay. Instead of getting 100, you can collect up to 99 coins. You can spend these coins on bonus games to win extra lives, power-ups, or coins. Killing 100 enemies earns you a star power-up. Speaking of power-ups, there are plenty to find in Super Mario Land 2. The bunny ears are very cool, but it can also make levels easy. Literally flap your feet. Scary. Barely fall. Power-up is finally. To get around the lack of color, Mario grows a feather out of his head, signifying he can shoot fireballs. He also has this spin move, which is handy for breaking blocks. R&D1 did bring back few things from the first game. If you reach the top area of the exit, you get the bonus game, and one-ups are still hearts. Sumi Totaka, another newcomer, composed the music. And if that name sounds familiar, check. Taka is famous for the Taka song, a simple little jingle he likes to hide in the game he works on. He's still at Nintendo today, so he's hidden his song in a ton of games. Super Mario Land 2, just wait on the game over for 2 minutes. Taka's work here is incredible. Catchy tunes and classic. Super Mario Land 2, 6 Golden Coins, was released on October 21st, 1992 in Japan, November 2nd, 1992 in North America, and January 28th, 1993 in Europe. It was the largest Game Boy game up to that point, a whopping 4 megabits. Like its predecessor, Super Mario Land 2 hit with critics. Electronic Gaming Monthly summed it up pretty well by stating, absolutely the best Game Boy action I've ever played. The game would go on to sell more than 11 million units, making it the 6th best-selling Game Boy game of all time. This is my personal favorite of the Super Mario games. They fixed all of my complaints from the first game. Go back in the level now. There's way more stages. Mario feels like Mario again. My only real complaint is in some areas there's some slowdown. It's also a fairly easy game. Now, when I first beat Super Mario Land 2 as a kid, I thought for sure Mario had peaked. It can't get any better than this on the Game Boy, right? Well, in a way, Mario did peak with Super Mario Land 2 because the next game in the series stars not Mario, but Wario. Yes, Mario Land 3, the third installment in the series. There is no doubt in my mind that Super Mario Land was added to the title for brand recognition. When the first 2 games sell more than 29 million units combined, it's a smart move. This was Wario's first game ultimately. Many of the same people who worked on Super Mario Land 2 returned. Director Kodoji Kiyotake, designer Takehiko Hosoda. After getting kicked from Mario's castle, Wario is a brown sugar of Kitchen Island. Yeah, the food game. Stole a statue of Peach. Wario's goal is to find a statue and sell it for a hefty price tag by his very own case. It seems the developers kept with the theme of opposite of Mario. While Mario games are generally fast-paced with lots of platforming, Wario Land is a little slower-paced with more exploration, and instead of mushrooms making you grow, it's garlic. The name of the game in Wario Land is Collecting Treasure. Wario collects coins, which are tallied up at the end of each level. You also have to spend money. You can't use checkpoints or even leave a level without ponying up some dough. You can even attack enemies. Hidden throughout stages are treasures, which Wario admires for beating a level. It's just like a retro game collector. This aspect of the game began as a kid. It might have been the beginning of my love for collectibles games. Wario can jump on it, but he has special hats that get. The bull hat allows him to ram through blocks easily and ground nearby it. The dragon hat lets Wario shoot out flames for a short period of time. And the jet hat lets you jump higher, run faster, and fly. With 40 levels, it's a much bigger game than Super Mario 2. There's plenty of secrets in here as well. One cool feature is how the levels interact with the map. For example, Rice Beach, one level will alternate between water and no water, depending on the time. Wario Land is also a fairly easy challenge. I can breeze through the first 2 Mario games. But Wario Land always gave me a good fight. The final boss against this absolute unit of a genie. and once you defeat him, the map reveals the missing statue of Peach. But here comes Mario, who did nothing. Plain and surprise. I actually feel bad. However, the genie decides to grant Mario a full wish. Of course, he wants a castle. The size of the castle on how much treasure and coins he collected during the journey. My first playthrough, I got a treat. Wario Land. Mario Land 3 was released on January 21st, 1994 in Japan, March 13th, 1994 in America, and May 13th, 1994 in Europe. Critics once again loved the game. Wario even got his own cover of Nintendo Power on issue 58. The game sold more than 5 million copies. This game marked the beginning of the Wario Land series, and sadly, the end of the Super Mario Land series. In 1995, Nintendo hyped up their newest console, the Virtual Boy. It was basically a headset that played games. Everything was rendered in red and black, but it didn't have some cool 3D effects. Nintendo treated it as a successor to the Game Boy. It was ultimately during the Winter CES show of 1995, Nintendo teamed with titles, including Mario. It went by several different names. Some called it Mario Adventure. Others called it Mario Brothers Virtual Boy. But it's most commonly referred to online as Virtual Boy Mario. This game never came out, so we don't really know too much about it, but it looked like a standard Mario game. Virtual Boy did get a Wario Land game, and it's quite good. In fact, Nintendo kept making Wario Land games, the last one being Wario Land Shake-It on the Nintendo. In 2011, Nintendo released Super Mario 3D Land on the Nintendo 3DS. Was this a return to the Mario Land series? No. It has a similar name, but as far as I can tell, it has nothing to do with Super Mario. Nintendo took a gamble handing off the reins of Mario to a team not included Shigeru Miyamoto, but it ultimately paid off. Are these games revolutionary? Not really, but they were important. They clearly helped make the Game Boy a success by selling more than 34 million units combined. I have one wonderful memory of playing these games. I'm sure anyone else who played them. In fact, one fan by the name of Cobra released a ROM hack that turned Super Mario Land 2 into a Game Boy Color game. It even added Luigi as a playable character. Very cool. But let's not forget that these games established new characters into the Mario universe. I mean, think about it. Without Super Mario Land, we might not have Daisy or Wario. And without Wario, we would have never gotten everyone's favorite character, Waluigi. That's all for this episode of Gaming. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
In 1996, North America was introduced to a new Mario game on the Super Nintendo. It wasn't just any Mario. It was a role-playing Super Mario RPG, Legend of the Seven Stars. It seemed like an odd idea. Mario in an RPG setting. Mario had been in a lot of different genres. Puzzle games, sports, kart racers, edutainment. But an RPG might have been the last genre on people's mind when it came to it. But Super Mario RPG was a hit, and it's considered not only one of the best Super Nintendo games, but also one of the best RPGs ever. In Business Insider's list of top 10 Super Mario, Super Super Mario RPG, number 9. IGN placed it at number 10 on its top 100 Super Nintendo games. Notable JRPG fan and Kotaku, Jason Schreier lists the game as JRPG must play. Super Mario RPG was the result of Square and Nintendo collaborating during the time. Together, Super Mario RPG is memorable characters, a unique battle system, hilarious dialogue, fun side quests, pleasant visuals, and unforgettable. Let's take a look at this classic title and the impact it left on gamers. Video game developer Square was known for making high-quality role-playing games, most notably the Final Fantasy series. Electronic gaming platform called the PG. Square's games sold well in Japan and were a hit. However, sales in the Western market didn't meet expectations. In late 1992, disappointing sales of Final Fantasy in America did a simplified RPG for Western audiences with Final Fantasy Mystic, but people like the game only sold about 400,000 copies. 3 years later, Final Fantasy VI, or Final Fantasy III in North America, sold more than 2.5 million units in Japan within a month, making it all-time. Critics heaped praise on the game, calling it the greatest RPG of all time and a must-own Super Nintendo game. But once again, the Western market did not meet expectations. Square needed to break through West. It was a challenge they couldn't conquer on their own, so they sought the help of the most popular video game character of all time. While Square struggled in the Western market, Nintendo was waiting high. Their Super Nintendo company was beginning to outsell the rival Nintendo. Children recognized their flagship mascot, Mario, more often than Mickey Mouse. Super Mario World sold more than 20 even spin-off games like Super Mario Kart were a huge success, selling over 8 million copies. Mario seemed invincible. Shigeru Miyamoto, Nintendo's most well-known game designer and Mario's creator, eager to try the Italian plumber in other genres, including RPG. So in 1994, when Square approached Nintendo about collaborating on a new game, Miyamoto was interested. He was a fan of the company and their work. During the pitch meeting at Square headquarters, Square presented Miyamoto and his staff a picture of a cake Mario holding a sword atop a horse. It made sense considering the source of the role. Miyamoto gave them a puzzled look and said, "That's not right. He mentioned Mario might have a hammer, but not a sword." The two companies had discussions about the use of the sword. Eventually, they agreed to make the game, their first collaborative project. Square began development in the summer of 1994. Nintendo pitched in creative consultant to ensure the game had the Nintendo and Mario player. Director duties were given to Square employees Yoshihiro Maikawa and Chihiro Fujioka. Fujioka previously worked on Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, Square's first attempt to appeal to Western audience. He recalled the relationship with Nintendo being, quote, very close and favorable. Shigeru Miyamoto would come in often to meet and talk, as well as provide suggestions on gameplay. Fujioka said that Miyamoto had 2 main points of advice in his consulting. One, quote, keep an eye on handling Mario's entry into the RPG world. The other, to make the game fun. At first, Super Mario RPG looked like a traditional Square RPG. Top-down view with 2D sprites. Square perfected this look, pushing the limitations of what the Super Nintendo could do with the perspective. But after seeing Rare and Nintendo's Donkey Kong Country, Square was eager to try something new, pre-rendered graphics. They shifted from the 2D perspective to an isometric perspective. It required some extra hardware power to work. Nintendo suggested they integrate the SA-1 chip. The SA-1 chip had 4 times the processing power of the Super Nintendo CPU and faster RAM. This allowed quicker calculations to render the graphic and show more characters on screen. Square developed the look using the same Silicon Graphics workstations that Rare used to make Donkey Kong Country. By the summer of 1995, Square had a working prototype, but they couldn't decide whether to give Mario weapons and magic attacks or his signature hammer and jump. According to director Chihiro Fujioka, he and Miyamoto confirmed their decision at the 1995 Film Festival, where they unveiled the game to the public for the first time. Fujioka asked the audience to apply for the option they liked best: Mario fighting with swords and magic, or hammers and jumps. The audience overwhelmingly chose the latter. With the game nearing completion, a beta build arrived at the Nintendo of America offices in late 1995. It took the staff by surprise. A few thought it was a silly idea and were surprised by the RPG battle system. In the November 1995 issue of Nintendo Power, one writer commented, "It's fun, a little weird, but it's definitely Mario and an RPG." When it came time to translate the game for the West, notable Square localizer Ted Woolsey, interpretations of Final Fantasy VI and Secret of Mana, got the job. Their offices were down the street from each other. Nintendo's product analysis team periodically met with directions to ensure the game had the signature Nintendo personality. In 1996, the world finally got to play what would become a classic game for the Super Nintendo: Super Mario RPG, Legend of the Seven Stars. It was released on March 9, 1996 in Japan and May 13, 1996 in North America. In Japan, the game came with on to get 4,000 yen off, or about $37 off, the purchase of a Super Fan Mount. This was perhaps an anecdote to still through backstock of consoles for the release of the Nintendo 64. Unfortunately, Europe would not see the game until years later. Software analyst Tim Bell said that the European release was nixed for several reasons: the time it would take to do another translation, the added cost of the SA1 chip, and low projected sales all factored into the decision. Super Mario RPG was released just 4 months before the Nintendo 64, at the height of the Super Nintendo's popularity. For many gamers, including myself, it was a great holdover until the Nintendo 64. Plus, it was a new Mario game we had to get our hands on. However, I don't think anyone anticipated just how popular and impactful. No. Super Mario RPG begins just like every other Mario game. Princess Toadstool has been kidnapped by Bowser. You have to rescue her. But during the fight between Mario and Bowser, the giant sword falls out of the sky and crashes into Bowser's castle, scattering everyone into different directions. Mario soon learns that this is the work of the Smithy Gang, not only taken over the world, but destroyed the Star Road, which helps grant people's wishes. Mario and the gang must recover 7 star pieces to rebuild Star Road and defeat Smithy. Along the way, Mario meets new characters who join his party. Mallow, a cloud, seeks he is a tadpole, a star spirit who takes the form of a doll, known as Gina. Even Princess Toadstool and Bowser join your party. There's also a ton of memorable and non-playable characters that you will meet. But one of my favorite parts of Super Mario RPG has always been the character and their interaction. Some of the lines are great, and the character expressions are very impressive for a 16-bit title. It's a very funny game. According to director Chihiro Fujioka, many of the staff members who worked on the game were fans of stand-up comedy. It's also a gorgeous game. There's no doubt that Super Mario RPG is one of the best-looking games on the Super Nintendo. Square was definitely stepping out of their efforts, but it paid off. Everything is bright and clear. It works well without any slowdown. Gameplay is a mix of traditional RPG and action RPG. There's menus, items, equipment, hit points, experience, battle commands, etc., all staples of a traditional Japanese role-playing. But the battle system incorporates a timing mechanic when attacking and defending. If you time it right, you can hit the A button while attacking to increase your damage, or hit the B button while defending to reduce damage. According to director Yoshihiko Maekawa, the unique battle system was inspired by a Japanese children's toy. He said it was like a large laptop with these buttons playing music. You had to press the buttons with good timing to the music. It was that idea, having gameplay built around timing button presses, that inspired me to hybridize these two genres of game. Get a little bit of action and RPG in the same game. Square also incorporated platforming in because what Mario game with platform or hidden treasure chests, coins to collect, and obstacles Mario must traverse by running and jumping. Instead of random battle, enemies appear on the screen. There are also mini-games scattered throughout the world. Yoshi races, minecart maze, running on barrels down a river, collecting coins in a waterfall. The soundtrack, a combination of remixed Mario tunes and original composition, was composed by Yoko Shimomura. She had previously worked for Capcom, where she composed the soundtrack to the popular Street Fighter II arcade game when she wanted to pursue more classical style music. She left Capcom for Square. Shimomura considered Super Mario RPG a turning point in her career. Nintendo and Square did a great job ensuring the player felt like they were in the Mario universe. Everything you would expect here. Goombas, Toad, flowers, mushrooms, warp pipes, and Hammer Brothers. Nintendo even threw in a few Easter eggs. Square threw in a few as well. Those Q-Lex, an optional boss that wouldn't be out of place in a Final Fantasy. It's amazing that Square and Nintendo were able to fit in this whopping 32-megabit cartridge. Upon its release, Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars received rave reviews. GamePro magazine gave it a perfect score, commenting, "Once you pick this one up, you're hooked." Electronic Gaming Monthly was similarly impressed, calling it a masterpiece. Mario RPG combines the role-playing elements of Final Fantasy with the world of Mario flawlessly. The game was a commercial success as well. More than 2 million units were sold, a retail price of $5. Square was ecstatic about the numbers. Yusuke Hirata, one of the producers, said that the series would likely continue on the coming console. However, those hopes were dashed when Nintendo and Square had a falling out. Nintendo's sticking with cartridge-based media, Square shifted focus to CD-based, placed for more artisanal. This essentially eliminated any hope for a trade. Although Square was out of the picture, Nintendo still went forward with the idea. They teamed up with Intelligent Systems and worked on a sequel, Super Mario RPG 2, possibly due to legal issues with Square. Pre-game Super Mario. Released on the Nintendo 64, the game borrowed several elements from Super Mario RPG, namely the action timing-based battle system and the humorous dialogue and plot. But Nintendo was able to make the game stand out on its own. Paper books it became its own popular franchise and is still around today. But believe it or not, there is another Mario RPG-inspired game in the form of the Mario Luigi series. Once again, the game series borrows the action timing-based battle as well as the humor. The handheld series of games was developed by Alpha Tree, a company with many former Square. One of them is Chihiro Yoga, director of Super Mario RPG. Music for the series is composed by Super Mario RPG composer Yoko Shimomura. Even with 2 spiritual successors, fans still clamor for a true sequel to Super Mario RPG. However, Square Enix holds a lot of the rights to the game. It would take some licensing and legal hurdles to make something happen.
Yo, what up? I'm here, big dog.
Tino makes an appearance.
No. How are you? Go ahead.
I'm just wake up. I'm
For how long did you sleep?
I don't. There's a question. I don't. I don't know. 2 hours.
Do a podcast?
Even I need recovery because I don't know. My brain is not training. My brain is not like quickly when I wake up. So give me few moments.
Take your time. I understand. Did you have a good sleep?
But
Take your time. I understand. Did you have
yeah,
a good sleep?
you can say that.
One of the greatest speeches.
What?
Do you feel like it was one of the greatest sleeps in the history of the world?
No. No.
Yeah, I appreciate the honesty.
Fuck.
All right. And are we really going to do a podcast 2031?
Yes, we are going to do. But let me say something.
Whatever you want to
Okay.
do, Big Man. Go ahead, Big Man.
Okay. Was it like his friends? You know, like you know what I mean.
Yeah, a good close friend, a good close girlfriend.
Yeah, I'm very, very, very good friend. Like she's like my sister.
Yes, go ahead.
So, I make a joke with her in the phone. I don't know why I said this. I said to her, I am sitting here with my socks, with my underwear, and with my towel. I don't know why I said this. I don't know. I was thinking I was too comfortable because I was thinking, yeah, I can say anything with her. Anything. You know that feeling?
Yeah, okay.
She's mad.
Perspective.
But mm,
So you can tell her after thinking about the situation, I wanted to let you know that I regret my actions. Apologies. I will do my best to never let it happen again. I appreciate your friendship and I would like to move on from the situation.
yeah, I think I'm student. So I cannot have any day without anything.
You were horny. What do you want me to do?
No, you have to do anything.
No, I'm not ready. Part of life. You can't control it. Uh, you should know a very important quote I want you to hear. 4 words. If you don't remember anything from me, I want you to remember this. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Time. Say it with me. Time
Mm-hmm.
heals. No, say it. Time.
Mm-hmm.
You're not saying it. Say time
Time
heals
here
all
or
wounds. I didn't even say it.
time here or
So time heals all wounds.
all wounds.
Given enough time, your wounds will heal. So will hers.
I don't. I don't mean that I was in this disrespectful way, but like I was feeling like I can say anything with her. I know. I don't know.
Move on.
I know now. But right now I'm not good with
Oh, no experience, you have no game, you lack confidence, you're undesirable. But we can change that. It's not the end of the world. We need to break you down and build you up from the ground. You need to learn how to speak with women. You need to learn how to have confidence in yourself. And that's the thing you have to have first. If you don't have confidence in yourself, no woman's gonna give you that confidence. Now, why did you send this thing about you being in your socks and a towel, girl?
because I was feeling I can say anything like this. I'm not like because I was feeling in my heart. I can say anything. Yeah. Because was good we've been on each other for 2 years. He knows me, and I was feeling like I can say anything.
Right? Well, you can't. In 2 years, it's not that long to know a person.
Yeah.
So tell her how you feel, that you wish you could, that you know, apologies for disrespecting you. I am going to do my best to learn from this. I want you to know I value your friendship greatly. I'd like to move on.
You know, I'm a good person.
Okay,
I'm not bad.
good is relative. I think you're good hearted. I think you were horny and you wanted to communicate. Yeah. That's the reason why a guy communicates to a girl. I'm in my socks. I'm in a towel. That's why. Even if you don't recognize it, you have to understand that there's a sexual connotation to it.
I was not
I'm not saying you were mean. And I'm not saying that was not.
mean that like that.
Okay, that's how it comes across.
Um,
It's not that big of a deal, but communicate to her that recognize that what you said might be interpreted as being disrespectful. You didn't mean it that way, that you love her friendship and you want to move on, and she can take as much time as she needs, but you value her friendship and you'd love to have her back in your life.
okay, I don't know.
We're going to record 2031.
I don't know. I like
Okay, well,
because I think I need a bit part of it. So I don't know. Like in like it's Right.
What time? My time?
Yes.
You're not going to be up at.
I'm able. So I need to.
Oh, your episode with him is at 3 p.m. Okay, so why don't you go? Why don't you go do what you need to do for an hour, and come back and we'll record.
Okay. Oh, no.
Okay, so whatever. So I'll see you 1 hour from now at the top of the hour. So you have 1 minute, 1 hour, 7 minutes. Okay, and I want you to be accountable. So in 1 hour, 7 minutes, you better be back here. If you're 1 minute off, I'll understand, but I'm going to ask you why were you 1 minute off? You should be specific. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you 1 hour, 1 hour, 7 minutes.
Yep.
files, patients will work out or have your company. See, the dead. Renaissance to battle, add content back to the century of the last full term output for you. That is in Howard. Plus, I need Howard. Say, full mathematics, aggregate, natural power, or was both at divine revelation of foundational for the total knowledge art philosophy also like religion of the fact magic glass or critical craft sonic force are meant most time work the ball of being recorded or where they could be taken by the magical philosophy or by like deep curious combination tools of a mind and magical philosophy which is to magic. But one and change was no of Kabbalah, third, ancient, south, scholar. Indeed, what you provoke, heard, have, or on Kabbalah, found outside traditional context, way or not only Riva, I, true, other, I'll cover French for the code word, which is old form of magic, and what he called on the divine power of the developed non-block, developed modern. So check out both philosophy, Kabbalah, make sure you're having on putting this on all of them. So for my part, buying accessible, I know comics for free. There's some Patreon, perhaps one time or the option below. Now, turn to Bohat Port or Turbo Wonder. I'm Dr. Justin Pledge and come to that art, tree, philosophy. mentioning production knowledge undergoing fast time. Among them, not ultimate attention topic of terrorism, ownership, weapons, action. Like fun. Awesome. What the root from the instructions that establish that the book will truth of utterance moved by purpose of aim to all purpose. Most wonderful need most one of working word from magic gift fruit or all common opera forms of magic and common power. What last style covered the ground for all by power form. Of knowledge, full of a deep positive child book. Over the course of the Hebrew are two finally three one-friend reviews. Powerful for working word takes onto plus and plus problem margin probable magic in the magic part have more knowledge for the ability mind that of course football else factor attitude often degenerated plus that what follow or you know how I can improve knowledge over application find of course mathematical of factor but we all like better matter on but you know study back even healthy mind all of what ensure valuable knowledge well becoming like a little pointing or argue that would find such as revelation from God as one that's on a something behind the no unconscious knowledge and encounter will have revelation and outside of her revelation as we would have found by the even magic. But because of the power of Allah, work wonders has long, much Roman exchange. So, Nelson, Howard, back by further. When they work wonders, all the most only final revelation on his words, power, final unlocked, train. Jewish person and what about all those who build power in magical arts alone? How wonderful. And here follows what main act falls to tribal magical art of modern magic, but the modern form. First of all, the philosophy, Pythagoras, how does that matter? Portrait, giving, by which to drag money. Further, text, of Bono and Deacon. Well, they're hopeless of magic work from that hour to corrupt. Finally, these modern push the art for middle of astrological climate. And more magic either on or hopeless from combination. As what's the need of philosophy magic? True power of the five words and divine magic. Always out. But for no learning must respect must rely on Talmud further all of the first conversation she what it calls much at it quas or empty highlight purity and with night the opportune time to announce word day in that person laying out his problems field magic early wonder working word to no loving critical foundation in terms of knowledge magic world discussions just how words compute to define our section of us and along with by foundation working word or God work or world like by passion love but also predict and magic show or the lines of course the natural positive outcome time times of miraculous technology logic compatible with magical moment. Covered that already. Even argue 9 hours no word much less on happy liquid aggravated or what degenerate no the working word love fires time word of love transpire of hunger find 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 as action form world yeah form of magic wonder world magic one word magic only one silver 25 5 hospitality 5 added 4 I Hebrew much long French highway time to God word budget fire 1 fire 5 less underway needed quality at present time word warmth here pounds average time hey word for word word used by power edit force low like had no power letters were vowel magic force barba magic world bell magic Irish 2 amber garden meaning all in word is powerful here goes forward find first language health and the power wonder heal magical technology or use out the world from ancient health the person of that at all with the possible exception not have find Christ, wonder of the covenant, burning for who testify or by each from God as apostles. And they recorded some of the original speech, language, letter, pictures, live teaching, passing, chunk, Margaret words originally Hebrew. All of these words were plural, but only came to part of the law. What task was to create peace with power, only an act of power, thine control of the incarnate of flesh. But first part of that, of the line, all God, all was the Bible, I should go on that which to that one most aspect, five to the divine, five outer divine world. In fact, by the way, was that represent common. Further was it one of the discussions of Jew running like first time black from this white crown, nine best divine blessing flow to our world. But the most text related to the divine good for I book on first charts of black our both our Allah addicts here text further rally find place husband man the hermit being of the kind of trouble results or action all this cosmos both went on to work first by time along with the other remain by logos final of course that final revelation through occupied Helen by guided Jesus of Nazareth tree final word three according to what's the both are just times both metaphysical and but with the final coming of Christ last constant otherwise the time bring be pronounced as time five ones of now or ending and shine time points to the mind truth that final of an arch potential pentatonic finally through tone power I both most power and the word by power section. Now, mathematical concept. That's all philosophy provides that divine love, divine power, transformation, all. So, just as it, but it was not by her working, but our, but build our the most air record to ear. Final technical when the founding is gross, kind of that, rather, by the violent, I final, how word also push up her work. It's question further magic, couple of magic, by unlike grip of my classic culture. Three, gripping full.
I got you.
Higher versus level person.
I think it's the best question you ever.
On the first
So that, yeah.
analogy, they found
Can you press a ban from this server? Are you banning people?
I have had to ban someone earlier this week for showing nudity.
Mm-hmm. And for attacking, not only from
Yeah, if somebody comes in, some people think it's funny to come in and just go N-word, 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 until I kick them out. So yeah, people get banned for that. That's how people like to spend their time online, so that's what happens.
for life, ban for time. How it works?
I have an appeal server, so anyone who gets banned can appeal, and I can let them right back in. I get some people who are like, hey, apologies, I was immature. Can you let me back in? Or some people are like, hey, I was drunk and I was just being stupid online. And then I get some people who are, they'll be like, hey, I was 17 and I used to just ban anybody who wasn't 18. Now I just ask them to leave nicely, but they'd be like, I was 17, but now I'm 18. Can you let me back in? And I let them back in. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what I want to add.
Perhaps. All right.
I will be back.
In 22 minutes, Big Dog. Excellent, sir.
Okay.
Modernity. Final. Nominal. List file on wall or habit wall. Tree. theory. Actually, not like there. Episode policy. I want here. We're looking for lots of language. All this and help you out. You ask order. Order. Force. 48. All out. Another path. Contract force. Develop. Or post. Now, glory. What's about as a portion on the word speech law word you have now or can alter but word feel under accounted by just part belongs first writing word about keys our action by word person call act order session by one word by about 14 rebel on one pound I went up telepathic one kind of magic have fun but free working backward first like how much fun look out from the clear location sometimes that uh from something else further person In fact, we hear normal person correct for finding out real. In fact, once I was at Boston Contra out of it to go on, he can be located value. One point called the where which confuses the angels perhaps where each one of those comical sections of our was one that's a flat. Of course, nothing treasure at some point. Giant. Regardless, numbers, life. So, I suspect our here just as well. But regardless, the way Logon process of revelation actually excellent. So, what are these keys? What are the called? Briefly, they are small-like texts of apocalypse by announcing causing links from words, shortest, and only about 19. Final train, move, yourself, hope, patient, God, which is actually calls 11, by and reason. The call, whether their brevity or strange, are highly summary, so I'm not even to attempt to summarize. Their best considering that in total there are only a couple thousand words, takes up about 10-15 minutes, all not that anything clear to me. So recall my introduction deficit. These, like for logo, are exercises grammatical linguistic reason, such that each letter signifies for a substance beacon, each word signifies quiddity of that substance. Kind of think my hearing sounds good. But just for logo somehow thought reality itself in form. Keys are the life of motion and they being they are what act or tables logo as per classic there's further calls are set to touch on all parts of the world with which you can do anything. But later parts of the world revelation, which the entire magic system can be used as kind of remote form, angelic power, notch, national, by development power, international espionage, the language of creation, but also kind of get apocalypse there. When the for told him, of course, you have life, while they are on. Hey, Robert Eggers, call me. Remote viewing aside, the false required for opening the table, logo in the process, American attribution has it from down, text, probably kinds of not budget by revelation. Of course, we don't know. Kelly, that's neither. Kelly call profile ritual. So we talk about what basketball. We do learn a bit about the calls, and some of them often kind of odd. For instance, we get confirmation that call 1 is locked, though perhaps with the exception of that. Call 1 though this is perhaps referenced celestial or planetary beings, but well, the actual personal Earth. Perhaps the question is related to our whole body. Key of the air like quasi body, or at this time we're called the burn after necromancy, ability, biological fear, or not objective. But again, calls 1949 are all identical of the speaker in the first line. Aside from these sides, very fact with angles, direction, geometric angles, modeling, numbers, violence, fire, like as it are. So what can I say about the language of Paul? From that mathematical language, the language of taking one of the loci and Paul's practice, not totally crazy. All that the weaker loci can be glossolalia framed letter, the call language further, some words are word-like plus constructed loci to call just what the relationship to remain. Sample size of call language so small compared to that of in fact much smaller. Tables of about 1,400 words, while the call language left half that size, about 1,000, and really only about 200. You can imagine every equal size, right? Making sure that each of the calls is challenging. That said, the call language does have a different feature knowledge world that and founding. Short, here's language, but let's add a mountain. Specify one here. Calls are the trans word to word form. Rather, in fact, responsible for the interpolation of adjectives to the otherwise or language control. What more can we think about the language? Phonologically, the language appears quite much modern, like the language. What that brain sounds outside of that. While there are constant vowel issues, but left of course, phonological study of observed early modern context. All of happening. How generally speaking, when it comes to
Hey everybody,
which are mutated.
did you know that you were supposed to be here 6 minutes ago?
I know.
Okay, what
I know.
happened?
I was texting you. I was in bathroom. I was texting.
Did you text me?
Yes. Like 10 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago.
Okay, why didn't you text me beforehand?
Because my phone died and I was not having phone with me.
Okay, so here's the thing. You texted me this 2 minutes ago. Why didn't you just say, here's what I'm saying. I don't care. Fine. But when say a time, you got to be ready. You understand what I'm saying? Like that's not something like I'm a very understanding person, but bosses are not. Okay, you need to be accountable. If no one teaches you accountability, well then everybody's on Tony time, and everybody's gonna just do whatever they want to do. You're not gonna be successful. Tell someone I'll be there at a certain time. You need to be there at that time, if not early. Okay.
I must be on the camera this episode. I don't feel like on camera. I want to do it, but I'm not afraid to be on camera.
You want to just be on camera. You don't have to say anything. You'll be upset with yourself 50 years into the future if you're like, yeah, and then there was that one time because I went to the bathroom or whatever, I wasn't feeling well. Just be on camera. All you have to do is scroll. That's it. You don't have to do anything else. Okay. Let's do this, big dog.
No, let's go. Let's make this happen.
All right. That's right. And we might even be doing 2032. You never know, dog. Okay.